Lovely shot by Tyrone Williams Jr., the fourth of the innings so far. Into over number 5, Kareem Agor. As Mali rightly said, tends to bowl a lot quicker. Just skid through the ball, really. Williams is paddling this one around and he gets 4 more. He would have got an under edge onto that. Kadeem Phillip is chasing, but only to retrieve. It's buys. Woo! Pretty harsh, Mali.
We're seeing the benefits of showing a positive intent, especially to young Kareem Agor, into his second over.
Into his first.
I mean, second delivery of his first over.
Yeah.
And if we remember, he's a bowler with international experience as well, having played ODIs for the USA.
44 without loss. Williams uncertain, but he's going to get 2 runs here. A lot of running here for the fielder. Looks like it's Leroy. Don't know if it's Lug, but we'll find out sooner rather than later.
It's already 10 off 3.
Yeah, it is. Break for a little while. Score goes up in the meantime to 45. Make that 48. Oh, 49. Boundary here. He turned that into a full toss, Mali. Kept his balance and clipped it past Kofi James, a short mid-wicket. And the fielder coming around there from deep backward square. Couldn't stop it. And into the boundary now for 4.
And that's the type of batting you were talking about. Not trying to overhit. Looks like the overseas player there from Scotland, Oliver Davidson. They're just not able to save that boundary. It's going to be 4 more again.
And 50 up for Empire Nation. What a lovely shot there. So the end of it, 54. Wow, without loss, at the end of 5, we'll hear for the first time for today, Melinda Farrell. More comments from you, Mali, and then we'll have a double change. Melinda Farrell and Denmore Roberts.
That's the biggest over of the match thus far, going for some 20-odd runs. Kareem Agor under pressure, Empire Nation on the charge.
Wow. Have a bit of a clatter as we get ourselves into position. Hello, everyone. Thanks, Mali. Thanks, Vernon. And a very warm welcome to Denmore Roberts, who's joining me on commentary today. I'm good. We've literally met about 10 minutes ago. So here we are at the Cool and Smooth. Very excited to be here, back in Antigua. And it's Rakeem Cornwall, the captain, on to bowl.
Just had to come on to bowl very early because his team, the defending champions, the Blackhawks, are on early pressure from Empire Nation, who have really batted well in the first power play.
And the 50 coming up in the previous over, as Cornwall comes in again, and that is just belted beautifully for another boundary. They've been coming thick and fast. Just came down the wicket and timed that to perfection.
Yeah, good shot by Michael Louis. Seeing Cornwall floating that one up and got to the pitch of it and really struck it hard.
And that one again just played a little bit squarer. It's fielded down in a deep mid-wicket, so they'll just get the single this time. But such an explosive start. The pitch looks like an absolute belter for batting. So made the most of winning the toss and batting first.
And this is just the type of start that Empire would want to have had. A positive start against the defending champions, putting them on early pressure and not allowing them to settle and get into their stride.
And this one, thought about a little drop and run, thought better of it in the end.
Tyrone Williams Jr., the opening batter for Empire today. Himself and Michael Louis putting on a very good partnership for their club.
And that one swept hard. He went for the sweep shot earlier and straight to the fielder. This time it's straight to the boundary. So the captain might not be a little bit happy with that treatment. He just swats his hat there, as you can see. Just a little bit unhappy with that over.
Yeah, 9 runs coming from that over from Rakeem Cornwall. So they Empire Nation team continues to bat well. They're 63 without loss at the end of the power play, the end of 6 overs. And they've really taken the liking to all of the Liberta Blackhawks bowling thus far. So they've really started really positively. And it now puts the pressure back on the Blackhawks because they're going to have to try and restrict Empire, try and pull this back, especially in the middle overs.
I just saw there some beautiful shots coming to you from Antigua. Very excited to be here too, by the way. I've only been here once before. It's been wonderful to be here for a week. Experience all this country has to offer. And, we've had a false start to the 7th over.
The batter just not quite ready as the bowler, who is Kadeem Phillip, another left-arm spinner for the Liberta Blackhawks. So we've seen Kareem Agor just bowl 1 over. He was roughly treated in that over. And so Kadeem Phillip will have to come and try and stem the flow here.
On that one, there's plenty of vacant area through that mid-wicket side, so able to run easily. Adding another run to the score. I have seen the teams, the Scotland team who are over here at the moment, who've got players in here. They've been playing some local sides. So we see that one just carved nicely. Doesn't quite make it through the gap. They're at backward point. But we've seen some high-scoring games. It's been quite entertaining, sort of watching Leeward Islands and the Patriots down here as well against Scotland, out here doing some World Cup preparation. Kadeem Phillip comes in again. He's got under that a lot of bottom hand, but it's straight up in the air, and that is safely taken from the fielder running around from long off. So that is the first wicket of the match.
Yeah, and Michael Louis, the batsman, to go. Didn't need that at this stage because they've gotten off to a flyer. They're already into the 60s at the end of the power play. And given the Blackhawk, given his wicket away, I thought, because that was a delivery with acres of space on the onside, he could have done what he did to the delivery before, just push it into the gap and look to run a couple of runs. But he opted to try and go for a maximum and got right onto it, hit it high up in the air. And Kofi James, who doesn't drop many, he's a pretty safe pair of hands. He was glad to take that one that came right down his throat, as we would say.
Yeah, it was a good safe catch in the end. And I guess, they can be safe, but we don't always want safe in a tournament like this, do we? Sometimes it's, I guess, the wise way to go, but certainly we've seen some explosive batting early on.
Certainly, and it's good opening batting from the Empire team, but what teams are going to have to do, especially after the power play, they're going to have to be mindful of how they calculate their innings, especially in the middle overs. Especially when the field is spread, they're going to want to use the gaps that are closer to the pitch and look to score ones and twos rather than still try to go for maximums.
So it looks like Matt Cross is a new batter in. The Scottish vice-captain is off the mark with a quick single. So as I mentioned, Scotland have been out here in Antigua doing some preparations ahead of the World Cup qualifiers. Huge for them. And of course, West Indies as well in Zimbabwe in June. So he is one of the players who's staying on for this tournament. One just paddled nicely, so...
And this is what the Empire team will have to do. Look to pick up the ones and twos and keep the scoreboard ticking over, especially in these middle overs, especially if now the field is spread and it might not be as easy to clear the boundaries as before. They would have to continue to score.
So this one just squirting off the back. It's been a great thing to see, I think, as we reach the end of the over. Struggling to get a score here. Don't know if you can read the scoreboard over there. We seem to have lost a scoreboard.
It's about 66 for 1. We've lost the scoreboard, but we're trying. The manual scoreboard says 67 for 1. 67 for 1.
Oh, you've spotted the right. I didn't even realise that we had the manual scoreboard going down there.
Yeah.
So we'll trust them. So just the one wicket to fall, that of
Michael Louis.
Michael Louis
Yep.
was the batter to fall.
And this is Rakeem Cornwall starting his second over. And he would be happy to see the back of Michael Louis. Louis was very rough on Cornwall in his first over. So Cornwall would be looking to bowl tightly, especially against Cross.
Yeah, he was pretty unhappy earlier with a bit of sloppy fielding. Also, bowlers just losing their length in particular. He's a busy player as Matt Cross, a Scottish international.
And Cross was one of the guys I knew that the Alberta Blackhawks had their eye on for the draft. However, being the last pick of the draft, he was long gone by the time they got the Blackhawks.
Yeah, it's been interesting to see this tournament come together. Very exciting. I have to tell you, I did not know what cool and smooth was before I came here. Bowls this next one. Just lofted but safely. But now I'm very excited to go in there. I've met some people from Cool and Smooth, and as someone who's not very cool and smooth, I'm hoping that if I go there,
that you will become cool and smooth.
Look, they've not got a lot to work with.
You have all the chances to be.
I'll be honest with you, a little bit of a shout there.
Don't worry, in Antigua and Barbuda, we have the opportunity. We can make you cool and smooth. So by the time you're finished with us here, you will be just as cool as we are.
Wow, I can tell you what, if you can manage that, then that will be a proof that miracles can happen.
So we're watching. It's Cornwall, and he would be happy at this over, even though that the Empire Nation team, they're picking up the ones. They've not been scoring any boundaries in this over so far. So Cornwall wouldn't be as disappointed as he was in the last over, where he had a couple of boundaries struck off of his bowling. The run rate has come down somewhat. It's now down to just about 8. Total on 71 for 1.
Matt Cross, I had a good chat with him the other day. He's one of those annoying people who's good at everything. Engineering degree, does some amazing trick shots with golf that went viral during the pandemic, and was also a really promising young footballer. He's now on strike.
I think he missed out there on that one. He got a full toss from Kadim Phillip and was just looking to lap it away, but didn't make contact. Ball hit in the bottom of the bat, and he would have wanted to really score off of that delivery.
Well, he got hold of that one. He learned from the first one, and that's another boundary. Talked about them slowing it down a little bit, but him bad over the past few days. I don't think you'll want to keep it slow for very long.
Yep, by him, Kadim Phillip bowling 2 full tosses in a row. Got away with the first one, but this time Matt Cross was able to latch onto that one and hit it for a maximum.
This time he just goes straight, but there is a fielder down at long on, so happy to just take the single.
Better delivery that from Kadim Phillip. The type of delivery his captain Cornwall would want him to be bowling. So 75 for 1. As Kadim Phillip with a quick delivery outside the line of the off stump. So cut that one, scrape the wicket. Ball going gloves of wicketkeeper Joshua Thomas. Another good delivery from Kadeem Phillips. So 2 good deliveries to finish the over. At the end of it, 75 for 1 is the total so far. 75 for 1.
So it's Kofi James on to bowl from the Sir Andy Roberts end. It's good seeing some of the legends here earlier. It felt quite surreal for me coming over here and just walked past Sir Viv Richards earlier.
Get accustomed to it. He's as local as we are. So.
Oh,
And he's out caught.
Absolute cracker of a catch. Brilliant from the captain. That was sharply hit. And that was sharply taken by Rakeem Cornwall. That was absolutely brilliant. What a
Excellent
catch.
pair of hands by Rakeem Cornwall. He was at that short extra cover. It was a full-blooded drive. Full-blooded drive that Tyrone Williams went into. But it was much too close to Rakeem Cornwall. And he just put those massive hands around that ball and cushioned it, took it easily. Let it look easy, but it was a very sharp catch by Rakeem Cornwall. Excellently done. And so Empire Nation losing their second wicket. And they are now 79 for 2.
Yeah, that was outstanding. That was belted. And probably just good as well, because they had some sloppy fielding earlier. They weren't very happy with that. Well, the captain wasn't happy with
because some of his bowlers were roughed up early on, and they would have to pull it back if they're going to stay in this match against Empire Nation. They wouldn't want Empire Nation to get away too much, but it looks like this is Joari Edwards who has come out to bat. And is that Scott?
Yeah.
Oh, it's Scott who has come out to bat. Scott, another youngster, somebody who can really want to keep him restricted early on and put the pressure back on the Empire Nation.
just a dot ball to start and maybe just a few wickets, a bit of inspirational fielding by the captain. Might just feel that can get them back into this at the moment. 2 for 79 after 9. Hold of that. To the old scoreboard.
And this
That's
is
6.
And this is what I'm talking about. Scott, young, exciting batsman, and if he gets going early, he can be very dangerous. And you can see that he has come out with the intent that he's come out to try and push the score along for Empire Nation.
There was a chance there and diving forward, but I think it's just dropped short. It was a good attempt. It's just gently patted back towards the bowler. And in the end, it wasn't a 2-wicket over. It looked like it was going to be for a moment. But Kendrick Scott survives. Scott and Cross, 2 men in the middle. The halfway mark as well. So going along at the moment, halfway, 8.5 over. Might be for a pretty decent old score. That's also a signal, I've just realised.
Yep, that we've got to go. And
we've
it
got
happened
to
so
go.
quickly. So at the halfway mark, 85 for 2, Empire Nation would think that they are going pretty well. And they're hoping that they can get somewhere in the region. They want to double that score and probably get a bit more, 180 or so, to really put the pressure back on the Liberta Blackhawks team today and look to take victory in the opening encounter.
Thank you very much, Denmore and Melinda. Our team for today, Melinda Farrell from Australia, Denmore from the Republic of Liberta.
In his blue shirt.
Hayden Walsh Jr. starting the action, wearing the number 44 from the circle the Ambrose end, bowling his second delivery to Cross. Cross is back, cramp for room. Big effort there from Rakeem Cornwall, the first delivery. So he looks a lot more agile, feeling in a very positive position there at cover, diving away. 85 for 2, Empire Nation. What is a good score? Mali will need to tell me. Single to Cross. Cross batted well so far, Mali, in the T20s that were played against the St. Kitts Nevis Patriots. As you know, Scotland team, they're visiting here. They're camping in the meantime. And you also had the St. Kitts Nevis Talent Identification Camp, which took place here. Leeward Islands Hurricanes also played 250 over games against Scotland. And maybe they weren't warmed up quite yet, but in the T20s, they did look good, Mali.
Yeah, well, we've seen them at the World Cup. The last T20 World Cup, Scottish team.
Reverse sweep. I thought he's got so much talent, but I don't know if that shot was needed at that time, Mali. He could have been able to stand up and just, because he missed the ball, which means that it's almost like a pressure ball, a dot ball, and you know, he just looked to get back onto the ball and get a single. 86 for 5 over number 11. Down the onside. The P for leg before. Bertil Baltimore is not interested. Hayden Walsh Jr., he cannot convince him. Hayden is asking him, why is that not out?
And Kendrick Scott's quite an innovative player. He plays those shots, he practices them, just not executing on his last couple of deliveries.
Hayden Walsh Jr., start, stop. No Malik Walsh today, the brother of Hayden Walsh Jr. Good combination. Flatter, faster, nothing shot there by Kendrick Scott. End of over number 11. And that's just what happens. As Mali said, he keeps practicing these shots, but certainly missed out at least about 3-4 deliveries there, and he could have got back onto the ball and get 3 singles. 86 for 2 at the end of over number 11.
Very good over there from Hayden Walsh. He's just come in and stemmed the run flow from this Empire Nation team, just going for 1 run in that over. Very valuable at this stage of the game. Don't forget, he's also yet another bowler of international experience that the Liberta Blackhawks can call on.
Yeah, this coverage is going out on GIS channel, ABS, and also on Platinum FM 97.9 and all of the other regional stations around. Is the Cool and Smooth T20 competition celebrating 10. This is a big one, dot ball by Kofi James. And these guys, they get through the overs pretty quickly, Mali.
They
Ross
do.
Whipping this one out to the fielder.
And that's mainly because they've got, like you said, an array of spinners to call on. They've already bowled 4 already, 5 already. If you think of James, Gore, Cornwall.
Kofi James, Scott driving, can't score. I just like when he plays, it takes his time, Mali. You know, when he tries to improvise, he's got so much time.
A chance here, especially early in his innings.
Kendrick Scott, the captain of Empire Nation team, had a stint in England last year. I understand he's going back again. This time he's back and finding the gap. Who's coming off there? Looks like it's Kareem Agor who's sweeping. They've got a good fielding unit, the PIC Liberta Blackhawks.
Especially with the nature of the
Long off, mid-wicket, sweep on the offside. That is a brilliant catch. Another wicket to Kofi James. And Cross would be upset with himself. There was no need for that. And what a catch there by the young man.
Yes, a fabulous catch there. It looked like he had misjudged it early. Took a bit of time to locate the ball, but the dive was good. Showed sound hands, and yet another wicket goes down. Empire Nation just under a bit of pressure here as this run rate just comes down. New batters at the crease.
Yeah, and the man going back, Cross, would be very upset with himself. In fact, I saw him miss out on 100 against the St. Kitts Nevis Patriots. He was batting so good, and then all of a sudden, he looked as if somewhere along the line, he too, like Captain Scott, they get excited and they try something completely different.
Well, I think it was just a matter of he hit that quite well, just didn't have the placement on that occasion, Cross. And it's the nature of the T20 game. You are going to go hard pretty much throughout 20 overs. At least that's what we see the trend being with the modern batter. So I think you got to live with a few mistakes as well, to be honest.
Well, at the end of 5, Empire Nation, which is a big community, they were 54 without loss, Mali. At the end of 11, they're 88 for 3. And it just shows you how important, once you lose wicket, what happens.
Going above 10s at one point, Empire Nation. That run rate now is just 7.44. Still got 7 wickets in hand, though, and also with the composition of this team, they bat pretty deep. Still got a Jari Edwards, a sack Justin Athenes as well. Still in the hutch.
A slip now for Jones, who's just come in. He's back and getting fancy. Somebody could be in trouble here.
This is going to be trouble.
No, the throw needed to be spot on the money. I think maybe he should have gone for the stumps instead. Direct hit always changes the concept of the game. Over number 12 comes to an end. Wicket for Kofi James, 2 for 11 so far. 89 for 3, Empire Nation batting first.
Yes, Liberta Blackhawks actually stemming the tide with wickets. We're seeing the importance of taking wickets, even in this format. You know, at times, teams look to restrict, but the best teams in this format of the game take wickets.
It's number 10. It's the Cool and Smooth T20 competition 2023. The champions will receive 23,000 EC dollars. Second place, 10,000. Third place, 5,000. Fourth place, 2,000. Everybody wants that prize of $23,000. Who can defeat PIC Liberta Blackhawks? Worked into the onside, Lois, looking for 2 runs, but it's got to hustle back. So in this period of play, Mali, we're talking about over number 12, into the 13th over. It's a massive outfield here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, so they're going to have to turn 1s into 2s.
Yeah, and Rakeem Cornwall showing a bit of faith and backing in Hayden Walsh here.
Flatter Flasser is back and slapping it out into the offside, but there's protection.
And we know how modern coaches and players think, and they're always looking for the best matchups. Hayden Walsh here bowling to 2 left-handed batters.
Avia Christian sweeping on the offside, and score goes up to 91 for 3. And there is Lloyd dropped. Hayden Walsh dropped a sitter. He should have taken that. Got excited. You don't normally see Hayden Walsh dropping a catch. So he's really coming back a little bit from that injury. Don't know if he came back a little bit more harder than he expected, but he's taking harder catches than those, Mali.
Yeah, that's for sure. He'll be very disappointed with that. That would be a regulation in Hayden's book.
91 for 3. Could have been 91 for 4. Again, where's Lewis going? Lewis is getting excited. Speak to him, Mali.
Just interested to see if that was a googly, that one that was hit back to Hayden Walsh. Almost took the leading edge. Maybe took Hayden Walsh a bit by surprise.
Long on, long off. Quicker, faster delivery. They're thinking about 2, but Scott is not interested. He already decided that he was going to take one. So long on, long off, sweep on the offside in Avia Christian. They got a mid-wicket, deep backward square, short fine leg, short third man in Kadeem Phillip. The big man at cover, Rakeem Cornwall, and Davison at backward point. Here's Scott looking to get out the sweep there. Kadeem Phillip with a fine return to Hayden Walsh. Hayden Walsh is having a tumbling time, and he misses again. So it's a misfield, and then he misses. Hayden Walsh is asking himself, what is going on at the end of over number 13? It's all happening here in the cool and smooth competition. 13 overs bowled. Empire Nation 94 for 3. The captain, Kenrick Scott, is on 10. And Jones, who has just come to the crease, is on 3. Pretty interesting as the big man, Rakeem Cornwall, comes back into the attack.
Yeah, it's what we saw from what we're seeing from these two batters was very sharp on that occasion. To come back for 2 runs there, it was just a slight bobble from Hayden Walsh, but the batters were on it and ready to go just in case he misfielded. And as someone that's seen the Empire Nation play in this tournament over the last few years and know these players quite a bit, we're seeing a bit of an improvement here from the Empire Nation in terms of their match awareness.
The projected score, if they continue with some 7 overs to go, they're expected to get up to 145. Mali will tell me if that is enough. They get their 95th run here as Kareem Agor swoops around onto the sweeping onto the offside. So Cornwall has come on, and he's decided that he's going to bowl to his field, making sure they don't get any boundaries because he's got protection. Jones goes up to 4. Scott, the captain, misses another delivery, and he just misses too many balls so far, Scott.
And it's important that these two batters recognize the threat of Cornwall in this situation as well.
Cornwall to Scott. Scott again misses the delivery. He'll be advised to get his right foot out to the pitch of the ball. He's trying to go across the line of the ball, but Cornwall bowls a heavy ball, which makes it even more difficult. So you got to keep your eyes on the ball and look to hit the ball through the offside.
And to be fair, Kenrick Scott's strength and power, he actually has power through the offside. So actually just going away from his natural game here.
95 for 3. That caught between middle and leg. Gets a leg by onto it. Felix O'Geese, the umpire, who was one of the standby umpires during the just concluded Cricket West Indies Under 15 Championship, in which Trinidad and Tobago won out convincingly 5-0. Mali?
Yes, congratulations to the Trinidad team.
Yasser Dean is a name you've got to look out for. Jones back and just playing this down to long on. And they get an easy single. In the end, Sween comes off of the boundary. Cornwall just collecting it. He's got bucket hands. So anything within that area, in that land space, he's going to scoop it up. Scott looking to go past Hayden Walsh, can't go there. He should have done a lot better with that. The end of over number 14, and all of a sudden the rate has slowed down. Empire Nation, they're 97 for 3. They got to get on their bike soon.
And I think you asked earlier whether 145 would be enough. I'm not so sure in these conditions here. Glorious batting conditions, true wicket, good pace, good bounce, not too much spin on show here. I think Empire Nation have got to be looking for 170 and above. And they started so well, you know, going well above 10s in the power play, but they've just been pegged back with the wickets.
Here is Jones sweeping again. Coming around there nicely is Kareem Agor. Is like a hound searching low for the ball. Fired a return into Joshua Thomas. They got a single. Score in the meantime goes up to 98 for 3. Jones 6. Scott, who's been on 10 for a long time, needs to just get back onto the ball, get some singles. He's going again for a heave again. Kenrick Scott is appeal for a stumping. Joshua Thomas thought that he had that one. Thought that Felix O'Geese is pretty far, Mali, but I think because of the sun.
Yeah, I think Kenrick Scott just choosing the wrong options to the wrong bowler, actually. When he's on that occasion looking to go through the offside, that's an option he should be looking to take against Rakeem Cornwall. with the ball spinning away from him, hitting with the spin, but just going against the spin of Hayden Walsh on that occasion.
We say good afternoon to Antigua and Barbuda. Flighted deliveries almost yorked himself there, Kenrick Scott. He's just not concentration. He's lost his concentration simply because he's looking to hit the ball out of the ground rather than look to find the gap.
Yeah, and it's the nature of the game, fast-paced. One also has to slow down the mental processes when batting.
98 for 3, down the onside into his strength area. Again, he was looking for power out to Kareem Agor, who's protecting there on the deep backward square leg boundary. Fired a return into Joshua Thomas, and the score in the meantime goes up to 99 for 3. Scott is 11 from 17. He just missed too many balls.
Just got to keep his composure here. Actually, both batters.
Jones driving beautifully up to mid-off. Who comes off the boundary? It's Kofi James in the end. Said Lewis, it was John Lewis in the end there. I was just trying to shorten his name. John Lewis is back and finding the gap there out to the sweeper. Will get a couple of runs here if they're interested. And they certainly get a 2 run. So 100 up for Empire Nation. And at the end of over number 15, it's 102 for 3. More comments from you, Mali, and then it will be the voice again of Melinda Farrell and then more Roberts.
As much as Scott hasn't been playing with the fluency that maybe we've grown accustomed to seeing from him, they've still kept the 7 wickets in hand here. So with 5 overs remaining, Empire Nation are well placed to really launch an attack towards the back end of this innings, possibly to get up to a 170 or 180, which would be very competitive on this pitch.
Back for the last 5 overs with Denmore. Quite fascinating to see how this has ebbed and flowed. The start of the 16th over, and maybe a little bit lucky not to be called a wide.
I thought that was pretty wide. Umpire Ogis is pretty generous today.
We've called it. That one is just driven straight down to long on. So they'll just get a single. Yeah, the way this innings has ebbed and flowed out of the gates quickly. And then it just being pulled back by the Blackhawks. So can Empire Nation get going for the last 5 overs? There's a little bit of interest there, but umpire not interested. So Scott Kenrick is on strike. Or the other way around.
Kenrick Scott, yes.
You're going to have to forgive me. I am getting used to about 80 different players. They've been coming thick and fast. My co-commentators are very patient. He went for a massive swipe at that one, but again, we've just seen him do.
I think Mali was correct in his analysis earlier. Scott, both batsmen, they've gone away from their natural game and trying to play across the line, which is not what he does. That's more like what he does.
Just the single, though, so Blackhawks doing a good job of keeping things pretty tight at the moment. It's the end of the 16th over. Empire Nation 104 for 3, having won the toss and opting to bat first. And they really did get off to a flyer of those first 5 overs. We saw the ball clearing the ropes massively. 50 up. Mikhail Lewis doing well. He scored 24, but Tyrone Williams was the one who really made a lovely innings of 37 off 27. They've done the bulk of the work.
Junior continues to heap pressure on the Empire Nation batters. They just can't get the ball away, and they're really striving to try and hit maximums. I think they need to continue to keep the scoreboard ticking over, though. If they're not getting the boundaries, what they need to do is to push the ball. If you look, acres of space, especially on the onside, if they just push the ball into those spaces and pick up 1s and 2s, they could then push it back on the Blackhawks. But for the moment, they're not scoring.
he's gone the other way, not through the space on the onside, but there was just enough of a gap on the offside for the ball to plug, and a little misfield there gives them a couple. There really is acres of space, you're right. It's got a long on, a deep mid-wicket and a deep backward square. The fielders who are out on that.
No close-in fielders on the left side, so quite a bit of space.
And this time he finds that space, but it just goes to the fielder. So the vacant land was there, but he hit it too well.
And I think what Hayden Walsh Jr. is doing well, he's bowling a lot of googlies. So he's not giving them the opportunity to really hit with the spin.
So much experience in international cricket. This time it's pulled hard. There's that fielder I mentioned earlier down a deep backward square leg. So sweeper does the work. I'll just get a single. Takes them to 108 for 3. We've got one ball remaining in the 17th over. So what looked like was going to be a pretty handy and imposing score. And there's a big shout from Hayden Walsh Jr.
I think that one pitched outside the leg stump. It was a good delivery again from Hayden Walsh Jr., but might have just pitched outside the line of the leg stump. But again, a dot ball and more pressure back on the Empire Nation batters. They just can't seem to get the ball away. And you were going to say that what looked as if it was going to be a massive score is now turning out to be a little bit of a struggle for Empire to really post the total that should be a victorious total. However, they have about 3 more overs to go. And I see that the camp, they've sent out a message a
very small messenger. he's a mini messenger.
Tanner Francis just played in the under-15 tournament for the Leeward Islands just the other day. A very minute young man, but very talented.
Absolutely. He went out there pretty quickly. Yeah, sometimes it's just that eliminating the dot balls when you're in that rut and the big shots won't come, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just keeping the scoreboard ticking over. That's what's important. Just if you keep the scoreboard ticking over, get the ones and put the bowlers off of their rhythm, it then means that the bowlers have more tendency to bowl that odd bad ball that you can put away for the maximum. But if you're not scoring, you're putting the pressure right back on you, and you're giving the bowler the impression that he is on top.
Well, that's really well struck, and it does split the 2 fielders who are in the deep. 4 runs and 4 much-needed runs too. They need to deal in boundaries now, Empire Nation, if they want to set the Blackhawks a decent total. So nice work by John Lewis at that point. And now we're hoping for a lot more here. Retains a strike, no cap. Love seeing a bit of that. Just gave himself some room, but it's straight up in the air, and that is well taken on the run. Fielder running in from long off. So after hitting a boundary, it looked like he was going to break the shackles, John Lewis, but he departs. 13 off 14. I think our scoreboard might be a little bit behind, so that's the 4th wicket to go. And 113 is the total. So just when it looked like they might be trying to get going once more, along come the Blackhawks with another wicket. So the captain doing a job. He took a brilliant catch earlier.
Yes, he did, and he's back on, and didn't panic though. After he was struck for that 4, he stuck with his stock ball, bowled outside the line of the off stump, and this time John Lewis wasn't able to drag it like he did the one before on the onside, only able to find Kofi James, who again is a very good fielder and hardly ever drops catches. And so Kofi James making that catch look easy. It was a difficult catch though, because he had to run in quite a few yards to get to the ball, but he did so safely and was able to take the catch. It brings out Justin Athens, and he can be a destructive batsman. We know him around these parts as a long batter, especially when it comes to spin.
Well, he certainly went for that one. He whipped his hands through the ball. And there are two fielders out there, but there's been a little bit of a mix-up back in as the throws come in.
Sometimes it's not the throw actually hit the stumps and allowed them to get an additional run because it hit the stumps and went in away from the backing up fielder. And sometimes you don't want the ball to hit the stumps. I thought Joshua Thomas, the wicketkeeper, needs to, especially when there is no danger of a run, stop those balls from hitting the stumps.
I just saw Cornwall just bang that one in quite short, dragged it down. So deceptive. Is it gone leg side again, this time straight to...
And it's a deliberate ploy with Cornwall to Athenes. Athenes likes when you flight the ball to him. And when you flight the ball to him, he does hit it and hit it long. Cornwall knows that Athenes is susceptible when it comes to short pitch deliveries. It doesn't like it a little faster and shorter. And so it was a deliberate ploy to pull those deliveries down a little shorter to Athenes, force him to pull, which is not his strength.
Oh, well, that marks the end of the 18th over, 115 for 4. 2 overs remaining. I have to change, when I come over here, because I'm so used to saying in Australia 4 for 115, because the rest of the world says it wrong. So,
Be you. we will understand.
I'm bilingual when it comes to cricket scores. I have to learn to be. There's a bit of chat going on now with the captain.
And again, the captain has brought back some pace simply because Justin Athenes is at the crease. Justin Athenes likes the slow bowling, and at this stage of the game where there is just 2 overs left, he's going to go all out. And so the captain has gone to Andre Bailey to see if he can be an effective bowler. However, at this stage of the game, any type of bowling that is coming in, Athenes can be dangerous. So we will see what his approach is to the seam bowling of Andre Bailey.
Just a bit of a false start. I think no matter what it is, they're just going to have to go for it. You wouldn't want to... The pitch that's looked pretty decent, and it certainly has played that way in the past few days. There's a couple of pitches being used for this tournament. They'll be rotated. 32 games in the cool and smooth T20 explosion, the biggest one they've had yet. My first, but one of many for you, no doubt.
No doubt. I've been a part of it from the start.
So Bailey, it is to continue, and that's a good start from him. It was right up in the block hole, so did well to dig it out, really.
Yorker length delivery, good start. That's the type of start that Captain Cornwall would have wanted from Bailey. Not giving away anything, not allowing the batter to get a good start against him. So, good start from Bailey.
Was certainly every dot ball now, and dot balls are the things that's really cruelled Empire Nation in this match so far after they started so well. So it's John Lewis on strike. It's another good Yorker. Just made him think there, and he's going to think pretty carefully before there. I thought he was going to nutmeg that ball.
Had to get his boot out of the way. That was really fired in, and that one had a little bit of pace on it as well.
So terrific start to the penultimate over here from Andre Bailey. Oh, this time he goes... He's been going full, but this time he went just a touch too full, but no damage done at all. It's just a bit of a swing and a miss, unable to connect. So pressure really building now on John Lewis. Just needs to connect, needs to start getting some runs from somewhere.
Definitely needs to score.
I was in almost exactly the same position that ball as the previous one, a full toss, but just a single from it down to long off. So it's certainly been a tight performance so far, even though two full tosses, but in the end, no damage done.
No damage done, and he's gotten away with them. And I think one of the thing about it is that they're not just full toss, but they're pretty low down, so the batsmen can't really free their arms.
So this time, an attempted swipe across the line. Again, just the single. So taking it to, I think, 119. Is it 119? Yes, it is. Just checking the different scoreboards that we have available. So it's going to be a pretty modest total, you would imagine, unless we see some serious T20 explosion from the cool and smooth in the last over. And this is their final ball of the 19th. Oh,
Ooh,
well bowled.
He's bowled him.
Brilliant.
He's actually cleaned him up. It is a good way to end what was a brilliant over from Bailey. Right up, he was right up in the block hole, had the batsmen on the trouble, in trouble for the entire over. They weren't able to get him away, and that one, John Lewis played all over it, missed it completely, and had his stumps knocked back. And a good way to end the 19th over. 119 for 5 is not where the Empire Nation wanted to be at this stage based on the start that they had, and they would be a little bit disappointed, I think, with the score so far. But with 1 over to go, Athens would hope that he could probably, look to get a respectable total, maybe somewhere in the region of 140 or so, that could give Empire a total to fight with.
A heck of an over to come in and bowl your first over at this stage of the match. You bowled perfect Yorker, you bowled 2 full tosses, but you get away with them, and then you end up taking a wicket towards the end of it. 1 for 3.
And 3 runs in the 19th over of any T20 match is a dream. And Andre Bailey would feel good about himself, having come in and done the job for his captain, Rakeem Cornwall. And I think it was the positive nature of Rakeem Cornwall's captaincy that has gotten the Blackhawks back into this match as well, because not only has he fielded well himself in the outfield, he didn't panic when Empire Nation got off to that flyer at the start. He looked disappointed, but he was able to rally his troops and led from the front with that brilliant catch at short extra cover. And so he would be pretty happy. And that looks to be Spencer, who is going to bowl the final over.
Oh, that was short and wide.
And again, this choice is because of how Athens bats. The choice of Spencer for the final over, because Athens, as I said, he is pretty good when it comes to slow bowling, when it comes to spinners, not so much so against the faster stuff.
He might have been in danger of chopping on. Yeah, it's another short one, but this time he does get hold of it. But again, you've got 2 fielders just converging, sweeping that boundary on the leg side. So expecting that kind of a shot. And again, just keeping the screws on. It's been a pretty, well, you've got to hand it to the bowlers. I was going to say, but it's been a pretty tame, I guess, batting effort at the end. But you've got to hand it to the way that these bowlers have responded to their captain. It comes down the pitch again, not able to get there. And have really got clear plans of how they're going to bowl to these at the death. And it's working out very well for the Blackhawks so far.
Certainly going well in these last 2 overs. The Empire Nation batters just can't seem to get the ball off the square.
And that one is very short, and it's just a little bit too short that time. So there is the plan. He is trying to bowl to it, but it doesn't always work out. So they will get another delivery. There remains 3 deliveries to go. 121 for 5. At least if they could push it up into the 130s, it starts to feel a little bit more when you're looking at a runner ball. Sides like chasing that. He's got underneath that one, but there are those 2 fielders in the deep. That is a brilliant catch in the outfield.
Kareem Gore, another youngster with experience, having played ODIs for the USA, showing his prowess on that occasion, coming in and having to effect the dive, but got both hands to it and came up with a blinder. Excellent, excellent catch that by Kareem Gore.
Yeah, well, we've seen some terrific catches today. We've seen a few. We saw the captain in particular set the stall really with a wonderful catch early on. But that was one for the highlights reel. Absolutely brilliant work and safe on the dive. I always worry about the ball bouncing out once their elbows and forearms hit the ground. But that was terrific work. So this has been magnificent bowling at the death by the Blackhawks, just putting the squeeze on, taking wickets, giving very little away.
And it brings in Joawi Edwards, somebody I thought might have come before John Lewis. I thought that they might have sent Joawi Edwards earlier, simply because of his ability and some of the success that he's had against the Blackhawks in terms of his batting. He seems to thrive when he plays against the Blackhawks in terms of his batting. But coming in late in this innings, just 2 deliveries to go, he would have to get off from the get-go. So he doesn't even have a delivery to get in. He has to go from ball 1.
It's basically make or break, isn't it? In some ways, I guess it makes it simple. And he's just pulled that quite firmly, but it's been good field placing from Rakeem Cornwall, and balls being hit straight to the boundary, or straight to the boundary riders, I guess I should say, for so much of this. We've really seen almost 2 different innings from those first 5 overs, and then the last 15, almost like 2 different matches.
2 different matches, yeah. I was about to comment that. It was almost like 2 different matches. And I commented earlier in the commentary that the middle overs are going to be very important for Empire Nation if they're going to set a big score.
Final ball. Oh, he backed away, and he saw him go. That was well bowled in the end, just kept it wide enough, and that is the end of the innings. 123 for 6.
123 for 6, modest total. However, Empire Nation will have to come out and consider it to be runs on the board and look to deliver the Blackhawks on an early pressure and see if they are able to put the Blackhawks batters under pressure and defend what is a relatively small total.
And so really the bulk of the score is just taking you through what happened at Empire Nation to win the toss and elect to bat. And it was a great start from them openers, Mikhail Lewis and Tyron Williams did well at the top. Louis was 24 off 19 and Tyron Williams 37 off 27. Once they departed, things slowed down a little bit. Matthew Cross, the Scotland vice-captain, he made 11 off 17. And it was Henrik Scott, the captain, made 21 off 29. He got choked up a little bit as well. And there it already fell away. And for the bowlers, well, it was pretty impressive. Shared wickets around. I think a special shout out to Kofi James, 2 for 13 off his 3 overs. And Andre Bailey coming in bowling 1 over, taking a wicket and just giving away 3 runs. So all in all, that's been a pretty impressive bowling performance to recover from the first 5 overs when they were copying a bit of tap. As I don't know if you say that. Do you say getting a bit of tap? That's what we say in my part. So I'm going to say it here. So that is the state of play here. Empire Nation, having won the toss, sort of faded away a bit, and they finish on 123 for 6. We're going to take a little bit of a break on commentary at the moment, but we will be back for the chase. And Alberta Blackhawks need 124 to win the opening match of this cool and smooth T20 explosion.
So I was telling you in the WhatsApp chat for commentators, there was a link in there that takes you to the scorecard.
Good afternoon, and more or less we can say good evening. Empire Nation batting first, 123 Mali for 6 of 20 overs. A recognition score of 9 boundaries and 4 sixes, 61 dot balls in the innings, and the top scorer, Tyron Williams Jr., 37 or 27 balls at 11 dot balls. Kenrick Scott, 21, 29 balls, 19 dot balls, and Mikael Louis, 24, 19 balls, and 11 dot balls. Very disciplined performance from the defending champions, PIC, the Bethesda Blackhawks. There were only 12 extras, 5 byes, 5 leg byes, and 2 wides. And when we break down that, Rakeem Cornwall, 3 boundaries came off of him. Kareem Agor, 3 boundaries came off of him. Spencer, 2 boundaries and 1 6 Mali. You can't forward us and ended up scoring 123 with 6 and a 61 dot balls.
But from an Empire Nation perspective, it was almost a masterclass of holding up to like you said, they lost the first wicket at 65, bringing up their 50, they did 54. Then so, like I said, the bowling was not off, so Kendrick Scott, Matthew Ross, Rashad Dunn, even Justin and his was again all struggled to score a run at all. Kendrick Scott 72.41 plus 64. 64 as well for Justin and his 80,
So the Empires are coming up here under the lights here at the Bethesda Stadium. It's the start of the Women's T20 explosion. It's number 10 in action. 32 games, 32 matches, all played at the Bethesda Stadium. The grand prize, $23,080 for the champion. Second place, $10,000. Third place, $5,000. And fourth place, $2,000. We want to take the time out because there are a number of regional stations and local stations who are also taking the coverage, and the folks who will join via the YouTube channel, ABS, GIS, and Montserrat. Also, we also have Platinum 98.9 here in Barbados. And so everybody around the world is glued to this coverage here of this important competition. It's a competition which has been endorsed by the Antigua Barbuda Cricket Association and the Legal Islands Cricket Board. So there's always been a collaboration to make sure that we see the full and full competition. And extending this year, more or less, you have a situation where for the Scotland now lining up themselves. Mario Microsoft, so give you a analysis, you can go for that.
Wow. Yeah, Empire Nation. We were saying they started so well, scoring 67 runs before losing the first wicket. But it was that wicket of that Louis actually really stemmed the run flow. I must give credit to the Blackhawks, Rakeem Cornwall in particular, the way he marshaled his troops, rotated his bowlers. But the Empire Nation really fluffed up a very good start there. But Henrik Scott scoring well below 100. Matt Croft's international experience as well not coming to the party. Kachaki John is playing his first game in this tournament, also struggling, and Justin Anthony's towards the back end, not managing to find the boundary at all. Actually, his 7 deliveries, 4 batters scoring at a rate below 100. You don't see that too often in T20 cricket.
The target is 124. That's the target. Kobe James is a Christian Walker. Like I said to you, this is a good by the track. Kobe James. Am I right then? Kobe James was the MVP the last time? So, yes?
Yes.
Yes. He was the MVP. All right. So he'll be looking to continue in his good form. Avery Christian, also an excellent footballer and a cricketer, and to complement that. And I don't know if that's why Kenmore is wearing blue, because Liberty is not doing well in the football.
I don't know. I just seems like he's trying to be impartial here. Very much so. Wearing a neutral color. We know him to be a very much a supporter of the Liberty Blackhawks, and a member, yes, of the Liberty Blackhawks. But he's always there supporting them as well.
You said that like you wasn't
Home
like you
or
was
away.
not sure. I mean, everybody knows that in terms of what's going to be happening. So we're about to see the start there.
Yes, Kofi James. He was MVP of the last edition of this tournament, and also he was right atop the wicket-taking charts of the not too long concluded regional Super 50 here in Antigua.
So he's been having a real good year.
Yeah.
He scored his maiden first-class 100.
Yeah, he did.
For the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. So, you might not like how Kofi James looks, but he's one cricketer that works on his game, and he plays within his limitations.
Yeah, I think beauty, he may not be the most aesthetically pleasing batter, but he's very, very, very effective. That's for sure.
Down the onside, and James not really getting inside enough to whip it to square leg, but he was able to get leg by. So the PIC Liberty Blackhawks, they're off and running, Mali.
And to be honest with you, he's got a pretty good technique. And like you said, he's a player who works very hard. He contributes with both bat and ball. Very good in the field, three-dimensional cricketer. Just what you're looking for in the modern game.
Mali, you remember that 2019 we were doing commentary. We looked at this youngster here, Nathan Edwards. He's come a whole long way. Good pace down the onside. Nathan Edwards from the island of St. Martin. He's gone on to represent the West Indies under 19. I think the first time, Mali, we saw Nathan Edwards would have been 2018 in the Cricket West Indies under 15 championship here. He was a little smaller guy.
The first time I would have seen him actually would have been at the Rising Stars camp in 2022, just before the World Cup, under 19 World Cup.
You mean when they brought 100 and odd cricketers to Antigua, 2021?
No. The Rising Stars. We did that together, We've done so much cricket here forgetting, Vern.
No, but remember before they picked that squad,
Right.
They brought a number, about 100 and...
I wasn't there. I hadn't seen him. That was the first time I was seeing him. Yeah.
So 2 without loss. But he's going in leaps and bounds. Played in the Pakistan under 19 day. In fact, the Pakistan Cricket Board organizer under 19
PJL, the Pakistan Junior League. Yeah.
He's played in that along with Isha Thorne from Ghana, another young prospect fast bowler. But Edwards is also here as part of the St. Kitts Nevis Patriots Talent Identification Program. So it means that somebody is looking for him, and Empire Nation has gone for him here in this Cool and Smooth competition. Athens is talking to him, he bongs away. Playing across the line right there, James, just guilty of not being balanced enough.
He's got that low slingy arm, Nathan Edward. Yet another left arm seamer on show here. Saw Spencer earlier. Another former West Indies under 19 bowler.
In fact, Edwards was the captain of the Leeward Islands under 17 team last year.
Yeah, and he was a young member of that West Indies under 19 World Cup squad, so he'll probably be eligible again for the next World Cup.
Making some leaps and bounds, this young Edwards. Going down the outside, going through the keeper. Edwards really not to hit the helmet. And buys there. Joao Edwards diving away. In fact, no, it's cross. No, cross, so that sort of surprised him more or less.
That low slingy action not really carrying through to Matthew Cross behind the stumps. But a bit of swing though, on show early.
I think Cross is almost very close to that helmet to Mali. He's gonna maybe have to look at that. Hope he doesn't bubble back on it. But he comes forward now. Pitched up, and Christian driving down to Athens at mid-on. Can't score. The end of over number 1. So a quiet start for the champions. 3 without loss.
Yeah, pretty quiet start, but not under too much pressure though. The Liberty Blackhawks in terms of the required rate, just above 6.37. Just having a look at Nathan Edward there. Bit of swing, low slingy arm, probably a bit reminiscent of a Krishma Santoki.
Yes.
Someone who would have played quite a bit in this cool and smooth
Who also
as
played
well.
for Empire Nation.
Yes.
And in fact was at some, I think if I'm not mistaken, if I go through my stats quick, Mali, you'd have the best figures during the cool and smooth tournament. Best bowling figures. He's up there on the leaderboard.
In the CPL as well.
Yeah.
He would have played quite a bit of franchise cricket around the world, Krishma
Very
Santoki.
deceptive too, because he could bowl your bumper in a couple of seconds.
Yeah, and also would have played for the Empire Nation
Yes.
in this tournament. If you're watching or listening wherever you are, Krishma, good afternoon, good evening to you.
Is it fair for me to say that you're retired?
Unfair.
Denmo was waiting for that answer. Three without loss.
Unfair.
Tyrone Williams Jr. is going for a heave. It's gone down to the third man era. Edwards is after it, and they get a couple of runs there. Just for a moment, Kofi James heading to the air, leaning edge, spooled off, and ran down to the third man era. Edwards had to chase after it.
Something we're seeing a bit more from the Empire Nation in all forms of the game here locally is Tyrone Williams with the ball.
And he's not bowling bad at all, man.
Not at all. He
we
picked
saw
up a
him-
fifer
Yeah,
in two-day cricket
saw
not
him-
too long ago as well.
we saw him also in the Dream 11-10 competition there. Didn't bowl bad at all. James is down the wicket, and when he gets here, hits that one inside out, over cover for 4.
That's a good cricket shot. Very good cricket shot from
Used the
Kofi
pace
James.
of it, as you heard from Mally Richards right there. Didn't get close enough to the ball, but he's got long levers. And because he's got long levers, he just extended those levers. And there's no protection on the offside. Mikael Louis had to chase, only to retrieve the first boundary to Kofi James, and the first boundary to PIC Alberta Blackhawks. Then 9 without loss into over number 2. He's back and staring this one. Who's coming around here? Mackay McKenzie, looks like. Meantime, everything happening here so fast. 10 without loss. James is on the go here.
What was so good about that shot from Kofi James over extra cover was the fact, like you said, he didn't get to the pitch, but he didn't panic. Kept his eye on the ball, kept his shape, found that gap.
Let's see the revolutions that Tyrone Williams will put on this ball. He's trying to just get in the overs as quick as possible. And he's bowling. Around the straight one. Lost his off stump. The last time I saw him here was in that moment. He's injured. PIC Alberta Blackhawks losing their first wicket. The wicket of the man himself, Ava Christian. He goes back, and Tyrone Williams among the wickets again.
Yes, Tyrone Williams had a pretty good innings when the Empire Nation batted, and here he is contributing with the ball. Almost did Avia Christian for pace there. Seemed to be a bit late on that one. What I've seen from Tyrone Williams in his little short career with the ball, especially this season, is his ability to really vary his pace on that occasion. The quicker one, just too good for Avia.
So Williams picking up a wicket here. He top scored from Empire Nation with 37 or 27 balls, 11 dot balls. And Empire Nation, they would feel that they're in this conversation now. So they've decided they're going to bring in and slip for the new batsman.
And to be fair, coming into this game, I was interested to see exactly what position Rakeem Cornwall would bat in this tournament.
Kareem Agua is driving, can't be covered. Scoring 10 for 1. It's going to be important at the end of 2 overs. What is going to happen? 10 for 1 at the end of 2. Kareem Agua has just come out, and the defending champions will need 114 more runs over 108 balls.
And I say that because what we've tended to see from Rakeem, especially in this tournament, is him give the young players an opportunity, tend to push them up the order. But with him actually opening the innings in the CPL and in franchise cricket around the world, I was hoping maybe to see him come out here and impose himself a bit early in this tournament.
Made off. Backward point cover, short cover. Here's Edwards going past Kofi James. Extra lift there. Didn't know anything about that. He was just swinging, more or less. But if he got back into that, that would have flew over third man for a huge maximum here. And 2 fielders out in terms of protection. Fine leg. and the square leg, more or less. Edwards has got some pace. You've got to be able to keep your eyes on him.
And he's just mixed up his lengths as well. That was a good delivery, just a bit shorter to Kofi James.
Justin Athens, the veteran, speaking to him consistently, short delivery again. So they've decided that they're going to bowl wide and short to the man himself, Kofi James. Let's see how he handles this.
They're just trying to keep Kofi off balance here in terms of not wanting to present too many full deliveries too early. You know, he loves the ball in his area. He's going to throw his hands at it. And Nathan Edwards just reminding him that he's got the short one as well.
Another option in a little while. We wait for a while as Edwards comes in to bowl to James. James is tucking up, and he really, again, because of those deliveries, he didn't balance himself there. He just got balanced. He could have been able to just leg glance that ball, and that would have raced away to square leg. But his more, I don't want to say he was backing away, but he decided that he was just going to stay outside of his leg stump.
It's good bowling from Nathan Edward here. Just following Kofi James on that occasion. Just a bit of swing, just a hint of shape back into the right-handed batter. Cramping him for room. We know how much these Liberta Blackhawks batsmen love room outside that off stump.
Full ball.
Just like that.
Took cover 4 runs. The wall for Empire, you have to stop that. You can't give away that. If you're inside the 30-yard circle, you have to knock that down. And Scott has got to make sure that he get his fielders in the right position to cut the angles off. 15 for 1. And they need 109 from 104. We say good afternoon or good evening to Mr. Black and his crew on the manual scoreboard here at the Survivor Richard Stadium.
And that's the thing, there was no real scoreboard pressure, allowing these Liberta Blackhawk batters to really see themselves in, take their time. The required rate still just 6.29.
15 for 1. Gore 4. Edwards to Gore. And he's back and sliding back for 4. There's no one at backward point gully area. And that's just pure timing from Kareem McGraw. It doesn't look bad at all. Scoring in the meantime. Rushes up to 19 for 1. 2 boundaries off Edwards. Scott is now saying, you got to bowl a short ball.
Fantastic cricket shot there from Kareem McGraw, allowing that one to come on. Playing it very late. Also, Nathan Edwards just straying in his line, especially with the way this field's set. Can't afford to be too wide. No boundary riders on the offside at all to the right-handed batters. So he's got to cramp him for room.
Once you're captain, you got to get your angles worked out and work out very, very, very fast. You got to stay thinking on your feet. Edwards into bowl to go. Oh, that's a good one. It's gone to cross for 4 byes. Wow. That had some, as we would say, place on it, and it rushed cross for a moment. He really didn't know too much about that one. At the end of over number 3, 23 for 1, Mali.
Yeah, good pace there from the young man. Surprising even a wicketkeeper of international standard, Matthew Cross. Burst into the gloves there for 4 runs. And these are runs that the Empire Nation can't afford to give away, especially with the way we saw how they faltered in their innings. You don't expect Liberta Blackhawks to do the same.
3 overs bowled. They need 101 runs from 102 deliveries. There's no pressure. Something spectacular has to happen, and happen very, very, very fast. I think we're blessed with royalty here. Former, one of my top captains in the region, Dave Joseph, former test player. I'm just coming by to say good afternoon to us and good evening. Thank you very much. Soppy, you know him, everybody knows him.
Legend indeed.
Yeah, by far the best, one of the best captains that you've ever seen.
Yeah, one of the best cricketing brains in the region in his time, that's for sure.
So we got a bowling change here, Mali. Who is this? We break for a while. James is back and looking to Ned. So we got Ned into the attack. Even the scores and all seem not to be able to pick up Ned just as yet. Yes, they finally picked him up.
Looks
First
like
time I'm seeing him,
me too. Looks like a hustling, skinny type.
we waited to see Darren Ned for the time. Ooh. Where did that come from?
Got a bit of pace as well, young man.
Pretty exciting. They seem to have known something that we don't know.
Yeah.
They decided that they're going to bowl short to Kofi James.
And I think if you think back to the Liberta Blackhawks when they were bowling, and towards the death, Javier Spencer in particular, the 20th over, and the line of attack to Justin Athenes with a bit of pace and bounce through to the wicketkeeper. Maybe Empire Nation just taking a page out of the Blackhawks book here.
You just never know. Caribbean Union, Bethesda, Golden Eagles, Boland Blasters at 8:30. We'll see the soldier in action. Short ball, is out caught.
Brilliant cricket.
It's worked. The plan has worked. Kofi James falls to the trap. He will be disappointed.
Yes, and it looks like Tariq Benjamin on the deep square leg boundary took a fine catch. It was hit with some power. Kofi James timed that one pretty sweet, but picked out the man, a deep square. Empire Nation picking up their second wicket, and they're in the game right now as well. So Liberta Blackhawks, it's going to be interesting to see who they send out. Will it be big Rakeem Cornwall, Vernon Springer? Who's your money on?
I think they'll send Kareem Phillip. And nobody is moving yet. So it's a cat and mouse game here taking place. I think we've lost.
Yeah, it's neither, to be honest.
We were waiting as if like, Denmore was the match referee.
Yeah.
And he's just waiting, to just blow that whistle to say who's going to win.
It's pretty easy to make out. It wasn't going to be either Kadeem
gonna be
Phillip
any of them.
or Rakeem Cornwall. It looks like Hayden Walsh, and I was going to say Hayden Walsh as well,
you were going to say
I was going to say Hayden Walsh, possibly.
Kareem Phillips, Denmore the match referee. You think I should get that one? I was almost close.
Almost.
I called the left-hander.
Close but no cigar, man.
Yes. So Hayden Walsh, who can bat. Make no mistake of that. Hayden Walsh can bat, and I think there's a good ploy here. And maybe they don't want to expose Cornwall and Phillip to the fast bowling lineup here. It's only over number 4. They really have no pressure. They need 101 from 99 balls. And anytime soon here now, Hayden Walsh Jr. will be facing his first delivery. It's just sometimes, Mali, I'm surprised that we have not spent and invested more time in Hayden Walsh. Back with that discussion, he gets a short ball also from Ned. Hayden Walsh he's overstepped. So what did he do wrong? Well, let's find out what's happening here, Mali.
He probably overstepped the first one that we're seeing in this match here today. Free hit.
Free hit.
And that's a very good line of attack to Hayden Walsh as well. Short, hostile bowling. So we're seeing some good match awareness from both teams here today.
Coach Ian Tittle would have done his homework. Mr. Blacks, I think, is also working with Empire Nation.
Good tactics.
Yeah.
Good execution of tactics.
Will then Cornwall Senior, the coach, also of the champions, manager and assistant coach of the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. This is going to be an exciting competition, Mali. You could feel it.
Yeah, first time seeing young Ned as well, and he's quite skiddy bowler.
He's got some good pace.
Reminds me of McKenny Clark as well. Very similar the way they run up.
Well, McKenny Clark is one for the
We're going to
future.
see him in a couple of weeks, that's for sure.
The Headley and Weeks
Yep.
at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Down the onside, Walsh clipping that down to Nathan Edwards, who gets his body behind the ball. We say good evening to the folks in St. Martin. We'll be glued on to YouTube following the coverage here. And got one more delivery, one more expected delivery as Kareem Agor comes into the strike. Left and right combination. And Hayden Walsh says, you don't have any pace.
Nah,
So,
he's changing his helmet.
So he's not going to take any chances here at all. Michael Graves, the vice captain of the Leeward Islands under-19 winning team.
And also the composition of this Empire Nation team. Just looking at the team, they've played 2 under-19s in their 11 this evening.
25 for 2. Goa pulling away, Mr. Good delivery. So 4 overs bowl. Mackay McKenzie is a name to look out for. He's a wrist spinner. And trust me, he's got the most. He was a footballer with the most wickets in the under-19 tournament. Bright future ahead of him.
Yeah, and that's why these tournaments are so beneficial, especially for young players, giving them the opportunity to really compete on what would be a big stage for them against better players. They'll be up against better players consistently, and hopefully that will improve their game.
John Lewis. Is this John Lewis?
Yes, it is.
Coming in to strike. We got more pace and more pace.
Also,
we saw one spinner in Williams getting the wicket. We still got some options. Athenes, McKenzie, Scott. It's going to be a good contest. 25 for 2 over number 4. Melinda, get onto your bike soon. Get yourself organized. Hope the mosquitoes don't squeeze you off. Here is a drive here from Aiden Walsh. Just peeling off.
You mentioned
with Denmore Roberts and Melinda.
You mentioned
Barbuda, so that's good news.
You mentioned Micah McKenzie. Very much looking forward to see him with the ball this evening.
He's got a big heart.
Very much on his way in his young cricketing career.
Sometimes I think he's ahead of himself.
Oh.
Ooh, almost there. Just playing a little airy-fairy. Sometimes he doesn't stay with the ball long enough. Kareem Agor. You remember Mali? He was on 9-yard approaching his maiden first-class 100 and got caught at short extra cover right into that same area right there. Aaron Williams Jr. almost up for a moment that he had that 26 for 2, 4-6. He's slapping that out to cover. And Benjamin finally returned to Cross. Oh my, Cross is gone back. So Cross has not been able to, he's not having a happy time here today.
Yeah, he's just been a little sloppy with the gloves. Probably didn't bat as well as he would have liked. But still early in this tournament. I think he's got a lot to contribute to this Empire Nation team as this tournament gets deeper.
If he gets going here, Mali, he hits the ball pretty far. 28 for 2, make it 29. And if they want, they can get one for 30. Kareem Agor is not interested. But Baltimore just waves and says everything is okay. Felix Ogis, like he's having a jog around the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Now he's doing his shuttles, pedaling back, going from east to west into the position. They need 95 from 92. Walsh in strike. He's driving this one inside out. It's gone all the way. The first maximum.
That's a serious cricket shot from Hayden Walsh. Power over extra cover there. Showing good hands as well. And when I saw him walk out, you're thinking to yourself, I wonder what role Hayden Walsh has been sent in to play here. And with that shot, it's pretty clear to see. He's been sent out to get on with things pretty quickly here, Vernon.
35 for 2. He's 8 Walsh. International player for Cricket West Indies. He's driving. Athenes comes into the conversation. He dives away. And good one. So the end of 5, Mali. More comments from you. Then we'll hear from a double change from Melinda first. And then it will be, I don't want to call him council member Denmore, but he's wearing blue.
Well, if we're comparing the two teams at this stage of the match, after 5 overs, I think Empire was some 54 without loss. And the Blackhawks 36 for 2. But we saw how Empire fell away towards the end. The Blackhawks still have a bit of batting to go. So, game on here.
Game on indeed. Thank you, Molly. Thanks, Vernon. Oh, more beautiful time of day. Lights that come on here at the Vivian Richards Stadium, and it's just such beautiful sunsets that you get in Antigua. I've heard them say earlier, Denmore, that they didn't want the mosquitoes to get in here. I've had a lot of love since I've been in Antigua, but mostly from the mosquitoes. So whatever it is, I'm packing, they like it.
Yeah,
start of the 6th over and just drills off the bat. I thought about taking a run there, but everyone converged on the ball pretty quickly. It's funny this, isn't it? That small chases can actually be quite tricky. You see that happen often where teams just sort of get caught up in something, lose a couple of wickets, things can get a bit nervy.
And just to pace small innings, you teams always a little bit iffy in terms of the chase, not too certain how to approach it, and sometimes can find themselves getting themselves in trouble.
So he's gone for a big leg side hoik here, and there's a fielder under it, gone. Safely pouched, well pouched. That was Louis in the deep, and that is the 3rd wicket to fall in this chase by the Blackhawks. So maybe a small chase is proving a little tricky after all, and that's another wicket for Ned as well, who's been terrific. 1 for 2 in his first over, and he's just picked up another wicket.
And the short deliveries are working for the Empire Nation team against the Liberta Blackhawks. Seems to be something that the Empire Nation would have talked about, bowling short to the Liberta Blackhawks players, and they all fall in for the trap. That was a short delivery to Hayden Walsh. Didn't get a hold of it, just swung the bat at it. The ball went high up into the air. Catch easily taken by Michael Louis. And the Empire Nation team would feel that they're now back in this game, having gotten 3 early Blackhawk wickets, and they're hoping that they can continue to get wickets. Because you tend to think that if Empire Nation are going to win this game today, they're going to have to bowl out the Blackhawks. The Blackhawks are going to have to really bat badly to not get up to that 123. And so far, so good for Empire Nation. Their strike bowlers have all come to the party in terms of defending this small total.
Well, the captain said enough is enough. Here he comes. Rakeem Cornwall has decided he's going to take matters into his own hands.
As a matter of fact, that looks to be Kadeem Phillip, isn't it? Isn't
Oh,
it?
great.
Is it?
Is it? I've gone blind.
Yeah.
It's all gone pear-shaped.
No, that is Rakeem Cornwall. That is Cornwall. You are correct.
You can't do that. It is the captain. He has decided enough's enough, and he's going to get out there and get this innings underway. Certainly at least attempt to. He's terrific in the field. The way he marshalled his bowlers certainly got the most out of them, and they responded at the end. Now he just wants to get this chase on track. Runs not the problem, and if they just stop these early wickets, should get there. That's well bowled.
Good bowling so far from the Empire Nation bowlers. They've all bowled well. They've been bowling the delivery short of the net, not giving the Blackhawks batsmen any delivery right up to them for them to free their arms. And that has worked so far. Rakeem Cornwall has come in. He's faced 2 deliveries so far, yet to score.
Terrific from Ned so far. Oh, and that's up and over. Just a beautiful uppercut by the captain. And he played that so dismissively. Just a little whip and it was gone into the fading light here at Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Wonderful shot. Maximum for the captain.
Yeah, a good shot by Rakeem Cornwall. A little bit risky though, because for a moment there, they feel that third man thought that he might have been in with an opportunity, but he got enough bat on it to clear the fielder. But good shot.
This time it's a little delicate stab in the same area. Just run it down to third for a single. At the moment, to that run rate, as we see the end of the 5th over, 43 for 3, 1984. So it's just dropped under runnable now, which I know chasing teams love.
Yep, they love when the run rate is below 6, below a ball. But the Blackhawks, they're going to just have to continue to pick away at the scores and not lose too many more wickets, because I think that's going to be key in this run chase. The wickets, they've lost 3 so far in scoring 43 in the power play. And now that the field is spread, this is going to be another. We're going to see how the approach is from the Blackhawks. Empire Nation had struggled after the power play. They fell away. Let's see how the Blackhawks approach the innings.
A little quick single, but there's no back in the box. They don't really need to take a lot of risk, do they? But then sometimes you can see one quick innings can just completely do the chasing, really. If you've just got that one player to do.
Really just get things so that long, get a quick 20, 30 runs to reduce the total.
Oh, and he's just managed to get that beautifully in the gap, down the leg side, too wide for the keeper. And that's another boundary for Cornwall. So I think he does want to get himself a quick little 20 or 30. He'd probably like to see it home, but you're right. If he just gets that one batter coming in, 20 off 12, something like that, just feels like it takes the pressure off everyone else.
And what it does, it puts the pressure right back on the fielding team, and it sort of knocks out their belief.
He's pulled that one across. It'll go straight to the fielder, so just the single there. That's ticking along just nicely enough for them. Doesn't need anything else.
Good cricket by Rakeem Cornwall, understanding he got a boundary and then just taking the single, hitting the ball into the space and taking the single, something that Empire Nation didn't do too well at. They didn't get the singles in those middle overs.
And it's short and it's pulled again, just backward of square beautifully. That's another 4 runs. So John Lewis just leaking a few runs now in this over and playing into the hands, I think, of the batters who are out in the middle.
Kareem Go and Rakeem Cornwall, who are now at the crease. So just a couple of bad deliveries by John Lewis in this over. Sort of letting go a little bit of the pressure that Empire had on the Liberta Blackhawks.
So Kareem Gore. He just leans back, but there's protection there behind point. So a dot ball, much needed dot ball. Good way to get out of the over. If we've had an over, we've been tanked about a bit. Nice to get out of it with a dot ball. Always nice to get out of a pretty tough over with a dot ball, and he would be happy that, because that too was not a very good delivery, but Kareem Go hit it too closely to the field at backward point, and it was to his strong side, so he was able to feel it. But again, the Blackhawks getting to their 50 in that over, getting pretty much closer to it. As they go, they now need what? 72 runs? Yeah, 72 off 78 balls.
Of 78. So they are ahead of the game, and they would want to just continue to plug away and hope not to lose too many more wickets before they get closer to this run chase.
So it looks like we've got change in bowler here. Ned's being replaced at the Sir Andy.
Nathan Edward coming from the other end.
Oh, that was a...
We saw Nathan Edward coming from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. He's now been switched to the Sir Andy Roberts end, the far end, and maybe they're still trying to unseat. So they say they've gone for broke with Nathan Edward.
Yeah, he's on none for 9 so far. which is terrific. Bowled very well early on, all of the Empire Nations bowlers. And that's nicely just flicked off the hips. But I'll just get a single from it.
So he's into his third over. Just 10 runs coming from his bowling so far. But he's bowled with pretty decent pace. Nice slingy action. Youngster, young fast bowler coming up. Comes out of St. Martin, a neighboring island close by. And somebody that we think have a very bright future.
Got some lovely swing in that first over as well. It was really noticeable from where we were sitting. Lovely drive through the covers. There is a fielder out there and a good save in the end. So just a single from it. Looked lovely. Didn't quite get as many rewards as he would have liked.
Good flowing drive that by Kareem Agor. Just trying to, again, push the score along. With Rakeem Cornwall, they're not going to have many twos. And Kareem Agor, having played with Rakeem Cornwall over the years, knows how Rakeem Cornwall bats and how he runs.
Well, that is an absolute perfect replica of the previous shot that he played. Has turned it down towards fine leg and gets the single. I guess that the thing too is with this kind of chase is that they're doing exactly what Empire Nation didn't do in that they're reducing the amount of dot balls, but they're in a position of luxury to be able to do that because they've done the work, they've restricted them, and they don't have to put that kind of pressure on themselves to go too big. Oh, that's struck very well, hard, fast, straight to the boundary rope. So 4 runs to Kareem Agor. There was no cutting that one off.
And that's a good shot by Kareem Agor. The first time we've seen him get a little bit of room outside the line of the off stump from Nathan Edward. And he really hit that one very hard. We saw him play a drive earlier up through the mid-off region. Didn't just got a single, but this one gave him a little bit more room and he was able to dispatch it. Even though there was a man out on the deep cover boundary, he had no chance of getting anywhere close to that one. It was hit that hard by Kareem Agor and a good boundary for the Blackhawks.
69 from 70 balls, 74 balls is the equation, as that one is just punched straight to the mid-off region. So just another single there. 1 ball remaining off this over from Nathan Edwards, who's, oh, that is the last ball actually. I'm one behind on the scoreboard, but 60 for 3 is the score. And just a little bit, probably first ball he's bowled that
Loosely.
Yeah, it was a bit loose really. It's been a fine effort so far. You have seen some really terrific bowling in this game tonight.
Yes, we've had some very good bowling tonight, especially from the pace bowlers. The pace bowlers for Empire, they've come in and they've looked good. They've given themselves the opportunity. They've kept it tight. They came in with a plan as well. You could see that, especially to Kofi James, that they were going to bowl him short and try to take that drive out of his game, and he fell into the trap. Is this Micah McKenzie? Looks to be McKenzie.
First ball was really annoyed at himself for not getting a hold of that, I think. Or, yeah, just a bit frustrated there. As Kareem Agor.
Micah McKenzie is a young, exciting leg spinner. A lot of folks feel that he's going to be a game changer in years to come. He's showed that he's up to the task.
That is hit firmly, but straight to the fielder. Just a single. And I guess that's the thing about a tournament like this too, because we've seen a few young players, a couple of teenagers, under 19s, come in and play these games early on. It's just exciting. I mean, for me, everybody's a new because it's my first time get this opportunity. And
it's a big opportunity, and a lot of them are hoping that they can grab it with both hands. You know, put their name out there, get into the the thoughts of selectors from an early stage.
And Gore just getting the single again. He keeps sort of punching his hand down. I wasn't sure if it actually hurt it or if just that's his particular sign of frustration. And that's how he expresses it.
Seems to be a sign of frustration. He wanted to execute those deliveries a lot better. But hey, you still get a run for it. It still counts. Still getting ever so closely to that target.
So Michael McKenzie, this time Rakeem Cornwall gets every single piece of that ball and he puts it over the boundary with ease. That was such a relaxed shot. He makes it look so easy when he does it. But that was mullered.
Yep.
I'm going to teach you all the Australian terms for things while we're here. That was absolutely mullered.
Yep.
You can teach me some Antiguan ones.
We would say that he mauled that one. He really hit that one hard.
Oh, he goes again. He goes again, and this time there's some great
Great
work
bit
down
of feeling.
there.
Great bit of feeling out in the deep.
And great teamwork too as well. You had both of them converging. One did the work to tap it back in. The other picked up quickly and threw back in. So good cricket all round.
And just a single. Great work on the boundary there. That's what Michael McKenzie will need. His fielders to back him up, especially when he's bowling against the likes of Rakeem Cornwall.
This time I thought about one, but Rakeem not interested and sends him back. So that is the end of Michael McKenzie's first over. 10 runs coming from it and 9 overs gone. 70 for 3, but the really important equation is that 54 runs required from 66 balls. 124 was the total they were chasing. Not at the halfway mark, and they're already well over halfway.
Yeah, they're well over halfway towards it, and they would feel a lot better about themselves. What they want to do is to get as close as possible to the total without probably losing any more wickets. It's going to be a situation. The Empire Nation, they've brought on Justin Athens, and he too can be very dangerous with his spin bowling. He has a flatter, faster ball that can deceive batsmen, and he has been in good form this season in the domestic two-day competition. Has had a lot of wickets, and so we'll see how he approaches the game this evening.
So to start of the 10th over. Oh, nifty little reverse sweep. That
For 4.
is fantastic. Wow, that is the way he played that shot. He barely even moved his body. It was just as though he was swiping one of those mosquitoes that's been annoying me so much. What a wonderful shot from Rakeem Cornwall.
Yep, good shot that by Rakeem Cornwall. I haven't seen him play a shot like that, to be honest, before. A reverse swat, we would call it, but he timed it well and got himself a boundary.
Oh, just another little delicate touch as well. He's pulling out all the shots tonight. We're seeing a good range from the captain. I just love the way he's taken control of this game. He did it when he was in the field. He's doing it now in the middle with the bat. A vacant territory out there on the leg side, so that's always going to be an easy single. Give it back to the captain. I think he's here to entertain.
Yep, he good batting this from the Liberta Blackhawks, himself and Kareem Agor.
Again, just leans into that one. Plenty of room there for an easy stroll. So Cornwall moves on to 28 off 17, and he's done exactly what we were talking about, hasn't he? That innings that you want someone to just come in and go, boof, let's get some runs quickly.
And what is good about this innings too is that the first delivery of the over, he hit it for boundary, and since then they've been just taking the singles. It's about 4 singles in a row that they've gotten. 8 overs without any fuss. 8 runs, correction, without any fuss. Call it 9.
Yeah, and with the field out on the leg side, there's just no room for error really from bowlers. That's the halfway mark. 10 overs gone. It's 79 for 3, and we've lost Vernon. I think
We'll have the send to find him. But at the halfway mark, 10 overs gone, the Blackhawks would feel a lot better about themselves. I think they would have lost a wicket more than they would have wanted to, probably at this stage. But with Rakeem Cornwall and Kareem go at the crease, they're hoping that they can continue on for a couple more overs, get them closer to the target, get them closer, get the first match out of the way, because it's always tricky in your first encounter. And playing against a team like Empire Nation, that's a big team, we can say, in Antigua and Barbuda when it comes to limited overs cricket. And they've had many matches, these two teams, over the years. And a lot of us were surprised when we saw this fixture coming right at the start of the tournament and not even the feature game of the night. But again, let's see how it will end. Still a little bit of ways to go for the Blackhawks. 44 runs, 45 runs they need, and let's see how the approach is.
Well,
yes, he's bowled him.
Going to approach it by taking a wicket in their defence. So just
Micah McKenzie cleaning up Rakeem Cornwall. Cornwall looking to swing this one away and missed it completely and was bowled. And so the fourth wicket has gone down for the Blackhawks. And Rakeem Cornwall, the dangerous Rakeem Cornwall, back in the hutch.
Yeah, it's Tyrone Williams, I think it is, who's just taken that wicket, a really timely one. His figures of 2 for 7, so 79 for 4 now after 10.1 overs. A little bit, sure.
Not sure, but hey, it could be. It's wicket falling, and the dangerous Rakeem Cornwall is back in the pavilion. So let's see what the approach is from here on in for the Liberta Blackhawks. They might be running out of batters sometime soon, but let's see who is that batter that has come out to join Kareem Go.
You're not asking me, I hope. I'm the one person in this stadium you should not ask. We've got Marley on the binoculars. He's checking things out for us. We are quite a long way away.
Looks to be Sween who has come out to join Kareem Go, and Sween is one of the overseas players.
So Dexter Sween, it is, and off the mark, just with a little easy single down to long off. It sort of doesn't matter. It was a great innings by Cornwall, but he's kind of done exactly what you wanted a batter to do at that point in time, because it's just taken so much pressure out of this chase. And they can just do this the whole way home. I'm sure they won't, but just another little easy single there. 44 from 58 is the equation. It's just so hard. There's no room for error for these bowlers. Tyrone Williams, nothing to really play with here.
Yep, and the field spread and two quick batsmen in the wicket, the Blackhawks can pretty much pick the singles up and get home from here.
Well, they've taken a risky single this time, but the throw's a little bit wide. They were maybe a little bit too casual on that occasion.
Just a little bit too casual, but again, the feeling was not spot on, so Sween was able to get home safely.
And again, just clipped fine. A bit more work again for the fielder to do.
Just another leg by signal. But again, they just picking up the singles. So they've gone on to 83 or 84. It flashes over 84 for 4 at the end of over number 11. And if Blackhawks are able, they need 40 runs now from 54 deliveries. So a runner ball from here would get them home very, very easily. So they can do it with singles. So they don't have to take any risk whatsoever. And with the field spread and the bowling, what the Blackhawks have to do, just hit the ball into the gaps and continue to run and keep the scoreboard ticking over.
Now it looks like Micah McKenzie again.
He's going to come from the opposite end. So they've switched him around.
I hate it when they do that. It makes things confusing enough, doesn't it? It is Dexter Sween on strike. Oh, and that's gone straight up in the air. There are two fielders running in. Got some work to do. Oh, and spills the ball. He just slid onto his rear in the end, and the ball bounced in, bounced out. So might have actually slipped a little bit, I think, as he came in.
But that shot is not necessary because we've just been saying that from here on in, with the run rate, just the single, he knocks that ball into the gap on the ground, and he's able. Now, Kareem Agor gives his hand away. He's bowled. Micah McKenzie gets the wicket. Kareem Agor playing an awful stroke, swinging across the line, missing the ball completely. He's off stump, knocked back. And the Blackhawks players, almost as if they want to make the game more exciting than it needs to be, because they're giving their wickets away when there is no need to at this stage. They just need to pick up ones and twos, and they will get home easily. And so far, they've been playing. We saw a big shot from Sween in the air, the ball not carrying, or this fielder just slipping as he got to it. And now Kareem Agor playing an awful stroke, swinging at one across the line and missing it and getting his off stump knocked out, and making life difficult for the Liberta Blackhawks. And Empire, they're back in it. They would be happy because they've gotten their fifth wicket, and it's now 85 for 5.
I tell you who was happy there. It was Micah McKenzie. He was so happy that he took off. He was outside the ring. In fact, the team have just done a little huddle and had their drinks on the ring because he ran so far in celebrating. So,
and he would be happy because Kareem Agor was the set batsman. He was in for a while, looked very easily, and then he was able to play that. He played an awful stroke and lost his wicket. So Micah McKenzie, if I was Micah McKenzie, I would be celebrating like that too, because he would have gotten a big wicket for the Empire Nation.
Oh, it's been a good effort. One for 11, Micah McKenzie. Anyway, I love a good celebration. I'm all for that. And
he's a youngster. Hey, youthful enthusiasm. Go right ahead.
Oh, look, I'm happy. I'm in Antigua. I'm happy to run towards the ring in the press box or in the commentary box, if you like, after every successful over.
So Kadeem Phillip has come out to join Sween for the Blackhawks.
Now, it doesn't get hold of that one, but it doesn't really matter. And there's no reason to panic still. With 85 for 5 off 11.2, they've got plenty of balls. They've got plenty of runs on the board, really, in terms of what's needed. 38 off 51. But we spoke about it before, didn't we, about the trickiness of a small run chase.
Of a small run chase, yeah. You can find yourself in trouble if you don't approach it the right way. So let's see what Sween's approach is going to be.
Well, in that case, it's just an easy single.
And I think Empire Nation did a good thing. They brought in the man at that short mid-wicket position. Because of the shot that Sween played when he was last on strike and got dropped in that mid-wicket position, they've now plugged that gap and have caused him to think differently.
Oh, there's a big shout.
And he's out, leg before.
That is another wicket. Well, this chase. He's gone off again, Micah McKenzie. He's off outside the ring. He's absolutely loving this. Another wicket, his second wicket. And the young man is absolutely thrilled. And why shouldn't he be? He's keeping his side in this match when it looked like the easiest chase in the world. 87 for 6 now after 11.5. And if they weren't getting a few little nerves, the Blackhawks, they might be getting them now.
They should have nerves now because they've lost a couple of wickets. Rakeem Cornwall, Kareem Agor, and now Kadim Phillip in quick succession. And the 3 wickets I thought were all unnecessary. Rakeem Cornwall swinging at one and getting bowled. Then Kareem Agor playing an awful stroke after we saw Sween play a similar bad stroke and was reprieved, and then Kadim Phillip getting one there that pretty much just allowed the ball to take him on the pad. I don't know what he was trying to do there, but 3 quick wickets for Empire Nation, and all of a sudden they're back into the game, and maybe now they are the team, they would think that they're in front because they have the Blackhawks in some trouble, 87 for 6.
It's certainly been a turnaround, a few quick wickets, and they've bowled really well. Certainly this man, Micah McKenzie, has. There is 1 ball left in the 12th over, and I think we've found Vernon as well. That's good news.
Yep.
I hate it when you lose Vernon. We never want to lose Vernon. Oh, and a little bit of turn there too. And dot ball to finish. An excellent over from Micah McKenzie. So at the end of 12, 87 for 6, 37 needed from, I think it's 47 balls now. And I'll just leave you with a few more words from...
48 deliveries. 48 deliveries to get 37 runs. But the Blackhawks, they're losing wickets constantly. They have lost 6 wickets so far in this run chase. So they wouldn't be happy at this stage with the state of play. But we will see how they go from here. Joshua Thomas and Sween, and then we just the tail enders to come.
It's not over by a long shot yet. The councillor of Liberta, Denmore Roberts, dressed in blue today, will be looking to bring this one home for PIC Liberta Blackhawks. But the man from the Empire era, Mally Richards, is next to me. Justin Athenes will be looking to change the whole game. Cross not being able to quick enough to get off his glove to stop that single. And we have a game on here. Micah McKenzie, we told you to look out for this young man.
Yes, Empire Nation have brought themselves back in the game by taking wickets at regular intervals.
88 for 6. And sorry, Melinda and Denmore, but I was on a call in Jamaica talking about the cool and smooth. So I told Mally to apologize to you guys. 36 from 46. Everybody all around the Caribbean following the cool and smooth right now. Folks in Nevis and St. Kitts and Montserrat. Everybody glued to their YouTube. Everybody want to see the next exciting player. Folks in Jamaica, they like the look of Mackenzie and Nathan Edwards. So that's been closely watched. 88 for 6, the veteran, Justin Athenes. Can he deliver for Empire Nation?
Well, they'll be hoping he can, that's for sure. But just having a look at the stage of the game now, and maybe that innings of the Empire Nation as well, and something stood out to me. The overseas player in Davidson from Scotland hasn't gotten into the game in any way just yet. Yeah. Didn't bowl.
Fielded a couple of balls.
Yeah, hasn't come out to bat just yet. Still got Josh Thomas at the crease. He's been in good form for Liberta domestically this season.
Oh, yes.
One of their better batters, actually. So he's
worked hard on his game, Mally.
Yep.
I'll say that to anybody. And he's come a long way in terms of his cricket. Over number 14. 13 has been bowled. And a pretty interesting period of play here taking place.
Yeah, game on, that's for sure. The Blackhawks only have 4 wickets in hand Still need some 35 from 42 deliveries. Micah McKenzie's come in and changed the game, hasn't he? I thought he was a bit nervous to begin with in that first over, probably bowling to Rakeem Cornwall.
And he may be both on the wrong end also.
Yes, I'd say so, but probably just struggled more with coming up against the big man and not wanting to toss the ball into his area and be deposited out the ground. I found he just pulled the ball down a little bit too much, but he's found his groove here.
He's got a big heart. He played for the Leeward Islands under 17 and the Leeward Islands under 19. Here is Thomas flashing this one. Oh! Edwards drops a ball which was going over him. He got into no man's land. It peeled off on the outside edge of the bat. There, Thomas playing a fall shot, and just for a moment, Empire was hoping that Nathan Edwards would grab that one. He dropped it, and Mackenzie is causing all sorts of trouble here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. 91 for 6. Driving again, loosely outside the line of the off stump. It's all happening here, Mali.
Yeah, it is. And Micah McKenzie creating opportunities here. I think that one should have been taken by Nathan Edwards. He did all the hard work. He got there. Ball probably just falling over his shoulder. Went reverse cup.
And it was going on his right side.
Yeah, but just
managed his weaker side.
Yeah, but
he got to take that.
Got to take those at this level.
32 from 40. Mackenzie gone past the battle swing. This young man, what a prospect. And we want to appeal to everyone to come on out and support the Cool and Smooth T20 explosion. Spectators, please come out and support good cricket, Mali.
Yeah, Micah McKenzie's got all the skills on show here.
Kenzie to Sween. Sween is beating all ends up. Sometimes, Mali, I ask myself the question. I didn't ask then more. I wonder sometimes if he knows what he's bowling. Because
no, he definitely does. I've played with him.
You played with him?
Yeah, the young man knows exactly what he's doing out there.
You know, sometimes you can't see the googly, right?
Right, he's got a well-disguised googly. That's the beauty of his bowling.
Oh, he's gone past Sween again. 3 deliveries. Like he didn't know anything about that one.
He's come back so well after going for 10 in that first over.
2 for 16.
2 for 16 now. 1 delivery remaining.
What a spell by the young man. Here comes Mackenzie into Sween. Sween is driving. Can't beat cover. Empire Nation, they feel like they're on top. End of over number 14. Scott is smiling. 92 for 6. PIC Liberta Blackhawks. And when you look back at the scoreboard, whatever the outcome is, you would say that Empire Nation would have maybe missed 30 singles.
Yeah, easily, especially in that partnership between John Lewis and the captain, Kenrick Scott. They just missed out on putting bat on ball, something that we saw even in that little partnership between Gore and Cornwall, the way they rotated the strike, put away the bad balls when presented. Maybe it's the part of the game that has actually been lacking today has been the batsmanship, Vernon.
Mackay McKenzie, 3 overs, no maidens, 16 runs, 2 wickets. Tyrone Williams Jr. starts his 3rd over, 2 overs, no maidens, 10 runs, 2 wickets. And Ned, who's bowled with real pace, 2 overs, no maidens, 9 runs, 2 wickets. Make that 11 of Tyrone Williams. In fact, no, it's a leg by. It doesn't go to Tyrone Williams. The score goes to 93 for 6, 14.1 overs. Tyrone Williams to Sween. Sween is playing around his pad. They get another leg by again. And 31 from 35. They can't leave this too late.
The run rate just creeping up slightly. A few overs ago, it was below 5s. Now it's just creeping up to 5.5.
94 for 6. Joshua Thomas got himself in
Chance
trouble.
here.
Somebody here could be in problem. He's going to be run out. He's run out. Has he? No, he's made it back, Bertil Baltimore said. Simply because Tyrone Williams had to range. The throw was off target. And he gave him enough time to get back into the crease.
To be honest, looking at that, I thought Cross possibly had a bit of time to get that glove off in order to get more power on the throw back to the bowler. There, he still had his glove on, had to underarm it, didn't have the power required, and the batsman survives.
94 for 6. Here is Thomas looking to play one into the area here. The pressure is building. You could feel it. 2 powerhouses of sport in Antigua and Barbuda, Empire Nation and PIC Liberta Blackhawks. 94 for 6. They need 30 from 32. Here is Thomas hitting this one down there. Down to... Oh! Did Athenes miss for a moment? Athenes you have to catch that.
I agree.
You have to catch that. That has to be a screamer, Mali.
One of my best friends in the game, but I'm going to have to agree with you, Vernon. That was there for the catch. All he had to do was attack it with conviction. And he just didn't seem to attack it. Took him a bit too long to judge that one. Got to him on the half volley. Chance missed.
95 for 6. It's all happening here. There's a beauty of a delivery there from Tyrone Williams. Sween had to check it because he was advancing. Over-completed. It's all happening here. 15 overs. Bold, they need 29 from 30, Mali. Game on.
Yeah, I think what would have added insult to injury is if that had gone off his body and gone to the boundary. So from that perspective, the Empire Nation would be happy not to concede a boundary, but definitely a chance. And at this stage of the game, one they should have taken. Two chances going down in the last 2 overs.
Yes, and it showed me scoreboard pressure. It's scoreboard pressure. And as Denmore and Melinda said, the small scores always worry you. And I always remember, Mali, in the Barrage Howell Trophy games that played between St. Kitts and Nevis, it wasn't the big scores that won the games. It was the scores of 134, 148 in 50 over cricket. Those are the ones that are tricky, and Denmore said it right.
Yes,
you don't know how you're going to chase.
Yeah, the starts are so important when going after these smaller totals. Got to have a positive start.
To Joshua Thomas, gone past him again with a googly. Umpire cross. Appealing there for a stumping. Bertil Baltimore himself, a wicketkeeper, he's not interested.
Also, it's important to note, we've seen quite a few international bowlers here today, but the only one we're seeing get a bit of spin out of this wicket is the young man from the Empire Nation.
Here is Joshua pulling out the dive here, reverse sweep, and found a boundary. These things happen.
Very good shot under pressure.
After those catches, you know what happens. A boundary comes and just eases the pressure. And Joshua Thomas again, very, just looking, just maneuvering around the feelers and breaking the Empire wall and down to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, very good shot from Joshua Thomas there, bringing out the reverse sweep. Boundary was needed, the pressure building. He managed to find that gap.
99 for 6. They need 25 from 28. Mackay McKenzie is in now to bow to Thomas. Thomas is tugging this one out to the mid-wicket fielder. And the fielder attacking the ball, Tyrone Williams Jr.
And if my memory is correct, that would be the first boundary that we've seen hit off McKenzie since that first over.
Yeah. 100 up for PIC Liberta Blackhawks.
I think he was hit for 6 by Rakeem Cornwall.
Yes, one which he dragged down, more or less. Into Sween. He's gone past Sween again with a googly. Sween doesn't know a thing about that delivery.
How many times has he beat the bat in
Maybe
this
about
little
5 times
spell?
now.
Yeah. It's not something you see often in this format. Batters really struggling to get anything on these deliveries, probably showing the quality of the young man.
100 for 6. Again, Sween driving down to mid-off, picking up an easy single. Score goes up to 101 for 6. James 7, Christian 1, Kareem Agor 26, Hayden Walsh Jr. 9, Rakeem Cornwall, the captain 29, Sween 5, not out. Kareem Phillip, he didn't know anything about the McKenzie delivery, missed a straight one. He's on 1 and Thomas on 10. He comes in to strike. 23 from 25, 101 for 6. Went to over number 16. McKenzie into... He's bowled him! Has he? No. Ooh, he just thought that he was off running again. Thought he had gone through.
The celebration did you, didn't
yes,
it?
It did. It did when he realized that it wasn't to be. So over-completed. McKenzie is on a roll here. 2 for 22 from his 3. 101 for 6. You'll have to say the champions are still in control.
Yeah, fabulous spell here by Micah McKenzie. Like we said, started a bit shakily, but boy, did he grow into his spell. Bowling against some very good players, and he's managed to hold his own. Definitely in this spell. 2 for 22 from his 4. Well done, young man.
Elaine Turner and her crew here. Empire Nation. Is there one more twist to this game, Mali? They've dropped 2 catches in the last 3 overs. Can Justin Atten has come up with something special. He's in now to bowl to Sween. Sween is hitting this down to long on. And getting an easy single.
This is a game of such fine margins, Vernon. Will those two drop chances come back to haunt the Empire Nation? Well, the two in the last couple overs.
Last 3 overs, yeah. Here's Thomas getting fancy. He'd be advised to just stand up straight, get back and across and punch the ball into the offside and get a single. No need for him to try that. 22 from 23. Here goes Justin Attenez. He needs to come up with a hat-trick delivery. Down the onside, he's dropped he didn't get close to it, but you have to take those. Those are the ones that win games. Leg by signal here. He's darting them through. And the man himself, Justin Attenez, 102 for 6, 102 for 6, 22 from 23. In fact, 103 for 6. Here is Sween hitting this one in the air. No, one bounce out to the fielder again. The nerves. Everybody is on edge. You're waiting for something to explode.
Looks like Ned on the deep square boundary.
104 for 6. Athenez to Thomas. Thomas is hitting this one in the air. Will he take that? No. It's gone past him and he saves it. You have to catch those. It was in the area. You got to pull out the dive. And they get 2 runs quite easily, Mali.
Probably went to, well, not probably, the elder statesman in the Empire team there, Joari Edwards at the 45 there. Probably could have got the dive out, not too sure.
106 for 6. Athens ends with a dot delivery. And the pressure mounting here, Mali. It's game on here. Is it 18 from 18? Yes, I think it would boil down to 18 from 18.
Run a ball.
Run a ball. Is there another turn or twist to the game? Melinda. Oh. So, if we don't win this, Mali, Melinda and Denmore will win.
I'm not sure what we're actually playing for. What's going on?
You want to bet today? So we'll play out this one, Melinda, and then you and Denmore, you'll take it home. They need 18 from 18. Let's see what's going to be happening. Tyrone Williams, can he produce something, Mali?
Well, he's already proven that he can.
Sween is hitting this in the air, in the air, in the air.
Oh.
It falls save. We can't believe this. No one at all got close to the ball.
5 fielders converging on that one, and no one could get a hand to that. It was in the air for what seemed like an eternity.
107 for 6. I can't believe what I'm seeing. There has to be something magical happening here for the PIC Liberta Blackhawks.
It's been a fabulous start in terms of the excitement and action here in this cool and smooth opener here this evening.
107 for 6. Williams into Joshua. Joshua is sweeping and gets a leg by again because Williams has been firing that one down into the Midland leg area. No, he got an under edge onto that one. Felix Ogis. Now I know what's going to happen because Sween is calling for some new gloves, and that's a tactic where maybe a message has come out with Michael Graves to say, listen, take it easy. No need to panic.
Just a runner ball required here.
108 for 6 to bring it home will be Melinda and the council member, Denmore Roberts from the Liberta area. It is either Liberta win or Empire. We could see maybe a super over. We just never know. That would be great to start the tournament. 108 for 6. Sween is driving. Somebody could be in trouble. Joshua. No, Williams didn't get back behind the stumps. He was just concentrating on trying to bowl. Thomas was halfway down the track. Williams into bowl to Sween. Sween is having a heave again. This time they'll get a leg by. Score goes up to 109 for 6. Felix Ogis, the umpire, gets up on his left leg and he's still waving to make sure that everybody understands that it is a leg bye.
And it's been some pedestrian batting that has let both these teams back into the game. He had Sween.
Here is Thomas sweeping this one behind square, 4 runs, battery line delivery. He just used the pace here. And Joshua Thomas is the lifesaver for the PIC Liberta Blackhawks. The end is near, but still far. 113 for 6.
A much needed boundary by the Liberta Blackhawks there. Sween just struggling to put bat on ball. Facing some 21 deliveries for his 8.
But Joshua Thomas, 17 from 20.
Just
They
doing,
have to get him out.
doing
If they
the-
don't,
just doing the job required.
it's
at
game
this
over.
stage.
Kenny sweeping again, and they get another easy single. So, Mali, 18 overs bowled. Denmore will come into the hot seat, and then we'll give Melinda a chance to wrap this game up. They need 10 from 12. Double change here. Melinda and Denmore will bring it home.
Yep, so it's an opportunity for an exciting finish. 10 runs required from the final 12 deliveries. And with Sween out there, who's misfired for the majority of his innings, will he be the hero for the Blackhawks? Or will Empire Nation take these final 4 wickets that they need in order to stop the Blackhawks from winning this first one? A small total, didn't expect it to come down to this tight finish, Mel, but hey, this is how cricket goes.
I'm happy there. And wasn't it nice of the others to hand over to us for the exciting finish as well? So we get to bring it home.
Certainly, we get to bring it home.
Definitely happy about that. It's just been really fascinating how this game has ebbed and flowed. One team has seemed easily on top. Then it's been the others. We've had periods of really tight bowling, but then some drop catches, 2 in 3 overs from Empire Nation. But it's turned out to be a sticky little chase, this one, for the Blackhawks. You would say 10 runs in 12 balls, they should do it easily, but it's just been one of those funny games. Just not quite sure which way the coin's going to land at the moment. So Nathan Edwards to bowl. And that's just driven. They've gone for a quick single, and that is all they have to do. We did see some gloves being brought out, and I do wonder if that was a little message to...
Probably just a little message to say not to panic, bat sensibly, bring it home, don't get carried away. There's no need for the big shot at this stage, because from here, singles could do it.
So Dexter Sween on strike. And that might be called a wide. Look, we did see one, I think, similar, not given early on in this match. I reckon that one was wider than that one even.
I would be arguing if I was that bowler before that one wasn't called. If I was Nathan Edward, I would have said to the umpire in passing, you didn't call the one for the Blackhawks, but that one wide down the leg side. And I think the umpires, they've been rather generous today with their calling, especially down the leg side.
8 runs needed. Oh, and he's gone for the big shot. There is, well, is it 4 of them or 6 of them? I couldn't see where it bounced. It was
Looks
just
as if
before
it's
the boundary
just before the boundary.
Yes, so that's 4 of the runs required. Halve them in one shot. A lusty blow and battered by Dexter Sween. He wants to take it home himself.
Good shot by Sween. The ball straight on his legs, and he was able to hit it hard over what we call the cow corner region, and picked up himself a boundary.
Can he do it in one more? He's had a go. He's hit it hard, but this time it goes to the same region, but all along the carpet. So that takes it down to 3 required. Unless there is a calamity, looks like it's going to be the Blackhawks taking it home.
Just about maybe getting over the line, but they would have to go back into their camp if they do get over the line and think about the way that they approach their batting, especially some of their top order batsmen, the way that they got out. They would not be happy about that.
And he's pulled that one hard again, straight to that deep mid-wicket area. They can just stroll this one home. I think probably a lot for both teams to think about
Quite a
after
bit,
this
quite a
game.
bit, yeah. Both teams will have to, Empire will have to look at the way that they approach the middle overs. They got off to the flyer, got off to the start that they wanted in the power play, but then in the middle overs, they had too many dot balls, 60 dot balls out of 120, far too many dot balls in the innings. And that is the difference between Empire making a big score and the low total that they were able to get.
Oh, and that's belted straight down the ground. That's 4 runs. That is the match. Dexter Sween finishing it off with a boundary in lovely style. So that is the win for the Liberta Blackhawks in the opening match of the cool and smooth T20 explosion. Not a high-scoring match, but it's been an incredibly entertaining one. One that had its own twists and turns. It started off with an absolute blasting out of the gates from Empire Nation. But in the end, it's the Blackhawks winning by 4 runs. They were set 124 for victory. And it was really a terrific effort by Empire Nation with the ball.
It was an excellent effort by Empire Nation with the ball. All day bowlers. Nathan Edwards was a little expensive. His 3.5 overs went for 29 runs in the end. But 2 wickets for Tyrone Williams, 2 for Darren Ned, and of course Micah McKenzie. 2 wickets for the youngster as well in that innings. And so the Empire Nation would feel that the bowlers at least, played well under the circumstances, having made a small total. Well, Kofi James, he got 7, Avia Christian 1, Kareem Agor 26, Hayden Walsh Jr., he got 9, Rakeem Cornwall 29, Dexter Sween was not out on 17, Kadim Phillip made 1, and Joshua Thomas not out at the end on 20 of 23 deliveries. The Liberta Blackhawks getting to 126 runs for 6, means that they won by 4 wickets over Empire Nation, who got 123 for 6 in their 20 overs. Michael Louis getting 24, Tyrone Williams Jr. 37 of 27, the pick of the batting for Empire. The Empire batting fell away though. Matthew Cross getting 11, Ken Scott 21, 21 for John Lewis. Justin Athenes was not out on 6. He didn't get off at all. Darren Ned didn't score, and Dwari Edwards won at the end. Blackhawks wickets shared between Javier Spencer. He got a wicket. Rakeem Cornwall won. 1 for Kadim Phillip, 2 for Kofi James, and of course Andre Bailey with that 1 over, that magical 1 over where he got a wicket and only went for some 3 runs. But I think Empire Nation, when they go back into their camp and they look over this match, they would think that when you lose your first wicket at 65 in the 7th over, you should not just make 123. And they lost their way in those middle overs. They let the PIC Liberta Blackhawks get back into the game after they got off to a flyer in the power play. And Michael Louis, I thought, gave his hand away, and that started the slide for Empire and slowed their batting all the way down, and in the end, they only got to 123 runs. So they're going to have the presentation ceremony. I'm not sure if our audio will carry it. If we do, we will stay with it and we'll pay attention. And of course, they're going to try and have a talk to the captains and of course do some presentations for the player of the game and other stuff there. A second match to come this evening, and so we want you to stay tuned. For those of you who are following us on the stream, stay tuned as we have another exciting match to come at the second half of this. But the presentations are taking place, and so we will just look to wrap up from this end here. So we leave you with the news from the stream where Empire Nation made 123 for 6 in their 20 overs, and Liberty Blackhawks get into 126 for 6 in 18.5 overs, meaning the Blackhawks won by some 4 wickets. We'll be back at about 7:45 or so, maybe 8 o'clock, to start coverage of the second encounter from tonight. So on behalf of Mel Farrell, and of course, we also had Marley Richards and Vernon Springer, Denmo Roberts saying thank you very much for listening and watching, and we'll be back shortly. Good night.
We welcome you into match number 2 of this cool and smooth T20 explosion. It's the Bethesda Golden Eagles. We welcome you into up against the Boland Blasters. First time in this competition for the Blasters. Ball number 1. Taim Tung. Starts with a wide one. No ball signaled as well. What a match it was in match number 1. We were ready back for more action. Quick turnaround. Second match of the tournament. Tung, the captain, after losing the toss, being asked to bowl first with the new ball in hand. And I've got another man who has a new ball in hand, but he's in the commentary box today, Ali Evans, the Scotland international. Ali, welcome.
No, thanks for having me. It's great to be here. Under lights here in Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. This is what it's about. There's a few crowds coming in here, ball swinging early. It'll be interesting to see how the pitch plays compared to game 1.
They're looking to use his feet early. Tung is sort of an exuberant type seamer, especially with the new ball. But Ali, you sort of would know these conditions very well. You guys have spent 2 weeks, Scotland that is, in Antigua as a developmental camp going into the World Cup qualifiers. So also played 4 matches right here at the Sir Viv Richards Stadium. Yeah,
absolutely great experience for us playing the same wicket yesterday as being played on today. And what was obvious is lengths will be key as Tung runs in again. Goes short, left, umpires a look, doesn't give it as a wide, but yeah, lengths will be key. We've seen all week in the games we've played, whether it's spin or seam, when you go full, the batters have been flourish. Looking to hit sort of top of the bails, that height, belly button height, really challenging them to whether they want to go back and look to hit square, try and utilise these shorter boundaries. That's when the danger has been for the batters.
Yeah, spot on, and it would be very important for the Golden Eagles, who've got some power to come to get off to a good start. Big flash outside the off stump. They are, of course, missing Devon Thomas, the West Indies international, who has gone away to play cricket in England. So that's a big miss for them without an international star. So they're going to need their younger players to step up.
Yeah, and what an opportunity for them. Playing in these conditions, obviously a lot of local players, which is great. Not their opportunity now to show what they can do, bring their skills to the party, and let's keep it simple. When you're young, when you're coming into the side, you can overcomplicate things. Has lovely shape. There, what we see there, the difference is the line that Tonga's found there. We've seen some swing early on. We saw swing in the first game as well. The first 2 or 3 overs, the ball swung big before it went soft. But there's no point swinging the ball from wide. It doesn't do anything. You want to be able to bring the stumps in play, knowing if it's swing, the outside edge is in danger. If it doesn't swing, the inside edge is in danger. But yeah, going back to those young players, what you want to do is just go out and keep things simple. Not get in your own way, not be a player that you're not. Just look to do the best you can.
Yeah, it's been a tentative start for the Golden Eagles, but how great is it to just have cricket again in this country, cool and of course, the Alberta Blackhawks, who we saw earlier today, defending champions. But as we also saw in that first game, it's not going to be very easy for any team, because even the strongest side in the competition really struggled to get a mere 130. So if that is something to go by, we could be in for a cracking competition, 32 matches.
Absolutely, and the games come quick and fast. There's 2-3 games every day. You're in, you're out. You have to learn quick, you have to learn on your feet. But we'll see those scores, and it'll be interesting to see what the scores are in this game, but I think we'll see those scores in general as they get used to conditions, as we get into the tournament, increase. But I think with the early swinging ball and then the ball going slightly soft, that was the feedback from the players in the first game, that spin in the middle will be difficult, so batters are going to have to look to capitalise against that swinging ball early, which will be a real challenge.
And of course, the Blasters, they're returning to the tournament this year with some big names as well. And one being Scotland captain Richard Berrington. End of the first over, just 3 for none. Richard Berrington is going to be an X-factor type player, because I don't think many people are aware of just how destructive with both bat and ball he can really be.
Yeah, Richie has been for over a decade now. In fact, all 3 facets of the game, one of the best around. His ball striking ability and the power that he can generate, go 360, makes it very difficult to know what plans to bowl with. He looks to use his feet and sweep well against spin. He stays very still against seam, tries to sort of say leg side of the ball. If they get the ball going away, he gets his hands free and the ball's away from him, that's when he can become really, really dangerous to create that power. And you can also go offside as well. So also expect to see something doing absolutely brilliant in the field. He's got himself extra cover there. I think whether the ball's anywhere near him, it's catchable, and you'll be a brave man to try and take a single to him. It really came onto the scene back in 2015 when he scored 100 opening the batting against Bangladesh for Scotland, and since then he's gone from strength to strength.
Well, I think the power play will be very important. And you mentioned Barrington, another one of the international stars is this man with ball in hand, Zidane Clark, who's come from Barbados, brother of Kyle Mears, and he can get bounce. He's sort of a tricky type bowler because the way he ambles in, you don't almost think he's able to generate that sort of pace off his shoulders. One to watch in this competition.
Yeah, as we've seen there, again, not scored off, but that fuller length, again, being able to get bat on ball. We've seen when you hit that just full of back of a length, as I said, going just sort of stump high, bail high, just above, that's when it's been most difficult to score. In all the warm-up games we've seen, the games we've been here, what we saw early on in the first game, and again here, that is the length you're looking for as a bowler, especially if you are going to be a shoulder bowler. You're not going to tend to get as much swing. You look more at reverse swing from a shoulder bowler rather than a more traditional one. So be able to see if you can find that heavy length. There it is again, putting the batter under pressure, making them go to plan B. Okay, we've already seen a number of dot balls. That's the seventh or eighth dot ball we've already seen, and the batters now are having to go to their second options, third options. As a bowling a team, you feel you're on top.
Yeah, interesting feel as well. He's got the deep third, deep fine leg on the boundary as the two outside in the power play. So very small margin of error with mid-off up in the circle as well as extra cover. But that length there. You bowl the new ball, Ali. What would be your advice to someone like a Zidane Clark who doesn't necessarily have as much pace?
I think you've got to use the tools that are given to you. So if you've got pace, absolutely. If you've got height, absolutely. If you're smaller stature and you're skiddy, absolutely. There's not trying to be anyone you can be. But ultimately, the one thing that doesn't move is the stumps. So what Clark has to do is find what length can he find for his stature, his style of bowling that I keep banging on about, finding the top of the stumps. Just like that, in and around there, looking to use the bounce from that skiddiness that he's got from the shoulder. So again, challenging around the top of the bails. What is that length for him? That'll be different from him as it is to me, as it is to any bowler. So you have to assess quickly on the pitch, the conditions, what that looks like for you. And as I say, the stumps, they never move. They never move. They're the constant.
Yeah, I like the angle as well. Angle of attack coming over the wicket, pushing the ball across the left-hander, slip in place. Again, very consistent on that length, but they will scamper through. Just the one run from the over. Excellent start for the new team, the Boland Blasters. End of 2, 4 for none.
What's been really impressive as well is we've talked a lot about length, on that first 2 overs, but apart from sort of a couple of early ones where they were bowling a little bit wide, there was swing, but it was swinging from wide. Since then, they've adjusted quickly, and yes, they've got their length right, but they've also got their line. If we're going to go for that slightly fuller back of a length, challenging the top of the stumps, that's only a good plan if we're not providing any width. As soon as any widths provides, especially with this field, with fine leg and third man, with only 3 men on the in the circle on the offside, it's very easy then to be able to free your hands, get your hands through the ball, and hit into that big space on the offside over the field.
Boland. The perfect Yorker from Taim Tung. It was a risk coming back for the second over, but it shows you the captain, he's up for the challenge.
Brilliant, brilliant. Swing again. We've talked about it. Swing, but this time swinging into the left-hander. In the first over, we saw him swinging away from the bat, not challenging the stumps, looking pretty but not really threatening. On this occasion, with the left-hander on strike, swinging into him, full, straight, fast, gone.
Jamal Fernandez would have wanted a better start to the tournament. He's gone for just 2, 4 for 1. You love that, though. Not afraid to pitch it up. And because he has that extra pace as well, with the ball doing a bit, it's causing some problems. This Joma ball, we're using the Joma ball. They're a big sponsor of this tournament. It's a different ball than these cricketers would be used to in the Caribbean. So that's going to be something to watch in terms of how they react to it.
Absolutely. And I think it's why the scores will increase over the course of the tournament. As you've seen in game one, again, speaking to the players, you could score early. It swung, but the ball was hard. As soon as the batters got on top of it and got some boundaries away, softened up throughout the course of the tournament, they'll adjust to that. I think spin through the middle will be particularly difficult. Talk about that length, getting it into the pitch with a soft ball, trying to make them hit the batters hit square. So that's why it's really important as a batting side, you try and use that hard ball early on. But then also, as we keep talking about, the swing of the Juma ball. So it's going to be a real good contest to start with between bat and ball. And whoever gets that top of that first six should put themselves in a real good position.
Sadiq Henry, the Jamaican, out in the middle. And he's one of the 3 overseas players played by the Bethesda Golden Eagles. Sheldon Cottrell is another one. So he has an important role, especially without a Devon Thomas. This team went to the finals in 2022, so there will be some expectation, but it's a very different team. They've lost a lot of their senior players. They do have the experience of a Gavin Tongue, but as the tournament goes on, they'll lose someone like a Calvin Pittman, who we'll see with the ball a bit later on. Full again, asking questions again. May have just been sliding down. This is an impressive opening 10 deliveries from Taim Tongue. Correction, 8 deliveries.
Yeah, again, full, fast. We talk about that you don't really want to go full, but if you are going to go full, you have to go real full. We talk about Yorkers. A lot of Yorkers obviously bowled at the death. It's what a lot of bowlers will go to as their staple. However, we're seeing more and more in T20 cricket the bravery of bowlers to bring it in the opening spells as well. Excuse me, as Tongue goes back to hitting that length. And we've seen, as T20 has evolved in the last couple of years, we saw a lot in the T20 World Cup, both in Australia and in the UAE in the last 18 months, is opening bowlers, especially in conditions that aren't necessarily favourable for seam, is bringing their death skills in early, being brave with only those 2 fielders out, still backing themselves to know if they nail their skill, they're in a chance of getting a wicket.
This has been an excellent start. The Blasters would have, I think, been some added pressure being a new team in this tournament. The other 7 have competed, so you can clearly see that they've taken sort of the bull by the horns. They've come to set a precedent. They've got players like a Kerry Mentor, who's done well in this competition in previous seasons for other teams. And I think they're not a team, I should say, to be overestimated or underestimated through though, and that will be the first boundary, a much needed boundary to end the 3rd over, 9 for 1.
Yeah, Tongue will be absolutely spewing there. He's decided to go full. Clearly a very strong delivery for him. I say not being worried about with the field set for shorter pitch bowling, going full, backing his skills, getting a reasonably decent Yorker in. Batter trying to give himself room to be able to access that offside, use that full pitch delivery, but manages to dig it out well, and mid-ons let his captain down there. But really good start from the bowling side here. Really important. A lot of teams, bowling teams, will talk about that first 6. What does a win look like in the first 6? And with the way the game's going, it's not necessarily the amount of runs you're conceding, and obviously they keep it out. It's the number of wickets you're taking. So they'll be wanting to make sure while they're on top, they're looking to take wickets. That's what cricket, one-day cricket, T20 cricket's about now. How do you reduce the score? The best way is to take wickets. So a really important stat to be looking for throughout this tournament is how often the bowling side managed to get 3 wickets in the first 6. It's shown a high percentage of games are won if you manage to take 3 wickets in that first 6 overs in that power play where you only allowed 2 fielders out. So it'll be really interesting to see if they can capitalise on this good start.
Well, Zidane Clark, and not often in T20 cricket do you see the same 2 bowlers bowling the first 4 overs. Tells you they're in a very good stride. That one just kept a bit low, and that is early signs of some variable bounce at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Second match being played on this trip.
Yeah, and same wicket that was played between Scotland and and the select 11 on their touring side, on the tour over here. But really interesting to see, as I said, the feedback for the first game was that after the first 3 or 4 overs, you could already sort of see the softness of the ball come in, this Juma ball. So I wonder if that's the first sign of seeing it soften up slightly.
Again, driving but mid-off in place. Misfield, able to get through. And he's maintained the slit for both the left-hander and the right-hander. And so far it's worked. 8 deliveries bowled, just 1 run conceded inside the power play.
Yeah, outstanding start, outstanding start. And that's a mindset thing. A slight field change now as we see deep square and fine leg in place. Third man coming into the circle. That tends to mean that we'll see the bowlers looking to bowl nice and straight, keep that stumps in play. Trying to make the batter feel like these comes and goes short, looking to go to his fielders. Third fine leg comes round, gets the brilliant big size 12 down there, able to get the boot in it. Great throw, saving 3 runs, outstanding. But bowling to your field, we've talked about at one end, knowing yourself as a bowler. At one end, we're seeing Tom going full, straight, Yorker bowler. This end, short, into the pitch, shoulder bowler, doesn't get as much swing, but hits the pitch hard, doesn't have much pace, but can get that bounce from that shoulder. Skiddy bouncer, well played by the batter. But it's really interesting to see the different styles of bowler, how they utilise these facilities.
So far, slow start by the Golden Eagles, especially after winning the toss. Batting first. Would have probably wanted to be a bit more than just 10, but T20 cricket gives you a lot of time. Again, though, swing and a miss. Seen a lot of that. And as you mentioned, it's one thing we saw. When the spin and the slow bowlers came into the attack in the middle overs, ball just seemed to sort of stick in the pitch and became a lot harder to hit and score against. So really and truly, from a batting perspective, you want to maximize this hard new ball.
Absolutely, and there's been very few freebies. The bowlers have been right on it. They've been challenging. Even though that's short, it's still stump line. The batter's having to manufacture any width if they want to get their hands out there. Okay, looking to go full this time. But didn't make a good contact. But what's been really good, I say, apart from those first couple of balls, is the lines. We talked about, length, but those lines, not allowing the batters either to be able to free their hands to go leg side or to give themselves room to go offside.
Zidane Clark, youngster from Barbados, overseas player, one of 4 for this Boland's Blasters side. They also got Dennis Bulai, who's not in the 11 tonight. But look out for him. Left-arm unorthodox bowler. He will have a part to play in the tournament. He's suffering with an injury to his arm. Again, a bit of movement away from the right-hander, and they've struggled, the Golden Eagles. Another excellent over, just 1 run from it. 10 after 4.
Yeah, Batter will be disappointed on that last delivery. First real sign he's had of width. It was a full enough to be able to get to free his hands. Fielder's up on the offside. Slip had actually come out, gone to sort of really fine short third man. It was a real opportunity to get his hands out to the ball. But that's your margin for error grows. You start well, you build pressure, the batter, suddenly those nerves kick in. They haven't gone to the flow, they haven't gone to the rhythm of the pitch. Your margin for error as a bowler increases. And then those deliveries you don't quite nail, get away with.
Excellent start from the Blasters, and it looks like there's going to be finally a change in bowling. Thought maybe Tongue, the way he's bowled with this new ball, the movement that he's been able to extract, it just felt maybe he bowled a third, but he's going for experience. Now, Richie Barrington, I should say, someone with immense potential, immense experience. How much experience does he have bowling in the power play?
Not something he does. He hasn't done a huge amount recently. It is something he has done before. What you find about Richie is that experience that he has now. He will not bowl in this over 2 balls the same. You will see a lot of. You'll obviously see deliveries. You'll see him use the wicket. You'll see off cutters, leg cutters. What he won't do is let the batter settle in a particular type of rhythm.
Advancing down the track, trying to be innovative. Don't mind that. Trying to go over that infield. You have to make use of these first 36 deliveries with just 2 fielders out. They haven't been able to do that just yet.
No, and similarly, we're just saying that Richie won't let the batters settle into his style of bowling. The batters will be trying to do exactly the same thing to Richie, putting him under pressure, not letting him settle into anything, trying to dictate who's in charge in that 22 yards.
Hit it well, but again, extra cover in place. And that's been sort of the story of the innings so far. They've played good shots, they've driven the ball nicely, but straight to fielders. Haven't been able to just penetrate those gaps. 10 after just 4.1 overs. The Blasters will feel very good about what they've done. But as we've seen in T20 cricket, on this pitch with this situation, he's near that. No ball signaled as well. And I think it may have just gone all the way. Could be the first maximum in this match 2 of the cool and smooth. No ball as well.
Yeah, unlike Richie that. Just wondering, a little bit of excitement, a little bit of extra adrenaline running through his veins, overstriding slightly. Again, went into the wicket. It's actually a very good shot that. He's gone into the wicket. He's got his protection square just in front on the leg side, just in front of square, deep leg side and offside. He's gone square field. He's gone into the wicket and the batter's played it very well. Actually hit it straight over long off.
This time in the onside. There is a fielder there, but won't get to it. This is much more like it from the Golden Eagles.
Yeah, Richie trying to go full there. Look, try to take some pace off the ball, use the surface. We spoke about when the spinners come in, the tackiness of the surface and also the softness of the ball. Richie will be aware of that, he'll be thinking that, trying to use the surface, but batter stayed nice and still, was able to adjust and was able to find that gap on the leg side. Is this the momentum that the Golden Eagles need? It's been a slow start for them as Richie Berrington comes in again, looks to go full straight. Not able to get away with it this time, but looking to keep the stumps in play. But with this field, I'd like to see Richie try and go that back of a length. He's set that field from it. Yes, when he did that before, the batter managed to play a good shot to go over mid-off, but it's very difficult to get us to do that. And as we see that very field change, the deep cover comes in now, long on away, looking to make sure he bowls straight, potentially look to go slightly fuller with that protection.
That is delicate, very delicate, and it won't matter how they come. This is turning out to be the big over that they needed. The Bethesda Golden Eagles, 3rd boundary in the over.
Yeah, very well played. Very well played. Just played it late, wait for the ball to come to him, play it late. Still look to play with the full face of the bat to start with, and then just open the blade. T20 cricket, we see a lot of sixes. We think of power hitting. We think of 20-meter sixes, but also that's effective.
Went full, and I think he's got enough. No, he hasn't. It's the wind factor at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, and the Scotland captain strikes. First wicket in the cool and smooth T20.
Yeah, it's the first time in this game we've seen the wind be a factor. We see if you're bowling from that Andy Roberts end, that the wind is strongly blowing across from the leg side to the offside for a right-handed batter. So as the right-handed batter there looks to pick it up and go leg side, he's hitting into. It's really, really crucial that when left-right hand combinations happen, you know which plans you are. You want to set your field accordingly.
End of 5, 27 for 2.
Good evening, Seth. Good evening to all the listeners and watchers wherever they may be. We've got an intriguing contest on the don't we?
Yes, it looks that way. 27 for 2. 27 for 2 after 5 marries. At one stage it looked like the Golden Eagles were under pressure, but that over in which Siddiqui Henry took charge, but yet lost his wicket at the end.
Yeah, we're probably just seeing teams learning from what they would have seen earlier in that first game, in terms of the lines and the lengths to bowl on this wicket, especially within the power play. So Empire Nation get off to a flying start, but here, Golden Eagles just struggling to get their innings going.
Well, that looks like 4. Comes off the edge. You may think that he was not fully in charge. Clark would not be happy with the result because he may have said, I looked as though I had it in the right place, but in the end, all the way to the boundary.
Yeah, just a bit too much width on that occasion from Clark. It's probably better served to cramp these Bethesda Golden Eagles batters for room outside that off stump. They're just getting a fine edge, running away. Still very good batting conditions here.
So wide. Perhaps you may say pitched wide, but came back a bit. The umpires song at this stage. You can't really fault them or fault them for decisions. But Clark, how well he has bowled in his first in Antigua Barbuda, cool and smooth.
Yeah, he's been quite impressive with this new ball. The lengths and lines that he's employed. And just going through that.
See 2 years ago. You see that he's losing shape.
I haven't seen him for a couple of years, to be honest, Seth. Guy at the Bethesda Cricket Club.
Cramped again.
Once again, into the wicket. You know, that back of a length is proven pretty hard to get away on this Sir Vivian Richards pitch, stadium pitch. And the bowler is showing good smarts in terms of just mixing up his lines and lengths.
It's really enjoyable to see both Clark and Tiny Tom operating in tandem. Tiny Tom with that pace.
And swing.
The confidence and the swing, the late swing. Evans did make the comment regarding having the confidence to be bowling Yorkers, in spite the field may be suggesting short deliveries.
That one tailed in again, and he's been given. So
3 wickets, wow. I think the Golden Eagles, their aspirations may have been dented somewhat, because you would have expected that they would have started with a defensive ploy, then get into an attacking gear, then losing 2 wickets within 2 overs. Not quite.
yeah, good skills on show by young Clark, the brother of West Indian player Kyle Mays. On this occasion, just angling the ball back in to the right-handed batter. He's shown the ability to actually move the ball both ways here this evening. And he's proven a real handful. Only gone for 7 runs into his 3rd over now. And all this within the power play. Fantastic job so far from the young man.
Certainly a good job on his part. You know, the scouts are out, so he cannot really do himself any harm.
It's the first time I'm actually seeing him
It's my
play
first
as well.
But I'm so happy to see Tiny Tom, the number 12 there, who is always led the Golden Eagles during the 10 splash. A special player. I thought he was lost to football. So perhaps you're the right guy to counsel him. The dual disciplinary guy in sport. Said to me last week, okay, he's resting the football down. So I told him, time to hang up the boot at least for a time, because he missed out on a play on the national team in the Leeward Islands tournament.
And that's the thing with these young talented players from Boland. They're such good athletes that they play pretty much all the sports. It's hard for them to specialize at times.
That's another
Oh, I thought that was close. Maybe just height coming into play there.
Well, Clark knows his craft, and he's understanding the wicket, the adjustment that he can make. You can't transform a Kensington pitch or another pitch in Barbados to the Antiguan pitch. That was a comment we were making in the under 15s, that the bounce is much better in Barbados, but he has been able to acclimatize, come into the setting, knows that he can pitch it back up a length when he goes up where and when. I think some good prospects on hand. Once again, you see that shot that I've been saying. Floyd is losing shape and perhaps losing composure. He could have easily played through the line, along the ground, but then he's trying to hoik the ball over cover, not really connecting. Golden Eagles, 34 for 3.
Just to echo the sentiments of Evans earlier in terms of bowlers using their attributes. We're seeing young Clark, not the tallest in stature, but he's using that skiddy nature to his advantage. And at times as well, that back of a length with a bit of disconcerting bounce. Just keeping these Golden Eagles batters a bit off balance here.
Well, this would be an interesting period. It looks like Michael Harry Lal, and he is one of those young spinners that can create havoc, replacing Richard Berrington, the Scottish captain.
Probably would have come in for a bit of rough treatment, actually, Berrington in that over. Just being pulled out for young Haralal. The end of the power play, 34 for 3. The Bethesda Golden Eagles in that power play. Probably the way they've started, but they still got 7 wickets in hand. 14 overs remain. Delivery, Seth.
Well, Harry Lal gets it right on first attempt. I'm not quite sure Morton Brown. Yeah,
just a bit of over exuberance there from Brown.
Another good delivery, keeping it quiet early.
And what we saw from the spinners in the first game, both the Empire Nation and the Liberta Blackhawks, the spinners really look to bowl the ball into the wicket, as opposed, you think Micah McKenzie, Rakeem Cornwall, bit of pace on the deliveries. Nothing too floaty out here.
Oh, bowl him!
Just like that.
Harry Lal gets it with an arm ball.
Through the gate, actually. I'm interested to see if it probably took the inside edge. Probably did. But Harry Lal, that pace on those deliveries, on such a good pitch as well. It's important that he mixes it up. And then on that occasion, the arm ball, just too good.
Shakoy Floyd perishing.
Bit of a miserable innings almost from Shakoy. Not at his fluent best. 4th wicket down.
Golden Eagles, what would they say? A contrasting game from the opening game. Empire Nation would have been after 6 overs in the 60s.
67.
Against the Blackhawks.
Yeah, 67.
So the expectation was that there would have been a high-scoring game, but with the Blackhawks, as you mentioned, the experienced spinners, they were able to pull back the game. The question is, do the Golden Eagles have the depth now to be in a position of 35 for 4 in the 7th over to pull it back?
Yeah, and young Harry Lal, he's not a big turner of the ball. He tends to bowl in between wicket and wicket. Just does the basics very well. Picking up his first wicket, the young man, the under-19 selection in this Boland's team.
So the big guy has come out.
It was actually good to see Empire Nation pick 2 in their 11 in the last game. You know, the rule is one has to be in the 11, but
Gavin Tongue, the international, would have played 4 ODIs for the West Indies and
one
test match against Australia. Gets off the mark immediately.
It's probably coming in a bit early here for his liking. He would have liked to come in maybe a bit later on, maybe with the score nearer to 100 with about 4 or 5 overs to go. That's his speciality. Yes.
Yeah. But now he has been called upon to stem the flow.
He's going to have to show a bit of batsmanship here, though, as well. Show a bit of experience to his game, Gavin Tongue. A bit of a repair job needed here for the Bethesda Golden Eagles. But we know he can hit a long ball, that's for sure.
He has Charles with him, who is also capable.
Yeah, young Melvin, a few years ago, just seemed on the cusp of really advancing his cricketing career, but just seemed to have gone stagnant over the last 3 seasons or so.
I get the impression that that confidence is a big thing for him, and when his confidence is down,
he's here and there.
Yeah, he's a guy that man management is just so key.
That's right.
With him, he's a guy where he reacts to an arm around the shoulder as opposed to stern words. And I don't think he's gotten the best of management over the last few years or so. Also, there's a bit of responsibility on him as well.
That's right. To believe in his ability.
Still relatively young.
36 for 4. Could you believe it? Zidane Clark is coming back for his 4th on the trot in a T20 game.
Yeah, I think that's fair play. Why not bowl him through? He's already on top of his game. He's only gone for the 7 runs, picked up the 1 wicket. And if you look at the composition of this team, you still got Orlando Peters, you still got Richie Barrington with 3 in the hut. You expect him to come back and really show his experience.
And I'm sure Tying Tongue would bowl at the death.
Martin Brown with his little offies, Martin Caesar. So a multitude of bowling options available to the Boland's team here.
Oh, Tongue looked ugly responding to that. Rightly signal wide in the end by the umpire. Clark stands with his hand akimbo, wondering what's going wrong.
Oh, that was harsh, wasn't it? He's not the biggest guy, and he doesn't get the highest bounce. And on that occasion, it just seemed like that was a pretty well-directed bouncer, to be honest.
Right. And Tongue is a tall figure.
Very harsh by the umpire there. Wow. Let's see how he responds.
Wow, Tongue finds himself in a tangle there. He wanted to go down the ground. That's the impression you got. But then he was not to the pitch of the ball, and Clark is really having a field day here. 1 for 8.
Just mixing up those lengths again. On the other occasion, going full and straight. But when he goes full, it's not floaty. He's still looking to hit that full length very hard, causing a bit of problems with that inward movement, cramping Tongue for room. Sense a big shot coming from Tongue here.
He gets through one fielder, would not get through the second. You got the impression he was really shaping for the big shot, but Clark uses his variation and heading into the pads, recognizing that Tongue was drawing away, perhaps trying to hit him over the covers. And in the end, good result for the bowler, just a single to Gavin Tongue.
Yeah, Tongue isn't the kind of batsman who likes to face too many dot deliveries.
Good shot on the part of Charles. The fielder struggling with a return there.
And to be honest, I think that's something that the Boland's bowlers could definitely use in their favour. If they can manage to dot Gavin Tongue up for a few deliveries, then the big shot's going to come. But you've got to have the men in the right positions to capitalise as well. Still got to slip in.
Charles not quite in position for that. Got himself sort of tucked up, perhaps deciding whether he should have gone forward of square playing earlier or getting it to backward of square.
And that's why the short ball or the shorter delivery is such a key delivery for a bowler of Clark's stature. He's got to be able to push batters back, not allow them to just transfer the weight onto that front foot quite as easily. That short ball is always going to keep them guessing. Just like that.
Tongue goes. Oh, just dropped. Perhaps bounce agonizingly.
And it was a run-out opportunity as well. Looks like Dwayne Fordyce, number 8 down there.
Yes.
At long on. A catch that possibly could have been taken. We saw Justin Athens as well down at long on, maybe not attacking the ball with the conviction that was needed on that occasion. And the chance goes a-begging. But good spell from young Clark, going for 14 off his 4 and picked up 1 wicket.
Interestingly, the ball on that occasion was bouncing in front of Fordyce. I thought he should have gone for the catch, but he went a bit late. Nevertheless, excellent bowling performance from Zidane Clark. I think he would like to use this as a platform. Remember his brother when he came out in a game for, was it New Winthrops?
Yeah.
Against the same Bethesda team in the semi-finals, and announced himself with an innings that really got them further on. 43 for 4. Melvin Charles, he strikes. Gavin Todd with that. That was powerfully driven.
Well fielded by the batter there. Saving at least a couple. It was hit with tremendous power from Melvin Charles. Gavin Tongue seems to be in a bit of trouble.
Yes, well, he's calling for some help from the dressing room.
Looks
Tongue
like the physio needs to come on here. Was he hit on the hamstring, on the leg, somewhere on the leg?
Well, he
maybe
jumped.
missed the thigh pad.
Wow, he's in trouble. He's hobbling. But that was struck with terrific power by Melvin Charles.
Innings has almost come to a bit of a standstill here. 43 for 4, 8.1 overs gone.
You're reflecting and you're saying perhaps the top batters are back in the pavilion. Bethesda then would be looking and hoping that they can, push themselves in a better position.
Looking at the batting lineup here, I still think you still got a Clayton Payne.
Right, but I didn't see him in the final 11.
Oh no!
So they made an adjustment. So they may have Anthony Martin.
Anthony Martin.
Sheldon Cottrell can
wheel the bat.
wheel the bat a bit.
Hits a long ball as well.
Kelvin Pittman, not bad at all.
But the foundation needs to be set.
Precisely at the
That's where the Golden Eagles have just struggled in this match.
And they would then need to get every opportunity. And it's not going to get easier. It's not going to get easier for them because, as we mentioned earlier, young Harrelal, who is going to take the ball, who is going to continue. He himself is an outstanding bowler during the middle passage of the innings. So all looks well now for the big guy.
Into his second over, young Harrelal. Just hasn't done anything outrageous or anything special here. He's just bowled the ball in between wicket and wicket. No great turn or bounce. Just done the basics.
Well, I guess Charles's challenge, Mali, would be how to position himself. He seems to be a bit still in the crease, a bit static, turning the body, whether he's going to long on or whether he's going forward of square. You are the specialist here, but I would like to see him more at the top of the crease, reaching for the delivery rather than waiting to play the big shot. Oftentimes it could be complicated. It's a left-arm orthodox bowler.
I think the batters that have played well on this pitch here today have just played good cricket shots.
That's right.
As opposed to look to manufacture strokes or play big heaves across the line. We haven't seen too many hit straight down the ground, batters presenting as full a face as they possibly can. Arm ball again from Harrelal, showing good smarts. That was rapid, wasn't it?
Yeah. The point about not too many deliveries being the same, that's a key point because the batter will get settled. Wow, beats the keeper as well.
It's going to take some stopping. Oh, he got pretty close to the line there. It looks like Martin Caesar.
He has been struggling a bit in the field.
He did a good job.
Using his booth more than using the hand.
At least he got the job done in the end. one delivery remaining in this Harilal over.
Beaten and edged between the wicketkeeper and the slip. Oh, brilliant fielding on the part of Fordyce. And 2 runs to Melville Charles.
Yes, good
in the dark.
Good committed stuff there by Fordyce, but the edge found by Harilal. Once again, Melvin Charles looking to hit against the spin of Harilal and coming a bit undone, lucky not to find the slip because the slip was in there for that shot or for the edge, but went a bit too fine.
So at 49 for 4 after 9, Mali, what should then be the approach? What should then be the approach of the Bethesda Golden Eagles?
Well, with some 66 deliveries remaining, I think this partnership is absolutely key in terms of setting the foundation for the Golden Eagles to launch towards the back end of this innings. With Tong and Melvin Charles, both pretty experienced players, they'll be best served to look to knock the balls into gaps. Also, when presented with a bad ball, they've got to put it away, as the margins are very small for the batting team after going behind in the first 9 overs or so, 49 for 4. They're behind the 8 ball a little bit.
We have now seen the first change from this, the Secretly Ambrose end. Orlando Peters, the former Hawksbill player, franchise player.
And Amazon Warriors as well.
That's
CPL.
right. He will be bowling to Gavin Tong.
Big heave again across the line. No real timing. Takes the inner half of the bat. And 1 run. So, and expect to see from Orlando Peters, who's a very experienced player, like you said, a lot of cutters. He's going to look to bowl the ball into the wicket as well. Take pace off.
And also the challenge of just replace the bowler who has had an excellent start. The batters may be thinking that we could go after you, so his reply is important.
Not sure what happened there. Probably just
Maybe
brushed the leg on the way
pad.
through.
So you see, I think Peters, his experience has got to be key here, because when you would have been under pressure as a batting team by the opening bowler, it simply means that someone has to be put to task. With the 50 coming up, Bethesda would need to push on. The few steers, the few edges, they will work, but they would not really do the trick. There has to be some command in terms of the batsmanship. We only saw that over 1 over, which really conceded, 17 runs?
A bit of a field change here, Seth. The man has moved from deep square leg more in front to a deep mid-wicket, almost to Gavin Tong. So length, absolutely key here for Orlando Peters. Can't afford to get too full. He does, and he's hammered down the ground. Good power.
Well, good thing he did not go in the air, showing signs that he's content to stabilize rather than to dominate at this stage. So it may be good in Bethesda's interest. Melvin Charles being undone.
Back of the arm there, slower ball from Orlando Peters. Expect to see more of that from him. Very experienced. He'll analyze these conditions very quickly. He'll know what's required.
But is there a concern from the batting standpoint that Melville Charles just remains in his crease waiting, and he's not moving forward? He's not making any attempt to change, to push the ball. Oh, this time he goes across the wicket, works it out of the pad, but really did not get the boundary, but at least taking the initiative and getting a single. 52 for 4 after 10. CUB Bethesda Golden Eagles, not the best start.
Yet another very good over from from the Boland's bowlers here. They've bowled very well in partnerships. Every time there's been a good over at one end, the other bowler has come and backed it up. And that's what you need. So far, they're very much ahead in this game.
Thank you very much, Mali Richards. The dominance continues for the Boland's Blasters. Right from that first over, first 2 overs, they only conceded 4 runs. They've kept that momentum all the way through the innings, and now spin playing a massive part. This is a young man with a bright future, Michael Harilal. 3rd over. He's gone big though. Has it gone enough? Yes, it has. Maximum. They need that and much more of it. The
first time we've seen the spinner go and he paid the price. He's bowled a lot of arm balls. He's kept the stumps in play. He's really not given the batters any opportunity to free their hands, whether that one-step hit ball or let's go hard and full, and he's paid the price.
This time aerial again, but won't carry, and big risk hitting the slow bowler into that onside, into the wind. Something for these Golden Eagle batters to consider. But 10 overs dominated, Ali, by the Blasters. How do the Golden Eagles get back in this game?
Well, they've started the last number of overs to actually rotate the strike a little bit more. We've seen Boland, as it goes big lead side again, but falls short of the man at Cow Corner. We've seen them actually start to rotate the strike a little bit more. We saw in the first 6-8 overs, it was either a dot ball or a big shot. There was no intent to actually get themselves down the other end, start to tick the scoreboard over. Now we've started to see that rotation of strike come in, put a little bit of pressure back on the bowlers that way, gives the batters an opportunity to get a little bit more used to the speed of the wicket, conditions out there, and then from there we can see the start to go a little bit more expansive. So I'd like to see them actually wrestle some more momentum by continuing to rotate that strike.
Gavin Tongue, he's not going to stick around. Hasn't got enough though, hasn't timed it, and spilled. We've seen this as a trend throughout the night, and surprisingly it's Richie Berrington at long on.
Very surprising. I think it'll be a collector's item. You won't see that happen very often. And could that be a big turning moment for the Golden Eagles? We know the importance these two have on what the ultimate score is going to be. And ball's gone high into that night sky. Richie sets himself, Berrington, but unfortunately unable to hang on. And you can often find in these dark night skies, black skies, that it can be quite tricky for the fielders because there's no depth perception. The ball's up there a long time. You haven't got any breakup of the clouds or anything like that. So actually the depth perception you can get can make it very difficult to judge the trajectory and the paces coming out of the night sky at.
Seemed to be wrist spin delivery from Harry Lal, and this is a young man I've been very impressed with. Their under-19 player, the Blasters, bowling a very good spell so far, even after being hit for the 6. Just 18 runs in his 3 overs conceded, 65 for 4.
Yeah, it just seems to be a slight potential change in momentum going on at the moment. We'll see how much will rue that missed opportunity, that drop catch from Berrington, but these next 3 or 4 overs, these next 2 or 3 overs will determine, I think, what the score looks like. We know how difficult it is to start on this pitch. We've seen it throughout the clusters because batters will really struggle to be able to pick up on the conditions out there. So we'll need one of these batters to go all the way through if we're looking to post a score. And I wonder, Nicole, in terms of you know, experience, have been around this ground a lot. From this position, these conditions, what do you think a pass score would be?
Orlando Peters continuing. Full toss. Again, though, hasn't quite timed it. Just over. And all of a sudden, the pendulum is swinging in the favor of the Bethesda Golden Eagles. Gavin Tongue, destruction.
Yeah, I can't tell you how hard a skill that is, to be able to pick a ball up, low full toss, sort of mid-full toss, in at you, and be able to pick that ball up and hit it for 6. It's very easy to Tongue, but that is not an easy skill.
Yeah, just on the par score, I think, given what we saw in the first game, you get 135 here, you're in with a chance. Got a strong bowling lineup as well. Didn't quite get that one out the middle of the bat, but Tung has made it clear he's not going to stick around. Even though they've struggled in that first 10, he thinks counter-attack could be the best approach.
Yeah, and it's his natural game. And there's no point in him trying to be anyone he's not, especially with that wee blow to the hamstring he took. You look like he's not quite comfortable, so attack is the best form of defence sometimes, but that has to be built in, as I was saying earlier, with the ability to get off strike. It can't be dot or boundary and nothing in between.
Good change of pace. This is what Orlando Peters does very well. Does have those changes of pace in his arsenal, and he's using them well. And I think that's why Captain Taim Tung felt okay with bowling the full quota of Zidane Clark in the first 10 overs.
Yeah, it's not often you see that. It's good and it's brave captaincy. It's aggressive captaincy. It's taking the approach. Often you might see captains holding over here, but if you've got a feeling a bowler's going to get you a wicket, stick with him, because we talk about how important those wickets are of holding down scores.
Yeah, and Gavin Tung, you mentioned the fitness issues at the other end. I think many people don't realize he's 40 years old. Of course, has played for the West Indies, and he's really a utility man at the club. Does a lot for them, coach them. So he has struggled with injury in the past. Important fast bowling option, so interesting to see how the injury plays a part later on. But he's struggling. You can see
those late 30, 40-year-olds, they find a way to get through that. They'll show you they'll be sore, but that won't stop them. As we see, work down to point. What I'm really liking here is seeing the field. So we've talked about the bowling from this end here. It's the wind is blowing from the offside across to the leg side. So it's really important that you're going to get your line right. We're seeing 3 fielders out on the offside. You've got a 3rd man, deep cover, and long off. You've got only 2 on the leg side out. So even though pace off the ball has been good, it's making sure that it's outside the off stump. Those batters can't look to hit through square leg.
well bowled by Peters. Just 3 runs conceded from the next 5 deliveries after being maximum. Came well in the balance at the moment. End of 12, 74 for 4.
Yeah, interesting. We've spoken a lot about, we thought we'd see in this middle period a lot of spin being bowled. And thus far, only the 3 overs of spin. Been an effective 3 overs, only 1 boundary, only 1 maximum coming off it. But still sticking with those seamers. And that's then relying on the schemers to use those skills, use those cutters, those back of the hands, not being predictable. Even though they're bowling seams, still getting rotations, revolutions on the ball, which will be able to use this surface, make it difficult for the batters to be able to hit through the line with ease.
Yeah, I think that's been the key. Even though they haven't gone to spin other than Hari Lal, the seamers, Orlando Peters, Zidane Clark, to a lesser extent, have taken pace off the ball. And Richard Barrington now back into the attack. He's going to do similar.
Yeah, this is what... And it's not something that he's So getting the men behind the bat in the circle, getting the men in front of the bat, out on the boundary, making the bats having to hit over the fielders if they want to get maximums.
It's gone up. An excellent effort, but put down. We have seen catches go down across the 2 matches today. That could be a costly blow.
Yeah, that's 2 opportunities now for the coach who's been dropped. Acrobatic effort out there. Wonder if he could have set his feet a little bit earlier. Don't know if he picked the trajectory up. He ran straight in towards the wicket where the ball was always to his left, which means he had to sprawl to his left to try and catch it. I wonder if he picked up the trajectory a little bit quicker, whether he could have worked his feet around and made the chance a little bit easier for himself.
This will be an important 2 to 3 overs for Boland, because the last 5 overs, you could argue, the Golden Eagles have wrestled the momentum. They're scoring at 8 runs and over. They've got 40 without losing a wicket. If they can have a big finish, get to 130, get to 140, this game is well and truly on. Yeah,
they've worked, and there potentially we see with that blow to the hamstring that we saw earlier on, that there might not quite be the mobility for Gavin Tung to get those singles. But absolutely, we were talking about the importance of getting early wickets and that being a really good indicator of the direction of the game. But this middle order has really wrestled it back. And it's now important for them to capitalise on it. We know how difficult it is to start on this pitch. And these 2 need to make sure that now they're the ones scoring the runs.
Ran out chance. Didn't pick up cleanly. this rate, they get to 123. I think personally they'll want more than that, especially knowing the bowling exploits, especially with the two new ball bowlers, Kelvin Pittman, Sheldon Cottrell, can swing it. We've seen this ball swing. They just have to get runs on the board. Gavin Tongue could be the man to take them there. He's taking it on, and he's taking it on well. Fine leg up in the circle, finding the boundary, even though he's injured, Gavin Tongue. This is turning out to be some innings.
Yeah, incredible battle, incredible courage. Doing it for his team, doing it for his club, means so much to him. You can tell that out there. He's battling away. Barrington goes probably just slightly too short there. He's got his deep square just in front of square. The man out on deep square leg, just in front of square. With that being the case, anything that's slightly too short and slightly too straight could just be helped round the corner and the protection's not there. Slightly wider of the crease there from Barrington, looking to create that angle. Cramps Tongue up this time. That's more the length he wants to go. That's slightly fuller, as I say. When you've got that deep square in front of square, it allows you to get that a little bit fuller. As soon as you go shorter, it's too easy to pick up with no protection behind square.
End of an over. Good one for Barrington. Just the 8 runs conceded. 83 for 4.
Yeah, as we see another change happening at the Sir Curtly Ambrose stand end here. Another sticking with seam. Medium pace coming on, the helmet's going off, so be interesting to see how they respond to this. I would like to have seen, and you'll know better than I in terms of the resources available, but I would like to have seen them go to a little bit more spin in the middle here. We've seen that they're just starting to settle in a little bit to the paces. They're getting the pace of the wicket. None of the seamers are bowled with express pace through the middle. They're all very similar, all very sort of wicket to wicket, changes of pace cutters, just breaking up with a little bit of spin. And this is potentially where you pay the price. We saw them bowl out Zayden Clark earlier. That's a bit more, slightly bit. He's not quick. He's quicker than this. That skiddiness, and not being able to mix and match style of bowlers. We'll see if that's going to bite them.
Just goes through the keeper. Interesting. Only opted for 2 overs of Orlando Peters. Only conceded 13 runs in the 2. So he's got 2 up his sleeve, and the captain as well, who bowled effervescently well, was buzzing with that new ball in hand. He will have a test in terms of in the back end of the innings, especially if this partnership continues to grow. They are a team that rely heavily on seam, the Bolands, from what I understand in club cricket. Struck him, and he's been through the wars and run out as well. Fortune not favouring the brave on that occasion. Hit back at him, and then the run out.
Oh, he'll be gutted. He'll be gutted. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Hit twice at the non-striker's end. First time stopping the boundary. This time not only stopping runs, but leading to his demise. It was just started to wrest the momentum back there, Golden Eagles. They were starting to put pressure on there. The Bolands were having to go to their 3rd, 4th options with the ball. Unfortunately, it's just not quite gone their way. Be really, really important phase of the game going into now. The new batter, will he be able to pick up the pace of this wicket? How quickly will he be able to adapt to conditions? That will go a long way to dictating what they're defending.
Well, interesting who's walking out next. It looks like Sheldon Cottrell, who tends to bat at 10 and 11 for the West Indies, but he has played a few cameos, especially in the Caribbean Premier League, to win matches. He's coming in at number 6 with a lot of balls to bat still for this Golden Eagles side. So clearly, he feels with his international experience, he can make a difference.
Yeah, and his ball striking ability. We've seen it at the top level that in terms of being able to clear the ropes, it'll put some pressure back on the bowlers. We know the power that he can create. So potentially a little bit of a gamble here from the Golden Eagles. But as we say, fortune does tend to favour the brave, and we like to take the aggressive approach.
Again, though, another seamer who's taking pace off the ball, which has clearly been a challenge on this surface, which can start sort of a very placid one, but as the day goes on, get a lot slower, especially as the second match on this strip. Be interesting to see if they do go back to Barrington. He's been expensive, but of course has immense experience. He's gone at 12.5 runs per over.
Yeah, he's not bowled a huge amount going into this tournament, so I think we'll see as the course of the tournament goes on, gets back into the tournament, see pace off the ball, and once again, that line outside off stump, those three fielders patrolling the boundary deep on the offside, get your square leg in and beside the umpire, lot of space behind square on the leg side, not allowing the batters to access that, getting them to hit into the wind.
Another wide delivery, but this time too wide. So, have to re-ball it, Martin Caesar. It's an interesting time to be introduced into the attack as well. The 14th over, pressure on, partnership building. Clearly, though, the captain, Taim Tung, believes in him enough to sort of hold his nerve under pressure.
Yeah, also, this stage, the innings are out throughout that you've got to think, who's going to bowl my death overs?
Hasn't got anything on it. But to his benefit, really, didn't carry to that long on fielder. Are allowed 5 outside the circle. They've got 3 on the offside and just 2 on the onside. But Cottrell now will sort of change that strategy.
Yeah. Even with his ball striking ability and the power he can generate, he's got time here to just give himself a little bit of a sighter, give himself a couple of balls, get the pace of the wicket. He'll obviously know what the bowlers are trying to do because he'll be taking it later on. We'll see him trying to expose the same things. But there we are, like that, nice and full, nice and straight. But Cottrell just giving himself a wee chance to get the best of conditions. Also, like that thing is swinging his arm, trying to loosen off those shoulders because it won't be well.
Just 6 men at this stage, they still only get over 121. You wonder how significant that run out of Tung. Had he sticked around, at least that run rate could have surged past 7 and over, at least. Others will have to step up. They are an experienced bunch, the Golden Eagles. Still have an Anthony Martin. He can whack a few. I thought maybe they would have given Harry Lal the 4th over, but they've gone for another spin option. Martin Brown. Another new bowler.
Yeah, good. I like to see this. Different spinner coming into place. Tall spinner. Like, I just spoke about the effective spinners. They fire it into the pitch. They use that height, try and get that bounce. Just like that. Wicket gone. There it is, straight away. Coming in. Different type of spinner. We see a lot of left arm spin. Off spin this time. Right arm spinner spinning into the batter. Got that wind on the left side to protect him. Making sure he uses the facility. Fire it into the pitch. Batter comes down. Didn't hold his shape. Misses the ball. Stumped. Gone.
Yeah, it really is ball captaincy, but you like it from Taim Tung. Enticing the right-hander to go across the line. Straight away, new bowler making an impact. It's not something you usually see at this stage of the innings. 2 brand new bowlers into the attack, but it's worked. 2 wickets in 2 overs now.
Yeah, brave captaincy, and I like it. I would like to have seen it a little bit earlier. However, it's now paid dividends, and it'll be interesting to see now how these 2 new batters go about this. We've got 2 right-handers, ball spinning into them, as I say, hitting into the winds, but that's what we look to favour. You know, we know the great man, the stadium's named after, his attitude to off-spin, look to take it down. So we'll see if that can be built into these batters, see if they can...
You've done your research, Ali. Brown, tall, very tall spinner. Someone similar to Rakeem Cornwall, who we saw earlier. Getting that overspin. And you can just sense with the 2 wickets, all of a sudden, pressure back on the Golden Eagles. We're scoring at 8 runs and over for a 5 over period in the middle, but they've now lost their way. So often you break the partnership, you gain rewards.
Yeah, and that is exactly the shots that we, as a bowler, will be happy to see them playing. We spoke about it earlier in that first stint. at the top of the innings with the seam bowlers swinging it, seaming it, looking to hit the top of the stumps. Exactly the same for the spinners. Cannot afford to get too full, too floaty. That length, that one-step hit length, which is so dangerous to the batters. Spinners need to be firing it into the pitch, looking to hit the top of these stumps, looking to go just below waist height on the batters. That's what we've seen the hardest length to hit.
Cottrell, no nonsense, and think he's got it in the gap. Doesn't go over though the boundary. Thought the way he hit it initially that it had enough, but just the 2 runs. He's underway though, Cottrell.
Yeah, it's the first time we've seen Brown go full. Full straight away. Cottrell utilised it. Didn't quite get enough of it, but we've seen when you go to full as a spinner, that's the ball that the batters can able to utilise. There, straight on it, back to that harder length. Been very difficult to go square off the spinners. We've seen it in the warm-up games. We saw it in the first game. We're seeing it again now.
This time respects it. This has been a good over though. Excellent over. Straight away into the attack. Just 2 runs and a wicket. Game well poised. End of 15, 89 for 6.
So at 89 for 6, the Golden Eagles would have felt that they have slipped a bit, given their last position, Mali, when we left. Nevertheless, the Boland's Blasters, they would say we have justified our bowling attack. In fact, the tactic used by Time Tong, the piss, then the spinners, then pulling out the spinner when we thought that at that stage, Michael Harrilel could have been given another over. He has justified it, and his team is fighting back. A good balanced game. Sheldon Cottrell, can he pull something out? Tariq Mason also there. So when we look at it, we have another 29 deliveries. Possibilities if they can score. No, I didn't. If they can score Mali at 2 runs per over, it would be a big, huge task. This one in the air. Sheldon Cottrell goes.
Finally, one sticks. Things could be even better for the Boland's team here. They've dropped a multitude of chances.
That's right.
But Fordyce takes that one. Cottrell goes, the almost last recognized of the danger men in terms of hitting. He's got to go. And the Golden Eagles steer.
Yes, but I would smart in coming in, and he would not like to hear that Sheldon Cottrell may be the last recognized.
Of the hitters.
I think he will pull
the
you
hitters.
up, Mali. Of the hitters. Okay. Because, Mali, he may pull you up on YouTube and say, how do you treat me like that?
Yes, I mean...
He fancies his batting.
He does, and I've played a lot of cricket with Anthony Martin, probably since from under 15 all the way through to the Leeward Islands and first class level, and he's a guy who definitely fancies himself as a batter. I wouldn't consider him at times to be a batter, but he's worked on his game.
That's right.
And he's become quite serviceable with the bat.
Quite a man of huge experience for the Golden Eagles. Would have had experience at international level. Played his part as a leg spinner, known more for that for the West Indies.
And we're just seeing young Mason getting caught out there by possibly thinking he was on strike because they would have crossed. But that rule no longer exists.
That's right. The rules have changed. And
it's the new batter that comes in that has to be on strike, regardless of whether the batter's cross or not.
So, Martin Caesar.
Martin Caesar to Anthony Martin.
Well, he gets off the mark immediately. And he will be fancying himself for a good knock.
What a job Caesar's done here in this situation, this stage of the game, into his second over. He's just gone for 5 runs, picked up a wicket. No great pace on his deliveries, but he's putting the ball in the right areas.
Well hit down the ground. But what you must say about the team, the Boland's team, in fact, the captain, Time Tong, he knows his players and he has confidence, because when you look at Orlando Peters, his bowling, he didn't bowl that badly. Apart from that 6 struck by Gavin Tong, he was there. But then the
It was a
captain
full toss as well, yeah.
The captain decides he wanted Caesar, and Caesar has really done well.
Just bowled a wide on that occasion. Martin Caesar.
Time Tong would have 2, I believe, at the back end of the innings. He would want to bowl in the death. So
And
options are still available.
we're playing this format of the game, white ball, T20. But Time Tong has so much to offer, not just in this format. You know, he's, to me, from what I've seen, one of the best fast bowlers of the old ball in the country.
And he also bowls the new ball well. So overall, if you were to cap both, he may be at the top of the ladder in terms of the fast bowling stock.
What we've seen with a lot of our young bowlers over the last few years or so, they're pretty good or decent with the new ball, but they tend to struggle to come back for a
The old
second
ball.
and third spell.
And
You don't have that issue with Taim, that's for sure. Full of energy, very strong lad.
believes in himself. Down the ground once again, it clears the fielder. A 6 for Mason. A welcome 6 that brings up the 100 for the Golden Eagles. Can they soar after this? That's the question, Mally Richards.
Well, still remains to be seen. Some 4 overs remaining, 24 deliveries, the 100 coming up in the 16th, well, in the 15th over. It's been hard work for the Golden Eagles, but they're still in with a shot of getting up to 130, possibly 140 with some good batting. Some 24 deliveries. Tyreek Mason, he would have played in the Regional Police T20 last week. So he's in good form, been playing a lot of cricket. This format in particular, he showed on that occasion he was up to the job with that 6.
Well, if you're to look at it, I know Time Tongue is bubbling to come back. 24 deliveries remaining. If they even get a run per ball, they could say they're in with an opportunity.
With something
but
that's
they would
defendable,
need, with just 2 batters remaining in the shred, they would need definitely to get at least 135. They would need to press hard, can't be daunted by the fact that Time Tongue has bowled well. They must create opportunities for themselves to get the singles, to get the boundaries where they can.
Well set field. It's got the long off and long on. He's got deep extra cover, third man, and a deep mid wicket on the boundary. Those are the boundary riders.
Well, they're taking this, what could be a late charge, seriously, especially with that offside, deep field on the offside. Martin, well, in fact, not Martin, but it's Mason who glances that one nicely.
Good batting.
Timed it well.
Good batting. Got bat on that one into the gap. Didn't look to overhit. Used the pace of Taim Tong. On that occasion, bringing up his second boundary. He moves up to 9 now. It's Tyreek Mason. Probably more known for his bowling. Quite a tall lad. Tall, fast bowler from Bethesda. There've been quite a few of them that's come through the ranks over the years.
That's right. I guess Archibald and Tong would have sort of started that in more recent times. Oh, bowl him. He's always going to hit the sticks. Time Tong responding well. The middle stump rock back. Bethesda perhaps would be depressed at this stage because the prospects of them getting 120 maybe really huge. 120 could be a lot of runs for them. I'm telling you, with Time Tong steaming Mally Richards, 105, 15 more runs really could be in jeopardy here. Kelvin Pittman to come and 11 more deliveries from Time Tong, possibly.
Yeah, you know what they say, you miss, I hit. And Taim Tong has gone full and straight once again. showing good skills and good awareness in this situation, going to his death bowling, well set fields. On the previous delivery, with the way the field's set, he can't afford to be hit square of the wicket, especially with his pace. He's got to let the batters hit the ball in front of him, especially with the way his field's set. He's got that extra cover on the boundary, like we said, and long off and long on. Those are the areas in which he wants the ball hit. So far, he's done a fantastic job. Just gone for 13.
Bowling at real good pace. They say you're a fast bowler, you must bowl with pace. He's showing that he's not taking anything from the back of the hand, but he's going out. Wow. That's a wide, definitely a wide.
I'm going to say this, though, and it's something that I find very interesting about Tying Tong is the first time I saw him, he's probably like 16 or 15 years old. He's probably bowling the same pace then.
Well,
it was so impressive.
I was telling Denmo an amazing thing having him in softball at that age. It was sort of, wow, who are you? Oh, lovely shot. Will he be taken? Taken by Barrington. Wait, on.
Oh.
He was dropped.
Oh, no.
The second time, Mali.
Wow.
What a night he has been having.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a nightmarish evening for the Scottish skipper here, Richie Barrington. He's gone for runs with the ball. He's put down 2 catches at long on.
But Kelvin Pittman didn't go for the single. Does he expect that he could depend on Anthony Martin for the remainder of the overs? No, he has to take responsibility. 20 deliveries remaining. You must take some responsibility. You must be scoring off of that. But it's sad.
Got to get as many as you
107. Should have been at least 3. Oh. Should have been another run-out chance, but Morton Brown.
Just a bit behind wicketkeeper Mentor. It's good to see him with the gloves again, to be honest.
Yes.
He's almost morphed into a batting all-rounder in terms of his seam bowling. Pretty effective with his seamers, especially with the new ball as well. Bowls a heavy ball.
But he's heavy. He's better behind the stumps.
Definitely, in my opinion.
Stumping was a tremendous one off Morton Brown. Oh, that one was rifled into his pad.
Yes, his wicket-keeping is a real attribute to any team. Kerry Mentor.
Well, 17 overs have been completed. 109 for 8.
And followers of local cricket and regional cricket would know that Kerry Mentor and Devon Thomas would have battled for the gloves
for the
Antigua and the Leeward Islands national team for quite a few years.
Yes.
Even at times they would have played together because of a Mentor's batting ability as well, both being very good batters as well. Just showing you, just telling you about
quality
the class,
of player,
the quality of
and he's maintained that over the years, even though, you know, he would not have been around national colours. Loves the game with a passion.
He's very unlucky as well. He would have been selected for the West Indies A team.
That's right.
And then that postponed, and he was never selected again for that level of cricket.
Oh, see a bit of misfeel on the part of Morton Brown. Delivery. Orlando Peters is back. So Bolands, they do have quite a bit of depth in their bowling, and it's a good mixture. The raw pace of Tying Tong, the variation, and skiddy nature of Zidane Clark, Orlando Peters with his variety, plus the spinners. Martin is beaten once again. Can't have too many opportunities that you don't grasp at this stage of the innings. Can't be too many dot balls.
These two would know each other very well. Peters and Martin would have played a lot of cricket together. Martin would know exactly what Peters is trying to do, and vice versa.
Well,
looking
he's
to run
coming
hard.
back for-
It's
it's trouble.
confusion.
More than confusion, Mally. That's madness.
Yes, I'm not quite sure. The second was on. It was hit with quite a bit of power out to that boundary rider. The throw came in quite quickly. Martin was hearing back for the second.
Pittman knew it was one. He stood his ground, but Anthony Martin ran off without looking to see what Pittman was doing. It may have been two had Pittman been committed at the start, but he was comfortable. Martin was not watching. Pure madness here. Golden Eagles, almost as though they're surrendering towards the end of the innings. The innings is tapering into what when at one stage they found themselves at 85 for 4 after 30.
Yeah, instead of looking to launch towards the back end of this innings, they probably look to just survive and face the full 20 and get as many as they possibly can. I think that run out of Gavin Tongue was absolutely pivotal.
Yes. And it was an unfortunate situation.
Very unfortunate situation.
You
The
know.
way he was playing and the power that he possesses.
Yes.
You think of him now in the back end of this innings.
He led the scoring with 27, was struck twice by Melvin Charles. Ferocious shots, one into his thigh, the other one in his hand, and taking evasive action in the end, got run out.
And to be honest, you think one was, actually that was hit down to long off. I'm sorry, and no run. You don't see that too often in a T20 game. Every run should count.
Well, I'm questioning also, as I mentioned, Pittman's approach. Thought he did not respond well enough when to beat the strike. And now he's trying to decide. So
The new batter, young Macaulay Tongue. He comes to the
that's
crease.
Gavin's brother.
I think it's his
Is it?
nephew,
His nephew.
if I'm not mistaken.
Bethesda team in the past we had the Pittman brothers, so we have quite a bit of
We've had the Tongues as well.
yes. And this one is pulled. Only a single.
Very good bowling as well, showing all his experience. Pace off ball, pitch back over the length. Struggle for the batters to time. Well set fields. Boland's definitely on top here. 111 for 9. 2 overs to go.
Definitely on top. Spectators here would be taking in their dose of the game. We also have the Scottish team here being playing a few games in the region as they prepare themselves.
They've been working with Winston Benjamin as well.
Okay.
The Scottish team.
Coach
Yeah.
St. Benjamin would have done significant work. That was how it was
I would have heard
in a
that
pivotal time.
they actually chose Antigua because the conditions here would be pretty similar to what they'd face in Zimbabwe.
Oh, goes back and, well, I thought for one, he hammered that one, but struck it uppishly.
Well, one thing's for sure is Anthony Martin is taking all the responsibility on his shoulders in terms of scoring here. It's not really giving an opportunity to Macaulay, looking to bat out these 20.
Well, I think if Pittman showed that he didn't want to take the strike away from Anthony Martin with the number 11 at the crease, it may be the same ploy.
To be honest, it looked like Pittman almost ran because of seniority. Martin pulled rank on him. Get out of that crease, young man. You're the one that's going to get run out, not me.
I guess you could do that with the top order batter. I won't mind, but if you're at the pedigree of Martin, man, as the youth, I'm taking that. I don't care. Time Tongue would be happy. Oh, another wonderful delivery. He's accurate, man. Not just pace, but the accuracy. This guy should be.
And it was from
further
ball one.
along.
From
Exactly.
ball one.
Consistent control.
Both opening
Confidence.
bowlers, Tongue and Clark, they've led from the front with that new ball from ball one.
This is not going to be an easy pair like this. Oh, the first slow delivery you see from him.
showing a bit of improvement in terms of his skills. I'm not sure that's something he would have possessed a couple of years ago. Young Time Tongue. So showing that maturity, understanding of his game.
2 deliveries remaining in his spell. 2 for 17. Excellent stuff. Out court. The innings has ended. Morton Brown taking the catch at backward point. Time Tongue getting his 3rd wicket to lead his team with an excellent performance. Lifting Bethesda Golden Eagles to 112 all out. 112 all out from 18.4 overs. Time Tongue really bowling well and leading the troops well. Gavin Tongue's effort was not enough, and this is a below par score.
Very much so. 112 all out. Some 7 deliveries remaining. That's almost criminal at this level to not face a full 20. But you've got to give credit to the Boland team, the way they've bowled. Like you said, Time Tongue leading from the front, Zidane Clark, all the bowlers in the middle, Harry Lal, Peters, Martin Caesar, they came to the party as well. No one really going for too many. Maybe the most experienced player, the international player, probably coming in for the harshest treatment. But they'll be very happy with that performance, the Boland's team. And from Barrington's perspective as well, he'll be looking to get in there and rectify the performance in the field.
Certainly he would have to. When you're the pro, you got to step up. So we will rejoin you in 10 minutes' time.
Looks like there's a bit of rain on those, Seth. The groundsmen are coming out with the covers.
Where did that come from?
Not too sure.
So it's adding to the drama here at the Sir Viv Richards Cricket Stadium here. Boland's Blasters limiting CUB Bethesda Golden Eagles, who had the confidence to win the toss and bat, limiting them to 112. Gavin Tongue scoring 27. Time Tongue, the captain, taking 3 for 17. And we will rejoin you after the break, 10 minutes time, barring persistent rain, but it's not really that bad. It's just a slight drizzle at this time.
the resumption. The Golden Eagles not getting to where they want. 113 on the board. Show with the new ball in hand. Straight away. Go-to delivery. In-swinging Yorker, but well kept out. There's Mally Richards alongside me. They've opted to open the batting with Richie Berrington, the Scotland captain. Interesting move, Mally.
Yes, very interesting. But I think the right one, get him out there early. I think the right move, Nikhil, to be honest. Get the experienced international player out there early. Give him a bit of time to get to climatic conditions. Big swing on show early from Sheldon Cottrell. Not dissimilar to what we saw from the Boland bowlers as well in their innings.
It just seems, Mali, with this ball, this strong ball that they're using, tends to swing a lot in those first 2 to 3 overs. Seamers can cash in. This is a good matchup as well. Two overseas players, two very important players for each team in Barrington and Cottrell.
And that's something to keep an eye on, is the ball, like you've mentioned, the Joma ball. It's a new ball here in Antigua. It hasn't been played with very much by many players. And, having a word with a few players, Nathan Edwards was actually saying that he found that the seam just started to peel a little bit in the middle overs.
Just having a man like Sheldon Cottrell with experienced international player, of course. He obviously won the tournament in 2018 for this Golden Eagles side, so he's been here and done it before. Can he do it again without Devon Thomas?
Missing the experienced Devon Thomas, but they'll be looking to Cottrell for wickets. Wickets with the new ball in this power play. It's actually been a hallmark of his bowling over the years.
Yeah, is getting that lateral movement, prodigious lateral movement. And just the one delivery remaining. He's only conceded the 1 run. It'll be interesting though, Mali, how they use him. He doesn't bowl at the back end for the West Indies. You think he could possibly bowl at the back end for Bethesda?
Possibly. I think at this level he could. Like you said, it'll be interesting to see, but definitely the trump card for him is with the new ball, getting it to swing.
He has that tendency just to bring one back. Like we saw that very first delivery, but they keep him out. So the dangerous Cottrell, end of the first over, 1 for none.
I've been watching him over the last couple of years or so. Just seems to be struggling for rhythm. Sheldon Cottrell. Pace seems to be down. Saw him in the regional Super 50, then in the World Cup, T20 World Cup, even on the last tour of South Africa, in the limited overs, T20s in particular, just seemed to struggle for pace and always has the swing. The pace just doesn't seem to be there at this point in time.
Tell you what, it's a bold move, and I think Bethesda will be thinking if they can use this new ball well and break this partnership, they could really put some pressure, because Kerry Mentor and Richie Barrington, you could argue, are the two most important batters for Boland.
Two of, you still got Orlando Peters as well, but where you're right, Michael, is this Boland's team doesn't quite bat as deep as some of the other teams in this tournament. So this opening partnership and the top order, their importance grows.
Yeah, they've also will have some reinforcements coming in. Not just Kenjiga, the USA international player who played for them last season. He's set to come in, but I think the flight may be arriving within the coming days. So he's just locked in as a nice spin option, especially in the middle overs. Can bat and is an excellent fielder as well. Calvin Pittman, the young rising talent with ball in hand from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Straight through, and you can't afford any misfields when you only have 113 on the board. First boundary.
That looks like Jamal Fernandez there, just a little sloppy. Bit of width presented to Richie Barrington. Gets good bat on it. Probably should have saved that there behind square on the offside. 4 runs, 4 welcome runs, and Richie Barrington opens his account with a lovely boundary.
This youngster, Kevin Pittman, was part of the St. Kitts and Nevis Patriots side in the CPL. Was part of the West Indies emerging side as well. So he's only playing 2 games for this Golden Eagles. before he goes off to the Headley Week series. So they want to make use of these 2 matches. But Mali, you think about Davin Thomas, you saw today, the 113 just tells you how much they rely on him.
Definitely a team that's probably just a little short of batting. So like you said, the importance of a Devon Thomas to this team is almost invaluable. Can't put a price on it. But he's away at the moment, and I'm not sure if he's going to take part in this tournament at all, because he's been selected for the Headley Weeks series.
Was edged, but pass slip, and that will be runs. Welcome runs as well. Maximizing the power play, Boland's second boundary in the over.
Going to give Kerry Mento a little credit on that one. It seemed like a bit of a cultured edge there, just a little close to that slip fielder, but managing to pick up 4 welcome.
Really, this is a batsman's game. I mean, what did Kevin Pittman do wrong there?
Didn't do a thing wrong. Good ball just outside that off stump. A bit of shape away from the right-handed batter. Found the edge, but didn't find the hands of that slip fielder. 4 runs, and like you said, you're only chasing 113. No real scoreboard pressure. These batters can really just take their time, get acclimatized to the conditions.
Much straighter this time. It's an interesting position for that slip because he's not at the first slip left of the screen. He'll come back into frame now. He's sort of catching maybe second or third slip.
Yeah, that edge was found, and he's almost floating in that region there at slip. Not quite at second, not quite at first. Just in between, looking to cover 2 spaces almost. Did neither in the end.
Asking the question, but seems to go past the bat. Good comeback though from Pittman. Mali, we've seen already one game happen today, and the Blackhawks, who have been dominant, as you know, more than many in this competition over the years, but they really struggled to get to that 130.
Yeah, they did. Just struggled in terms of their batting combinations. But got a bit of rust out of the way early, let's say. And still a long way to go in this tournament. They'll be happy to get 4 points.
Good comeback from the youngster. End of 2 overs, the Golden Eagles keeping things tight, 11 for none.
And to be fair, I think the Empire Nation did a pretty good job as well in terms of the bowling. Both teams actually bowled really well. Both teams had a multitude of options to choose from, chose them very well, bowled them from the right end, set good fields, and made it hard for the batters.
It should be a blockbuster T20 cool and smooth explosion. 32 matches. After this, we'll already be 2 down, and it's going to fly by. We're going to Kocher for a second over. His influence on this team will be very vital if they want to have any chance of returning to the final where they finished last year. Came up short against the Blackhawks.
I think this is the second time he's playing in this tournament.
You can just see, though, the elevation in terms of quality when he has ball in hand. Getting that ball to move prodigiously, can bring it back into the right-hander, but can also allow it to just hold its line and bring that slip into play as well.
And Kerry Mento should be very mindful not to open himself up in order to try and find the offside gaps. He's got to look to hit Cottrell straight down the ground, especially with the ball coming into him quite late. He's got to look to hit the ball down to mid-on, straightish, along on mid-on as well, in those areas.
It's an interesting feel as well. The 2 outside the circle are deep fine leg and deep backward square. He's bowling a very full length though, so interesting that he has that man at deep backward square. Full again, hit through the offside but well fielded. Just should be a single.
I think he's just trying to catch him on the crease with that man at deep square, just almost to remind him that, hey, I've still got a short ball up my sleeve. Don't want you peeping up on that front foot, transferring that weight. We saw on that drive, Kerry Mento isn't a batter that has extravagant footwork. It's more about hands, good hand-eye coordination.
It's been a watchful start so far, but required probably knowing the way that this ball is played in terms of the swing in the first couple of overs. The problem is, though, for Boland is that it's not going to get easier to bat. As spinners come into the game, they do have a couple of those to use. It's going to get tougher.
Definitely, but they've still got Orlando Peters, a very good player of spin. Martin Brown as well in the hutch.
Doing well to keep the boundaries to a minimum. And I just wonder if new captain in Darren Benter gambles with Cottrell. He's bowled 2 on the trot now. Knowing that this ball is swinging and won't swing forever, do you gamble knowing that you need to get a wicket?
Definitely, you can't think about second and third spells in this game, especially with that score just being 113 to get. He's got to look to get wickets up front, and if you've got to bowl him through, you bowl him through. You've got, like you said, he's not accustomed to coming back at the end of the innings anyway, so you give him the ball when it's most favourable, and that's when it's hard and new.
Yeah, and just on that rhythm you were speaking about, I think that's why someone like a Cottrell would take an opportunity like this, because he knows he needs cricket under his belt to sort of get him ready for international cricket. Excellent over from the internationals. What you expect? Just 2 runs from it, 13 for none.
Yeah, that's a very, very good point. It also highlights just how this tournament has grown over the years. You think Kyle Mayers. I look back and Kyle Mayers smacking that 20, 22 or 24 of the final over off. I think it was against Bethesda. It almost kick-started his career with the bat. He was always known as a bowling all-rounder. But ever since then, he really kicked on. And just to show you how high a regard he has this tournament is he sent his brother over and told him, hey, this is the place where you got to come and play some T20 cricket, improve your game.
I think that's the line for Pittman. Also ran out at the bowler's end, but got home in the end. If he can be straight and not give any width for Barrington to use, can build a bit of pressure. 10 runs came from his last over. Amali, you're one of the people who've seen this tournament pretty much from the onset.
Played in the first one.
Exactly. What ways do you think it's grown as first a player and now sort of in media and watching it from the bird's eye view? Tell me after this delivery.
Yeah, it was, I mean, following on from the Stanford and that hysteria that created in the Caribbean and in Antigua in particular. This is something that was definitely needed, the cool and smooth T20 tournament, and it's grown over the years. The players it's attracted, now it's got a bigger focus on it media-wise, like you said. It's being broadcast in many countries, out in India as well.
Dafa News, a big sponsor in India, sending it to those airwaves. So we welcome all those joining us there.
And we've got World Cup captains taking part in the tournament now with the Scotland captain Richie Barrington. So it just shows you, we had George Munsey last year. He probably would have told the guys, hey, I really enjoyed playing this cool and smooth tournament, and it's a good place to come and get acclimatized to conditions.
Chance, a big chance going to begging. We've seen a couple chances put down across the 2 matches. That could be costly.
Inside half of the bat for Barrington. He was probably looking to go straighter there. Got the inside half, but wasn't taken at mid-wicket. And these chances all have to be taken, especially when you've only scored 112. You need half chances to turn into 4-1s. But Kelvin Pittman, I must say, he looks like an improved prospect here, definitely, from when I saw him last.
That is stand and deliver stuff from Kerry Mentor. Was just 6 from 11 deliveries, but one is in this area, over pitch and a bit too wide. Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's a bit too full there from Kelvin Pittman. No real movement from Kerry Mentor, but he's not known for that. He allows the ball to come in. He's got that good hand eye and smack that with authority back past the bowler for 4 runs.
can get on top of Bethesda early, you're thinking about finishing this off with this tournament. Could be very close. Net run rate will play a part. Does have pace, and I'm excited to see how he does in the first class matches put on the Cricket West Indies in the coming weeks, playing for the West Indies Academy in the 419 for none.
What's pretty clear to see from Kelvin Pittman's first is just how he's improved his control. Seeing him in the regional Super 50, he probably just sprayed it around a little bit. Also mixed in with some good wicket-taking deliveries. He's always shown that ability, but here just seems to be more consistent with his lines and lengths.
He does have the pace though, Mali, that's for sure. He has the pace to trouble batters as we saw in that Super 50 competition, but especially when the ball is doing a bit, can he control it enough to sort of exploit it?
And he's shown good control here tonight. That first delivery probably was a bit wide, swung away even further from the batter, but since then he's just brought his line a bit closer to that off stump, hasn't provided much width, and yeah, it's a good start from the young man.
It's going to be Macaulay Tongue into the attack. So change in bowling. And he will benefit from having someone like a Shadon Cottrell at mid-off, but it's still inside the power play. And interestingly enough, his two fielders outside the circle are long on and long off. You don't tend to see that too often for a seamer. Especially when you're only defending 113, Mali. You reckon you could have those guys in the circle?
Yeah, that's for sure. And I probably would have kept, probably would have kept, I probably would have kept Cottrell in the attack, maybe for one more. Really searching for this wicket, especially against a Mentor. I think it's a good matchup against Kerry Mentor. Not the kind of batter that really gets a big stride in. And with that ball tailing in, could probably open him up, but not to be the case. It's going to be Macaulay.
Oh, what an effort. We've seen a couple of those, but they haven't been able to hold on. Another chance gone to begging. That one, though, on the tougher side.
Yeah, not quite going to hand there. Fantastic effort. Almost goalkeeper-like, diving away to his left, one-handed, but didn't get anything on that one. And it's 4 more runs to the Boland's total. Just easing their way so far to this total. No real alarms, not many risks being taken by both batters.
I think this would be a good opportunity for Barrington as well, getting acclimatized. Mind you, he's played 4 matches here in the last week and a half, so he will know conditions well, but still will be foreign to these conditions in Antigua. So if he can just take an innings where he sort of just sticks in as that anchor, I don't like to say anchor in T20 cricket, but can use this as a real opportunity to get some runs under his belt.
And I think also, yes, they would have played quite a few matches, but that would be with his Scotland team. A lot of familiarity. Now he's in a different team setup, not quite as familiar with the other players. So it's probably just going to take him a bit of time to absolutely feel comfortable and to really perform the way he wants to.
Full toss. Height may have been a question, but I think the square leg umpire said it's just okay. We don't have DRS yet, Mali, to check that. But maybe one day we will.
We saw umpire Thompson just saying, it's there, square leg. Young Tongue, possibly just getting away with one there.
And I've been told, Mali, that he's 14 years old. Was part of that Leeward Islands under 15 side. So that's...
This isn't bad for a 14-year-old, is it?
Right. I'm 21 and I can't get that done. So that's 7 years on me at least.
And that's the thing about these young players from Bethesda and Willikeys and around the east. There's so many of them. If they can just be harnessed in the right setup.
Has picked him up, and that's the price you pay with deep backward square in the circle. Too easy for Barrington to manipulate the field. Maximum as well, his first of the day.
And also, how often does a 14-year-old actually get to test his skill against a cup captain? You know, Richie Barrington, the young guy, Macaulay Tongue, is up against an international player. can only do good for his development.
Yeah, and Cottrell stepping in. He's brought himself up to mid-off and sent that deep backward square fielder onto the boundary. Similar area, but this time stopped. An enterprising first 5 overs, but it's gone the way of the Boland's Blasters. Just 82 to get. And the 532 for none.
Yeah, probably maybe the wrong end here for Young Tong. Maybe easier to hit down to the party stand and maybe give him a bit more support with the longer side up to the east. But after 5 overs, the score is 32 without loss.
Well, thank you, Mally. Really a good start, good reply on the part of the Boland's Blasters. Ali has come beside me. It is an interesting situation. Macaulay Tong, 14 years old, bowling in a game like this. What do you make of that first over?
Well, he'll learn, and he'll learn quick. I mean, if I was 14 years old and I was getting this opportunity, I don't know how I would have gone about it. But then also, I have to say, when you're that age, you just play. You don't think about it. The exuberance, you just run in and you bowl, and you try and bowl fast. And that sort of freedom that youth gives you, you know, as you get older, you get more experience, you get wiser, but that can also creep in and you start to play the game in your head a little bit more. But when you're that age, you just bowl and you just love it.
Anthony Martin, the first appearance of spin, it's 4.
Yeah, not often you see a spinner bowling in a wide brim hat, especially almost coming up to 20 to 11 at night. There'll be some banter flying around the change room about that. I don't know if he's lost a bet or something, but not quite the start I wanted to. You know, again, we talk about trying to get that length at the top of the stumps. Batters say the leg side of it managed to pierce the offside field. He was slightly fuller this time and get us away with it.
Well, only Anthony Martin would bowl in a boardroom hat. And that's just Anthony Martin. He just likes to be different and he's full of life. I-Roots is who we call him. I-Roots would have played during a critical period for the West Indies, takes his enthusiasm everywhere. Lovely shot from Richie Berrington, that's 4. Oh, it's sweetly timed.
Brilliant. Hit it one-handed as well. Again, seeing him once again going full, looking to spear it into the base of the stumps. Doesn't quite get the length right, and Berrington gives himself a little bit of room on the leg side, and it's just a pierce through extra cover.
So, wow. This is not a challenge. This looks like a runaway train. They're going at 7.5 runs per over.
Better length that time from Martin. Berrington not able to get underneath that, not able to get it on the half volley, cramp him up. But yes, wicket's key now. Wicket's key to get into this Blasters middle order.
A quick single. Well judged in the end. Martin is not pleased with the return coming into him, and he would show that. Is it strange that we're witnessing a T20 game, the spinner only coming in the 6th over at the end of the power play? We have seen much of the spinners being utilized at the top of the game, particularly here in the Caribbean, in the CPL. You see it all the time. The spinners may come around the 4th, but in both innings, the Pacers, number 1, number 2, number 3.
Well, I think it goes back to what we've seen both in that first game and then the first innings of this game is the ball has swung significantly, and it swung significantly for maybe 3-4 overs. And then after that, the ball goes pretty soft, pretty quick. So once that ball goes soft, it's much harder to get the ball away off the spinners because they have to create all the pace. They have to put the pace onto the ball. So if you go those slower bowlers, it exasperates that even more. The other side of it is, especially for this second innings, we had that little bit of a downpour in between innings. The pitch got a little bit wet. The ball might have got a little bit wet. Then you likes of Pittman, Cottrell, the ability to get a little bit more zip off the surface. Try and make the most of that before that sort of wetness and the dampness comes at the surface. That might also have been a factor. But I think we're through this middle period now. I think I'd like to see quite a bit of spin, make the batters have to put the pace onto the ball.
So Jamal Fernandez will Coming from this to Sir Curtly Ambrose end, left armer. Looks as though he's going to bowl medium pace. He can both bowl medium pace and spin. So he'll be happy to dislodge at least one of these two.
Well, I have to say, if I had the ability to bowl seam or spin, I think my knees and all my other joints would thank me just to go and do the spin part of it. So fair play to him. But interesting to see it adopting from this Sir Curtly Ambrose end, the same approach going out with the three players on the offside. We know that with the winds blowing across the wicket from that side. Bowling outside off stump. That's that zip we were talking about.
Yes.
For the bit of moisture in the surface after that downpour.
That one had Kerry Mentor cutting, playing one of his favorite strokes, but not connecting. So the need for a wicket. Only the wicket can really slow down this momentum. 43 without loss.
Yeah, going full, looking to see if he can get under the bat. You know, if you look at the kind of start of the innings that both sides has, we've seen the Blasters in the Boland in this second innings, so it actually rotate straight a lot more. We didn't see a lot of boundaries to start with, but we also see them minimise the dot balls they faced. Looking to get bat on ball, looking to get to the other end. As Berrington hits hard down the ground again, well fielded at long off. And that just breaks the rhythm up of a bowler. Even though it's two right-handers, two very different style of batters, it means a bowler can never get into a rhythm. It means a scoreboard's constantly ticking over. And we've just seen the difference, slightly different, how the pressure has been pushed back onto the bowlers in this second innings.
Certainly, I've seen it with this opening pair. Better delivery from Fernandez. Kerry Mentor, he is also a batter that is adept at playing both pace and spin. Quality batter, would have represented the Antigua Barbuda national team also, the Leeward Islands. Mally Richards did mention his opportunity at the West Indies A team for a tour that was aborted. Well, he didn't get the opportunity that you thought he deserved then. And you can only look back and say what it would have been.
Yeah, real shame. There's all those stories littered throughout sporting history. For every superstar, there's those who didn't quite get the opportunity they wanted, but you can certainly see how he shapes up, how he plays. What I like is the lateness he plays the ball. You can tell that
Watches it onto the bat.
all the way onto space. Doesn't allow his hands to get too far in front of him. Not a huge amount of footwork, but in modern day cricket, you can see footwork is not, it doesn't seem to be as important. The hand speeds, the ability to play with the hands of the batters these days is outstanding. So it's the stillness he has, the ability to play the ball late is what gives them success.
Look at both teams, you would already see that. The Boland's Blasters, they've really distinguished themselves with their opening pair. That is clear. Gavington has already been the top scorer. Gavington was the top scorer for Bethesda with 27. He did that at number 6. Right at the start, the Blasters are taking the initiative and the advantage.
Yeah, we see Berrington now moving to 27 off 22 balls. You look back at the start of his innings, you know, it was 4 off 7 balls, 4 off 8 balls. It's the ability when you bowl a side out in T20 cricket tends to mean the score has been reduced. Chasing is not going to be that freedom then to take a little bit more time, especially in these conditions, and build from there. The key now for these two is that one of these two really should be going through for the majority of the innings. They have to take responsibility now. Okay, they're giving them the start.
Bold! Anthony Martin gets the wicket. The middle stump is uprooted. That was a rash shot from Kerry Mentor. He wanted to hit that over long on, but instead it was Anthony Martin doing the hitting.
There we go. Well, as we said, one of them has to take responsibility, and Anthony Martin tries to take the aggressive routes. It might well have been a conversation between the batters, between Martin and Berrington. Berrington saying, look, I'm going to bat through, you can take the more calculated risk. Off spinner, we know he's looking to hit the top of the stumps, looking to hit that wide long on area. but just beating for pace a little bit through the air, firing it into the pitch, wicket, and that's what the Golden Eagles needed.
Well, it's Chuck. You may not say at the right time, but at a time when it's desperately needed, and they've gotten Kerry Mentor, they will be very happy with that wicket. Orlando Peters comes out, so it's more experience here.
Yeah, and we've seen throughout the course of the day the wickets falling in clusters. So not easy to start for the batters. So there'll be opening that the Golden Eagles needed. I think it's safe to say that they're going to have to again hope and try and take wickets in clusters here. They don't really have the luxury of allowing the game to flow away because they've been the Boland's been able to manipulate the strike reasonably well. It's an important period of the game.
And Anthony Martin, he can pull it back. It will be a challenge. But look how easily Orlando Peters gets off the mark.
Yeah, and going back, we didn't see a huge amount of that in the Golden Eagles innings. We saw a lot of dot balls early on from most batters. But there, Peters, without taking a risk, gets himself to the other end, gets Berrington on strike, who's the set batter now. And that'll be Peters' job for the first 6-7 balls of his innings, get Berrington on strike.
You spoke about the rotation of the strike in the first innings, which was a bit lacking, especially at the top of the order. Now, it is so evident in this innings how the current pair just started milking singles and the opening pair. I think that is a clear distinction between these two batting teams.
Yeah, and you know, it's a very easy thing to say. Go out there, rotate, strike, the gaps are there. But each individual batter needs to know themselves well enough. What does that mean in reality? Are you a front foot player, a back foot player? Do you like to play straight? Like to play cross-batted shots? What that is, and then from there you can work backwards of saying, right, this is my strength, this is where my area is. We saw Berrington, for example, not get too far forward early on, let the ball swing, let the ball come to him, and as soon as he had the opportunity to work it down to third man, a strength of his, he took that opportunity, or if he could, knock it into wide mid-on. He didn't go away from just accessing those two areas until he got himself up to speed with the pitch and the conditions and the bowlers.
51 for 1. Fernandez trying to bring some calm here, trying to stem the rotation of singles, but concedes a single with his first delivery of his second over and the 9th of the innings. Oh, that's a good one.
Bit of a cutter there. I'm just wondering when they get Orlando Peters back on strike, whether Golden Eagles can be brave and rather than just going to the traditional 5 men outside the circle, can they bring one in? Can they bring 2 in?
That's right.
Do they have to have the 5 men out? Can they try and nick some dots, build some pressure that way, show a bit of bravery to try and put them pressure back on Berrington? Because at the moment it's too easy for the batters just to keep rotating strike. They need to do something to try and grab some of that initiative back.
Build some pressure. But Orlando Peters has the capacity to play on both sides of the wicket with ease. That's what he does.
Well, see, that's just too easy. It's just too easy. They're just, especially with that field, that line, it's just too easy. You're 4 men out, 3 men out on the offside, and you're bowling a middle and leg line with no mid-wicket in. All Peters wants to do is get off. Can you bring your mid-wicket in? Can you be brave? Can you squeeze and try and at least give the impression of building some pressure?
Lovely bit of fielding from Anthony Martin. Looks like the man of 20 years ago getting across has been one of the better fielders in regional cricket.
Now, you never lose it. That's what they say. You never lose it. What your body may let down, your brain makes up to it. So he'll know his angles. He'll know exactly where he's looking to be in each position to be able to cut that angles. But as we come to end of another over, not too many runs off it, but not a huge amount of pressure built either. 54 for 1.
Well, good over from in the context of the game. The question would be for the Golden Eagles, would you be looking to bring back let's say, a Sheldon Cottrell at this stage. I know you're not at the halfway stage, but the game gets away so easily. 54 for 1 after 9. You're chasing 113 for victory. What can the captain do?
Well, I think it's that. I think it's who is my best bowler that's going to get me a wicket? Who is my strike bowler? There's no point having any overs left in the tank at the end.
And this one looks like 4. It's coming down the hill. And it is 4.
Yeah, poor bowling there. Took his 45, moved him squarer to kind of wide square leg, then fires the ball in down the leg side. Too easy for Peters just to get one down. Any little bit of bat, and that's 4. We've not seen any players play any reverse sweeps, little dabs off the spinners, and yet we've got 2 points in play at the moment. I'd like to see him bring one of them across and bring him on to square leg. Not even necessarily square leg on the boundary, but stick him at square leg beside the umpire. So you can't just knock that ball into the leg side and get off strike. We need to see a little bit more bravery and creativity, otherwise this game's just going to run away from them.
Interesting approach. That would be, therefore, one of the deep fielders, perhaps the mid-wicket could be brought in. It's the leg spinner going away from the right-hander.
Yeah, I think so. The calculated risks need to come into play, as it's too easy. We see then just hitting down the ground is that making the batter do something to either clear a field or hit an area that they don't want to hit. It's that risk for reward. It might go for 6, but by playing it against the spin or across the line, that might bring the opportunity to get that wicket. Because the only way that the Golden Eagles win this game.
Well, this one is powered for 4 by Barrington. Did that with ease outside the off stump from Anthony Martin, and he just laid back and struck it with power.
Yeah, what was brilliant there from Barrington was the pace of his feet, how quickly he was able to rock back, but still stay leg side of the ball enough to be able to manufacture the angle he wanted to hit straight enough, even with that cross bat. So that's exactly what we're talking about. It's too easy just to be able to knock it into that leg side.
And they're frustrated at the end of over number 10, 63 for 1. You could see the frustration setting in for the Golden Eagles, but it's all Boland, Blasters, Nickel, and Malley will tell you the tale.
Less than a run a ball to get for this Boland's Blasters side, led by Scotland captain Richie Barrington. This has been a good innings from the international. Experienced players, what you expect. Haven't seen Sheldon Cottrell come back into the attack yet. How long, Mali?
Not quite sure. I wouldn't have pulled him out to begin with, but he has. And it's not the biggest score that the Boland's Blasters are chasing, so it should be sooner rather than later. Have to echo the sentiments of Ali Evans. It's just been a bit too easy for these batters to score, not really taking a risk.
Especially when you only have 113 on the board. It affords the opportunity to be a bit more attacking, to take a bit more risk. They had it sort of in the first 4 overs when they had the slip in place, but it just seemed like they got very defensive.
Yeah, and these are class players. They're actually bowling to an international captain and a player in Orlando Peters with vast experience at the T20 level.
That will be runs. Fine leg in the circle. You can't bowl that straight line with that field set.
Yeah, and Richie Barrington, he's got what, a international T20 100, and Orlando Peters, he's taken part in the highest partnership in CPL history with Marlon Samuels. That would have been a few years ago, or like 5 or 6, maybe 7. But very good players.
He's manipulating the field really well, and it's fantastic to see, Mali, that he can come into a tournament in his first game and make this type of contribution. Wouldn't have gone the way he would have expected with the ball in hand, was hit for 17 in his first over, but he's making an impact.
Yeah, showing his quality and his resilience. Like you said, probably wouldn't have gone as well as he would have liked with the ball and in the field. Dropped a couple catches, maybe went for a few more than he would have liked. But here he is, leading from the front, showing all his experience, 41 of 33 now. Hasn't really played many loose strokes. He's just taken what the bowlers have given to him. And it's been very easy in terms of accumulating his score.
Yeah, I want to highlight Taim Tung, though, the captain of this Boland side. Should look for two and should get them. From the onset when he was in the field, he was very aggressive with his captaincy. And it just seems like they have the right remedy in terms of how they want to go about things. Barrington doesn't open the batting for Scotland, but he realizing the importance of the power play. End of the 11th over, 73 for 1.
And also realizing his importance to this Boland's Blasters team. Like I said earlier, probably wouldn't bat as deep as some of the other teams in this tournament, maybe the Liberta Blackhawks or even the Empire Nation. So it's very important that the top order does the bulk of the scoring for the Blasters. And in this match, it's been that way. Richie Berrington leading, like I said, from the front.
I think T20 cricket is moving. In fact, all limited overs cricket is moving to a place where you have your most important batters and best batters batting as early as possible to make use of the field restrictions. He's got to start and look very well poised to win this game.
Kerry Mentor as well would have played his part. You know, a good partnership with Berrington. Looked very much in control, those two. And since Orlando Peters has come to the crease, he's looked a class player. He's just knocked the ball. He's just recognized the situation, not areas, and run pretty hard.
Mali, Kerry Mentor is something else. I mean, he continues to dominate local cricket. He played last year for All Saints, the Pythons, and then I was driving during the week. I heard my friend Vernon Spring on the radio
117, huh?
talking about the 100 in the two-day competition. He just continues to churn out the runs.
Yes, bit unfortunate that when we played against him, he didn't churn out too many. But yeah, he's been very consistent here over the last decade or so in Antiguan cricket. One of the better players. Like I said, he's also an all-rounder with the ball. Bowls his seam-ups and takes the gloves. Just four-dimensional cricketer.
Was involved in some controversy last year with the All Saints Pythons when, of course, they were disqualified for playing too many overseas players. He was captain then. So he's made this from the Pythons to now the Blasters. That is something to watch when those teams match up.
Yeah, well, he hasn't been playing for the Blasters in the other competitions. He's been representing the Rising Sun, who would have played last year but didn't make it this year.
Bit of a lull because of how well the Blasters are doing. It allows us to talk a bit about Antiguan local cricket and that structure. I've been around the region, Mali. You have as well. The local T20 competitions, the one thing I find about Antigua that makes it so unique is the rivalries, the passion that is brought out, not only in the players but the fans as well.
Yeah, it's a tournament that's keenly anticipated every year by players and fans. Yes, it's, like I said, keenly anticipated tournament. Probably the biggest we've seen on an opening day crowd just yet. I anticipate the crowds will get even bigger as the tournament progresses. Rakeem Cornwall should be available for the whole tournament. We know how much of a draw he is here.
From what I know about Rakeem Cornwall, he thoroughly, genuinely loves the Liberta Blackhawks. And that team is very serious about defending their title. So the other 7 teams are going to really have to come good just because of the quality they possess in that lineup.
And I think it's fair to say they've missed him this year. They've missed their better players in Rakeem and Hayden Walsh, Kofi James. So these guys always relish playing for Liberta. Any chance they get, they're going to be out here.
Aerial, but doesn't carry to that man at long on. He's going to that hard length throughout this over. Mason have to get Cottrell back into the attack, though. This game is quickly slipping away. Just 37 to get.
It's important that the Blasters don't present any opportunities to the Golden Eagles here, knowing the composition of this Boland's Blasters team, not the deepest batting team. Wouldn't want to let them back into the game with a loose stroke.
He's made it look very easy, Richie Barrington, on a pitch which has caused some problems, especially in the middle overs. Going well as the Blasters. End of 12 overs, 8 to go for 1.
We haven't seen too many big scores here today on the first day of this tournament, but the batters that have been more successful are the ones who haven't tried to overhit the ball, the ones who've stayed within their game, hit the gaps, and run pretty hard. Richie Barrington essaying all those skills here in his innings of 43 from 37, ably supported by Orlando Peters with his 14 as well.
Right on song. It's going to be Sheldon Cottrell back into the attack. Also interesting, he's bowling from this end. I think he wants, as a left-arm seamer, to just use that wind that blows across the ground from that northeastern side of the ground, just to help him bring the ball back into the two right-handers.
Golden Eagles almost look a bit bereft of ideas here, Nikhil. Not quite sure in terms of getting back into the game, whether Jamal Fernandez is the option. He's still got 2 overs from Sheldon Cottrell. Just 37 runs for the Blasters to get now to win this game. Oh, he's been brought back. My bad.
Yeah, he's brought back into the attack, but I wonder if it's just a case of too little, too late. He's also got a long on and long off back. He's using the 5 feeters outside the circle, but I just wonder, with just 35-6 to get now, possibly could take a risk and be a bit more attacking, looking for a wicket, enticing them to go down the ground over those fielders' heads. That is cut so well, just past the point fielder. And Richie Barrington, this has been some innings from the Scotland captain.
Yeah, and looking at this field, I'm not sure exactly how the Golden Eagles are trying to get the batters out here. Just almost seem to be going through the motions. No real plans set. Richie Barrington showing all his class and experience. But Sheldon Cottrell is also an international bowler. Represented the West Indies not too long ago, just a few weeks ago in the T20 series in South Africa. A series in which the West Indies would have won 2-1. Don't hear that too often.
He's got the protection in the offside now. He's got deep point and deep cover. So he's changed his sort of approach, but
just looking at Cottrell in his run-up, in his action, you can tell when he's unsung and when he's on good rhythm. He doesn't quite stop as abruptly as he does in his follow-through. And you're seeing it here. Probably just going through the motions a little bit.
even with that boundary though, and Barrington is upset, he feels he missed out. Even with that boundary being struck, he's only gone for 8 runs in the 16 deliveries he's bowled. That is remarkable.
Yeah, and it doesn't quite seem like he's on top of his game at this point, Sheldon. Still always searching for his rhythm. All it takes is one good delivery.
There is that fielder this time there. But it's just too easy in the middle right now for the Blasters.
Just seems like they're trying to restrict, to be honest, with that fielder down there on the deep point boundary. I'm not exactly sure his purpose. Like Ali Evans was saying earlier, maybe bring an extra fielder up into the circle, try and apply a bit of pressure. But so far, nothing from the Golden Eagles.
Going for that full Yorker. Too easy though.
It's almost a forward defensive. Down to long off for 1 run. Too easy indeed. And Orlando Peters, he hasn't really lifted his batting coming to the crease. He's scoring at above a runner ball, 15 off 14. Score 84 for 1. The 13, 7 remain. 30 runs for the Boland's Blasters to get. Don't think they're going to restrict them here. They need to take wickets, Nikhil.
Yeah, they're staring down a deep barrel of defeat, really. The Golden Eagles haven't seen Pittman brought back into the attack either. It's going to be Mason continuing. In the gap this time. Could easily run away again. Does well. But just on this Blasters team, Ali, and I know we've only seen 4 of the teams, but remember, for those new to this tournament, this is a team that's new into the teams this year. They didn't play last year. They're back this year. Already from the onset, the way they've commanded themselves in all the facets of the game, they look like they could be one of the favorites going forward.
And this season it hasn't been the strongest season for the Boland's Blasters thus far. They struggled a bit in the T10 and started with a bit of a struggle in the two-day tournament. But just in the last couple of weeks, just seeing some better performances from the guys. And it's boding well. Looking at the stage of this game, if they could get up and get a win here, it'd do their confidence the world of good.
Well, one thing to remember as well, they've got Dennis Boulay, the Jamaican wrist spinner, who's suffering an injury now, but should be back for their next game. And when he comes in, he provides another sort of unorthodox angle and sort of a way of attack, which can be very vital on these pitches. We saw how well he did in the Super 50 right here in Antigua at this very venue. Took the most wickets.
Yeah, it was him and Kofi James who really bowled well in these conditions.
He's one that uses that win factor so well. So he will play a big part in this tournament for the Blasters.
And also he's got some lower order hitting ability as well. We saw that in the Super 50. Him, I think, scoring a 30, coming in and scoring a 30-odd not out alongside Rodman Powell.
And it's 50 for the Scotland captain, Richie Barrington. Excellent innings from him in his first match of the Cool and Smooth T20 tournament. He's really commanded authority. So what you expect from your internationals.
Definitely just showing that resilience and composure at the crease.
Was in the air, but width on offer, and it gets to the boundary for 4. And this game slipping out of the grasp of the Golden Eagles quickly.
Yes, like I said, showed resilience and composure, but also no short amount of skill. Richie Barrington just finding that room through the offside for 4 welcome runs. It's almost too easy for the Boland's Blasters. 93 for 1 now. Barrington in control.
Goes again, but this time protection does well. If they can get these runs in the next couple of overs with just the 1 wicket down, I think it sends a real statement to the rest of the tournament. We're coming in terms of the Blasters. End of 14 overs. Just 20 to get now, 94 for 1.
And just looking at the body language of the Golden Eagles, it's clear to see that they're pretty much done out there, just going through the motions. Just 20 runs to get, some 9 wickets still in hand. He's probably playing his last trump card here. Anthony Martin.
I'm glad you're on commentary now, Mali. Tell me about this hat that Anthony Martin bowls in. As Ali said, we haven't really seen any bowler around the world ever bowl in a sort of broad hat, as we call it in the Caribbean.
Well, Anthony Martin is a standout guy. You know, like Seth was saying, he likes to be different. He relishes being different, and very competitive character as well. Full of energy. One of my favorite teammates, actually, to play with.
Is a serious contender for the INET player of the match. Mali, Richie Barrington.
Oh, definitely. I mean, like you said, he dropped a couple catches and probably didn't bowl as well as he would have liked.
He
That's
has
gone for
nailed
6.
that. He has struck that so well on one knee. Thought he was going for the sweep, but he just lifted it with the wind.
Yes, just helping it down to the party stand end there, Richie Berrington. Now just flexing all his muscles and showing his a full array of strokes, not just through the offside like we saw in the previous over, but also through the leg side. 100 up now for the Blasters.
And if you look at the flags, that wind has picked up drastically. And it's just helping those full deliveries that Barrington hit so well across the line to sail over the boundary for 6. I think you have to force him to hit into the offside. Peters, though, has played a very good supporting role, 19 from 18. 50 partnership as well, up.
And that's what he's done so well since coming to the crease. He's just knocked the ball into the gaps and gotten to the other end, and there, a direct hit. But the Blasters coming through for an extra run. So now this is just becoming a bit of a procession now for the Boland's Blasters, easing their way to this total. 11 runs to win now. Just 2 deliveries remaining for Anthony Martin in his spell. He's gone for 32 so far. Won't be happy with that.
A rare defensive stroke. Of course, a lot of action coming your way in the next 2 weeks. It's a jam-packed tournament in this T20 explosion. 2 matches coming your way. We'll see the All Saints Pythons, the New Wintrops Lions, the Pigots Crushers as well in action tomorrow.
Nicola, I don't know if you would know this, but Anthony Martin actually started his career as a tear-away fast bowler. He was absolutely rapid at under 50. Made the West Indies under 15 team as a fast bowler. Yeah, would have made the West Indies under 15 tournament as well. And what would have happened to him? There was a hurricane that actually came. I think it was either Lewis or George, one of those. And Lewis, and there was power outage across country. And Anthony Martin, being a country boy, loving to ride his bike up and down town, up around, went riding through the village and got into quite a severe accident coming down a hill. Injured his back, injured his face. I mean, it was near-death experience for him. Didn't play cricket for a couple of years. Sat at home, thought how he could make an impact in this game. And thought, hey, I could be a leg spinner. Went on to represent the West Indies. Isn't that a story? Man.
Well, he reinvented himself, and I think still was able to achieve his major task, his major goal, representing He's been transformed as a youth from a fast bowler at under 15 level to become a leg spinner. It's commendable. Still being able to make the West Indies won the team, Anthony Martin.
It just shows the power of desire and hard work and having the right attitude, which I think we can all look up to, and hopefully that'll be able to pass over to his Golden Eagle teammates. They'll certainly need it to have great heart and great desire going for the tournament, because they won't want to start this way. It looks like it's going to be a loss, and a pretty convincing loss.
Yes, it will be. Kelvin Pittman is trying to inject some life into this, coming back.
Yeah, and I think it's been a pretty flat performance all around from the Golden Eagles. They've never really wrestled the momentum, and they've kind of just rolled over. But let's not take anything away from Boland's. Looks like it could be another boundary.
Yes, it is. It was in the air for a bit and looked as though perhaps it could have been chased and could have been taken, but no, in the end, that huge run did not really end into anything special. Tongue running around from back of the square, could not get there. Orlando Peters joining the party as well. A wonderful support knock, 26 Orlando Peters, but the man who has really done the damage is Richie Berrington, 52.
Yeah, really important innings for Barrington. Obviously coming to the end of his tour with Scotland, played the 4 games here. Didn't quite have the series he wanted, didn't really get any runs of any significance. But that will certainly have put him in a good place to come into this tournament and showing his class, showing that he reads the game so well, he reads the situation so well, using all that experience, knowing his options, working out conditions, knowing when he needs to put the foot down and go to his boundary options and when he could just settle in. And this will set him up really nicely for the tournament. As I said, didn't quite have the day in the field that he would wanted to by his very own high standards, his own admission, but certainly made sure that he's contributed and taken the game by the horns with the bat.
62 from 47 deliveries. He can end it with 1 strike. He steers this one nicely. When you have a player who can not only manipulate strike, but can be commanding 360, that's the sort of player he is.
Absolutely, and he does it with traditional cricket shots. Yeah, we've not seen him have to
any reverse sweep, any scoops.
None of that stuff. He's just stayed still. He's just used the wind when he's needed to. He's identified which bowlers he can attack, which bowlers come into his skill set, and then he's just, as I say, stayed still and looked to hit the ball hard in the areas.
This time he pulls this one around. This is the winning run into the boundary for 4. He ends with 66, and the Boland Blasters winning this game comprehensively, winning by 9 wickets with 3.1 overs to spare. An amazing victory to start it all.
Yeah, and to be honest, ever since the first over of the first innings, they only looked like one winner. Winning the toss, going to bowl, captain taking the ball, Tong coming in with pace, swing, aggression, really set the tone. The way they opened the bowling from the start, they restricted the Golden Eagles opening batters who just really couldn't get a foothold in and were always up against it. A lovely partnership in the middle of the innings. Took them to a score of just over 113, but once Barrington got into his gear in the second innings, once he took control, he never looked like he was going to relinquish it, and fitting way to finish it. An easy victory for the Boland Blasters. First game of the tournament for them, inaugural tournament for them, and they've really put a marker down, and there'll be a team to watch as the tournament develops.
Yes, I think they're definitely one team to watch because they have gotten off not just to a good start with a win, but it's a commanding win. They outplayed the Golden Eagles from the start with classy bowling, which we saw from Captain Tyne Tong along with Clark. They really started well, and once they started well, the other players fell in line. They were able to at least restrict the Golden Eagles below a run per ball, and once you can do that in T20, you should be well on the way for victory. But what was impressive is the fact that they did not throw it away. They just batted with professionalism. They batted as though they wanted to even win without losing a wicket. When they did on that occasion with Kerry Mentor being bowled by Anthony Martin, then Barrington found another competent partner in Orlando Peters, and the two of them made it look, you were saying that, so easy. And in the end, Barrington ending on 66. They would also reflect and look at Tyne Tong getting 3 for 17. Those have been critical parts in the Blasters' victory.
Yeah, and I think what the Blasters did was they adapted and adjusted to conditions quicker. And more often than not, in a game of T20 cricket, those who adjust quickest are those who come out on top. We saw a lot of dot balls, a lot of swing and misses, a lot of sort of power hitting attempted by the Golden Eagles in the first innings, not to a huge amount of success. Whereas if you look, we talked about the art of batsmanship, and we look at how the Boland Blasters through Barrington and Moore and everything got the innings started, and Peters coming using the experience. There wasn't too much trying to overhit. We didn't see actually a huge number of sixes hit, but that's because they had read conditions, they adapted, they knew that it wasn't that sort of wicket, it wasn't those sort of conditions, and for the bowling for the first innings, allowing them to have that time to adapt is a really good mark, and they'll go into the second round of games coming in the day after tomorrow with a lot more confidence behind them, know that they're well in this tournament, and that they've got a good win under their belt.
So good win by 9 wickets. This one followed the win by the defending champions, the Liberta Blackhawks, winning by 4 wickets. So good starts, and we will join you tomorrow for game number 3. And we look forward to it all happening here at the Sir Viv Richards Cricket Stadium here in North Sound, Antigua. All right. Thanks, man.
That's all right. Enjoyed it. Yes. Well done.
Oh, you gave it this. I was going to ask them, do you know if the tickets they have, would they give us any complimentary?
Maybe just a Dr. Nicole.
Yeah, because I got my wife, Nico.
Dr. Nicole, because right now we can't get meetings in coming. I went over there today and I was saying, even the shirts there, nobody even making an effort to play.
They have shirts as well.
They're not going to